Chapter 17. Oh, 6 Greetings to the Master. The Shen clan was vast and boundless. Its interior was akin to an ancient city, with an unknown number of cultivators. At this time, many figures levitated into the sky from the Shen clan. They focused on the outer sky at the great army that had descended. There were still those who had no qualms about attacking the Shen clan. Last time it was the Sky River Great Elder, and this time it was the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taishian levitated into the sky alone, heading toward the direction of Shen clan. He took a step into the void. Bang! Loud sounds were heard, and buildings inside the Shen clan collapsed and shattered. A terrible storm of sword chi blew through the Shen clan, and some from the Shen clan perished immediately under the sword. Shen Ji's body rose into the air. He opened his divine eyes, and the divine light reaching toward Lord Taishian. He said in a chilling tone, "Lord Taishian, do you know what you are doing?" "Naturally," Lord Taishian responded. "When Shen clan slaughtered countless cultivators in the attack of Tianhe realm, have you ever thought that the Sky River Great Elder would one day come to avenge them? Likewise, when you forced your way into the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you never expected that one day the Heavenly Mandate Academy would dare to come to the Shen clan. Everything that was done by the Shen clan must be repaid." Lord Taishian stepped out again, and the sword will set off a terrifying storm, as many ancient temples of the Shen clan were flattened by the sword chi, just like what Shinji did to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How could the Shen clan be so self-assured, thinking that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would not fight back? Just because the Shen clan was strong and powerful, Shinji was bold enough to be so aggressive as to uproot the newly established Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, at this moment, Lord Taishian was telling him that whatever Shen clan dared to do, they would also. The clan lord of Shen clan was still standing below, as his divine spirit swept toward the top figures in the other 3 directions. The 3 of them were at different locations outside the Shen clan, and observing from afar, it was as if they were not here to fight, but merely to observe. "How about you guys?" asked the clan lord of Shen clan. He could hardly believe that the 3 top peak forces would also dare to go to war with them. If they started a war, both sides would suffer. Those who were at the pinnacle of power perhaps would not perish, but their young ones would most certainly be decimated. Who could afford to pay such a price? It didn't seem that they were at the point where they need to all perish together. Xiao Muyu, the goddess of Xiao clan, and some of our youngsters had entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. When we heard that the Shen clan had come in force and slaughtered indiscriminately, completely ignoring their existence, our youngsters were quite incensed and demand an explanation. "That's why we are here today," said Xiao Dingtian, the clan lord of the Xiao clan. His tone was extremely calm, without any emotion, as if he was just stating a casual matter. Clearly, they would not perish together, nor do they really wish a full-blown war. It was a price that no one could afford. But it was true that the Shen clan was the instigator in this conflict, and it was hard for all the principalities here to act without prejudice. After all, who could overlook such blatant offense? By coincidence, Sky River Great Elder invaded the Shen clan, with Lord Taishian and Yi Futian following closely behind. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to come along. Since the Shen clan thought that they didn't dare to go to war, they wanted to see if the Shen clan dared to start a war all by themselves. And now they were inside the Shen clan. In this world, no one lacked courage, especially those who had cultivated to the level that they were in. By daring to come here with prominent figures of all top forces, Yi Futian displayed fearless courage. Lord Taishian and Yi Futian were right. If this humiliation was tolerated, then the newly established Heavenly Mandate Academy would never be able to stand up in the Heavenly Mandate realm. So here they were. The young ones couldn't let go such slight, so us old ones had to come over and keep an eye on them, or else It may be like last time in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, getting killed off by Chief Elder Shinji. The clan lord of Yuanyang clan piped up. His tone, though nonchalant, was clearly full of strong resentment. Today, all three great cultivators came to protect their young. They stood here and watched to see whether or not the Shin clan would dare to make a move. If the Shen clan did make a move, then they would have no choice but to oblige. The wager for today's gamble between both sides was the entire Shin clan. If the Shen clan dared to play the game, it could possibly be annihilated. For mighty figures, plus the top forces from Heavenly Mandate Realm, no one had any doubts that they could very well destroy everyone except the two major figures of the Shin clan. Of course, this was not a step anyone wished to take. However, it would be impossible to spare the two major figures of the Shin clan, so this was a poison pill they had to take. Once, Shinji had wagered that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would not retaliate. Today, they bet that Shin clan dared not make a move, which was also a strong response to the Shin clan. A divine dragon was moving forward, with Yi Futian standing on top of it. Behind him, there are some who traveled with him, and they were very young. Every one of them was the top figure of their generation. On both sides, people from the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm were standing guard for them. "Bring them," Yi Futian said. A divine dragon came forward, and several men were clasped within its sharp claws. In one direction within Shen clan, Shenhao was there. Behind him, Luoyang paled. Seeing the situation right now, he knew that everything had gone wrong. He had thought that facing the powerful Shen clan, the Heavenly Mandate Academy lacked the power to fight back and would not risk any sudden moves. But the Heavenly Mandate Academy had unleashed swiftly upon the Shin clan. "Luoyang," Yi Futian called to him, but Luoyang stood there without moving. Bastard! Luoyang's father was imprisoned by the sharp claws of the divine dragon, and his eyes were bloody red. He definitely did not expect that Luoyang to cause such a grievous disaster in the upper worlds. He participated in this kind of power play intending to benefit from it, but he didn't know he was, in fact, playing with fire. "Father, I'm sorry." Luoyang's face was pale, but he couldn't die now. Shen Hao had already agreed to take him in cultivation. If he stepped out now, everything would be over. If he could stay alive, then there was still hope. Yi Futian stared coldly at Luoyang in the distance. Did he think he could survive this? The divine dragon continued moving forward. Yi Futian put out his hand, and the spatial will of the way swept out as a giant hand pressed down through the void. This golden giant hand from the space caught Luoyang and slowly lifted him up. "Save me!" Luoyang had a look of terror on his face, but when he looked at the cultivators behind him, no one paid any attention to him. To the Shen clan, Luoyang was but a nobody. No one cared about whether he lived or died. Luoyang saw those indifferent eyes looking at him, and he felt cold all over. The giant palm imprisoned him and moved him in front of Yi Futian. Boom! Flames descended, engulfing Luoyang's body. "Let me die quickly!" Luoyang's face was distorted. He looked terribly wretched. Yi Futian stared at him indifferently, ignoring the miserable howls let out by Luoyang, who was also well versed in the art of flames. However, under the flames of the way, his body disappeared little by little until there was nothing left but ashes. All the cultivators watched what was happening in front of them and remarked on its ruthlessness. Luoyang's family members looked on with bloody red eyes. But who could they blame at this moment? All of this was Luoyang's own doing. People from Luo clan will never be allowed to leave Crimson Dragon City, or else the entire clan will be eradicated. "You may go back now," Yi Futian said. Divine Dragon loosened its claws, and people of the Luo clan left with their lives, but their hearts were cold. They would not be allowed to leave Crimson Dragon City for as long as they were alive, never mind about Crimson Dragon Realm. This was how Yi Futian forbade their clan to even contemplate revenge for generations to come. Crimson Dragon Emperor would be keeping close tabs on them. Luo Yang's death was just an aside. The fact was that not many people here cared much about whether Luo Yang lived or died. But if it weren't for Luo Yang, none of this mess would have happened. It was because of the news that Luo Yang gave to the Shen clan that started the chain of events. Even as Luo Yang was unimportant, Yi Futian had to be killed. He looked in the direction of the Shen clan and said loud and clear, "Yi Futian from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, come to bring back my master Qi Xiangang, senior brother and Fei Xue." This voice rolled like thunder, resounding through heaven and earth, heard throughout the entire Shen clan. His master Qi Xiangang had been trapped for many days. Now the senior brother and Fei Xue had also been brought here by the Shen clan. Today he came to bring them home. Sky River Great Elder was not successful, so he could not fail today. In the distance, the clan lord of the Shen clan looked at Yi Futian from afar. This was the first time he saw this white-haired young man. Before this, he had only heard people below talking about him a few times. Qi Xuangang's own talent was not spectacular. Back then, the Shen clan opposed his marriage to Nongyue, causing a series of bad events. No one could anticipate that Qi Xuangang's disciple was so outstanding. He knew clearly that today's siege on Shen clan by the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the three top figures was because of this disciple of his. To be able to do all of this, even he, as one of the pinnacle figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had to admit that it was truly amazing. Shen clan stood on the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and had never been so passive and overwhelmed by an opponent like they were today. No wonder he was able to create the Heavenly Mandate Academy by himself. It seemed that they had underestimated him. "Bring Qi Xiangang and the other two," the clan lord said. Someone stepped into the temple, and soon 3 figures emerged. It was Qi Xiangang, Yan Yuan, and Nanjai. Fei Xue was not one of them. Obviously, to the Shen clan, different values were placed on Fei Xue, Qi Xiangang, and the others. Qi Xiangang, Yan Yuan, and Nanjai looked into the distance and saw the white-haired man who came on the divine dragon. Qi Xiangang renounced his relationship with Yi Futian years ago and suffered alone, precisely because he wished to spare Yi Futian. He never thought that there would be a day when Yi Futian would lead an army to the Shen clan and came for him. Unfit disciple Yi Futian now come to bring the master home. Looking at the frail Qi Xiangang at this moment, Yi Futian felt a deep sorrow. He was a most incompetent disciple. Once he had watched his master being taken away by the Shen clan, while he didn't dare to make their relationships known. After such a long time, he was finally here. Fortunately, the master was still safe and sound. Do Zhao from the Do clan in Ziwei realm greets the master and 2 senior brothers. At this time, Do Zhao also took a step forward, bowing in the direction where Qi Xiangang was. This was the first time he met his master since Yi Futian accepted him as his junior brother, and he had to pay his respect. Qi Xiangang was taken aback, unaware since when was Do Zhao a disciple of his. Long Qin from the Dragon Gods in Heavenly Mandate Realm, greetings to the Grandmaster. June from the Sky Demon Court in Heavenly Mandate Realm, greetings to the Grandmaster. Gao Huang from the 10,000 Divine Mountain in Heavenly Mandate Realm Mountain, greetings to the Grandmaster. Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan in the Imperial Realm, greetings to the Grandmaster. Many emerged, saluting Qi Xiangang in the distance. At this moment, Qi Xiangang was a little confused. Chapter 17:07 The Gods Have Spoken. The clan lord of the Shen clan showed a look of surprise. Were all these people Qi Xuangang's disciples? Every one of them represented a mighty principality to be reckoned with. What a genius was this white-haired disciple of Qi Xuangong's master, my fellow junior brothers and Muyu have cultivated in the deed of thorough comprehension before breaking through the realm, as it was greatly helpful to prove the Renhuang realm. I taught them on behalf of the master, so they are now master's disciples, Yi Futian said, speaking loudly. My junior brothers and I have come to take the master home. Qi Xiangang was silent. He knew this was Yi Futian's design to help set him free, accepting disciples on his behalf, all for today's showdown. How are you planning on bringing them home? The clan lord of the Shin clan spoke from the sky. Their rival had come in an alliance, so that the Shun clan would not dare to act rashly. However, would these people really dare to start a war with the Shun clan? Were they not afraid of angering the Shun clan and causing mutual destruction? Put it bluntly, in this game, though they were in a passive position, it was still the resolve on both sides that were tested. Except this time, they did not have the upper hand. Yi Futian glanced into the distance. The massive body of the divine dragon moved forward, drove into the sky above the Shin clan. All his people were standing with him on both sides. Behind him, the great army moved forward along with him. In the void, as well as the city of the gods, the four great figures shrouded the Shin clan with their spiritual will. It was as if the war of mutual destruction could explode at any moment. I came here today with no plan on retreating. If I can't get out of here alive, I will take down the entire Shin clan to be buried with me, or I will take my people back, Yi Futian replied. The divine dragon continued moving forward, not fast, but with an extremely firm attitude. There was no mistaking the great determination in his calm voice. No one in the Shen clan doubted his determination. The moment Yi Futian stepped into the Shin clan, he risked death at any moment because he was facing the entire Shin clan plus two major figures. But still he came with a great army. Now that they were here, clearly he had prepared for all eventualities. They either fight and everyone dies, or the Shun clan releases their people to them. There was no third option. Inside the Shin clan, many cultivators rose into the sky, and within the vast Shin clan, a terrifying aura of Renhuang swept toward that great army. Even the cultivators of the Shun clan could felt great pressure at this moment. This army was not just a single principality, but was a conglomeration of all the elite powers from the heavenly mandate realm. But the fact was that as long as it had less Renhuang at the peak level, then the heavenly mandate realm was still unlikely to compete against the Shin clan. This was also the reason why Shinji dared to move against the heavenly mandate academy with aggression. However, today, Yi Futian only had 4 people at the peak level on his side. I'll give you a chance. At this time, the clan lord of the Shen clan outside the temple said to Yi Futian and the others, "Since you want to take your master back, I will allow it. Anyone who is related to Qi Xiangang, as long as someone could get to them, I will let you take that person with you. Only the lower Renhuang of the Shin clan will defend." He could see that those who called Qi Xiangang master were all of the lower Renhuang realm. The realm of Renhuang was divided into 9 Order of the Divine Wheel, but in fact there were only 3 major realms. Therefore it was appropriate that he would send the lower Renhuang to battle. But even so, how many cultivators did Shin clan have? Many of them were at the top level of lower Renhuang, so they were still at a great advantage. This was his compromise to give the other a way out. It was meaningless to keep Qi Xiangang and the others any longer. But today's battle was about the dignity of the Shen clan. He couldn't just let them go. But it seemed difficult to not let them go either. Yi Futian would not give up until he got what he came for. "You feel it is justified for the few of them to fight against the entire lower Renhuang of the Shun clan," said Xiao Dingtian in the distance. A bit of sarcasm could be detected in his indifferent tone. How brave was the Shen clan? Yi Futian knew that the attitude of the Shen clan was not as aggressive as they were before with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They did not dare to gamble. If the two sides clashed, the Shen clan would definitely be the first one to be destroyed, because this fight was on their territory. He smiled sarcastically while looking at the clan lord of the Shen clan from afar, and said, "Although I will take my people home no matter what, I will take this opportunity to expose just how easily the Shen clan can be crushed. The profound heritage that you are so proud of is, in fact, nothing and won't stand up to our strike." As his voice faded, he stepped forward and dismounted the divine dragon. Next to him, Yu Shang Yaya, the sword master of Lihin, Gu Donglu, Xiaomuyu, and other powerful cultivators stepped out at the same time, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Futian in the sky. Every single one of them was outstanding in their own way. This battle would be the first battle where all of Qi Xuangong's disciples fight together. After having proved the way in this first battle, we will trample the Shen clan Ren Huang, Yi Futian said and stepped forward. Dou Zhao, descendant of the fighting god, will overpower the Shen clan today. Dou Zhao let out a howl, feeling inexplicably emotional as blood boiled inside of him. Multiple marks of the fighting god appeared around his brow, chakra. In an instant, his aura increased, wildly by leaps and bounds. A giant towering shadow of the fighting god appeared, and the light of the divine wheel swept out. He clenched his fists as his hulking torso merged into the shadow of the fighting god. As soon as he took the first step, endless divine light penetrated his body. Its bright dazzle was incomparable. Will of the fighting god opened sevenfolds. With a loud roar, the fighting god walked across the sky, and when he saw the Shen clan cultivators ahead, he raised a fist and punched through the void. The aura of that Shen clan, Ren Huang, swept out, but before he was fully ready, he saw Dou Zhao's fist blasting through the air toward him. Bang! A golden divine light pierced through the space, and an explosive sound was heard. That Ren Huang from the Shen clan looked down at his own chest and abdomen. He saw that a gaping hole in the shape of a fist there where it had punched through. This sudden and dominant display shook many to their core. Dou Zhao of the Dou clan, with his perfect divine wheel, had just executed a Ren Huang of the Shen clan, completely without mercy. Dou Zhao didn't care so much about that. This was sanctioned by the clan lord of the Shen clan, so he didn't need to hold back. He had permission to kill. Perfect divine wheel, the cultivators of the Shen clan secretly remarked. Dou Zhao of the Dou clan in the Ziwei realm had cast the perfect divine wheel. The rest of the lower Ren Huang of the Shen clan finally came to and released an explosively tyrannical breath, not giving their opponent another chance to attack them at will. A mighty destructive force swept out. The cultivators of the Shen clan cultivators were many. Could these few really think that they could shake every one of the lower Ren Huang of the Shen clan? Somewhere else at this time, a Shen clan cultivator reached forward, and suddenly an incomparably radiant golden pattern bloomed, rotating between heaven and earth as the pattern was getting larger and larger. In front of the pattern, a golden spatial sword appeared. Hundreds and thousands of divine swords rotated, and a rain of golden swords in the sky slew toward Yi Futian and the others. The whistling will of the great path was tearing up everything. Thump! At this moment, the earth boomed in a roar, and an overbearing dark figure strode forward and walked directly into the sword rain. His hulking and dominant torso moved under the sword will, and the sword rain that was full of terrifying power to slaughter was unable to shake him. The massive dark figure moved its arms backward, clenched the fists, and then smashed them forward, blasting on the pattern that contained hundreds and thousands of divine swords. You asked for it. That Ren Huang spun his hands, then slapped them forward, as countless divine swords penetrated the void, eradicating everything in front of him. Yu Sheng answered with a blast of his fists, and created an absolute space in the falling sword rain. All the swords had to detour around it, or they would be pulverized and shattered. Boom! When the fists landed, the pattern was punched through, and with it, the falling sword rain shattered. The fists then blasted on the opponent's head, and as it exploded, its soul and spirit also scattered. There were several other Renhuang, standing high above the sky together. Their divine eyes opened at their brow chakra and swept down at the few people beneath. As the divine light fell, the divine eyes intruded the other's consciousness. However, several figures levitated into the air at the same time. Xiaomu's divine wheel exploded forth, and it was equally perfect as the others. Her beautiful eyes shot toward the others, as a yin-yang image of life and death appeared in her eyes. Yaya summoned up the sword matrix of the void, and as she stood upon it, that massive sword matrix was the divine wheel which she had cast. Buzz! The sword matrix of the void bloomed brilliantly, and a sword light engulfed the sky, slaughtered a Renhuang in its wake. June and Long Chen acted at the same time. While June morphed into the golden raven, the divine solar light shot out and went through the opponent's eyes, so that even the flames now appeared in those divine eyes. He spread his wings as the divine solar light traversed the void. Not to be outdone, Long Chen raised his hands, and a purple blood storm appeared. Standing high above in the sky, Gu Donglu unleashed the divine picture of heavenly mandate, which summoned the gods and demons of all heavens. In a blink of an eye, every Renhuang from the Shen clan who had made their moves fell one by one. By contrast, perfect divine wheels bloomed one after another. The sky where they were at was already submerged by a glowing light, and the vision of heaven and earth attracted endless divine light. All of them were perfect. Cultivators of the Shen clan watched in complete horror. How could this be possible? All of them were perfect, without exception. Even the clan lord of the Shin clan and the great elder Shinji were mesmerized by what they saw, their eyes fixed on the gorgeous display in front of them, and their hearts were troubled. In this generation, besides them, were there really so many geniuses who had cast the perfect divine wheel in the 9 realms? It seemed almost. This was almost like something from a dream. How could it be? All the Shen clan Renhuang looked on blankly. It was the goal of every cultivator who had proved Renhuang to cast the perfect divine wheel. But in this generation of Shen clan, Shen Hao was the only one who had achieved it. However, at this moment, there was a whole group of cultivators that had apparently done it. The battlefield that had just exploded seemed to be quieted again, but in the hearts of the Shen clan cultivators, the silence was especially terrifying. They slowly turned their gazes at the white-haired man in the crowd. At this time, he walked forward in the void, facing countless stares. How did you do it? The clan lord of the Shen clan looked at Yi Futian, and intuition told him that this shocking reality had everything to do with Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him across the air, continued to move forward, and said slowly, I have witnessed the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me. The great emperor had given me his inheritance, and I have felt the calling of the gods and listened to their will. And the gods had spoken that the Shen clan should be eradicated. Chapter 1708 Opportunity. The deities had decreed that the Shen clan had to be eliminated. Right now, Yi Futian's white hair fluttered in the wind. Brilliant divine light appeared on his body. Divine signs appeared and reverberated with the great path. This scene caused other people to hallucinate. It was as though he was truly inheriting the will of the deities. Many people were familiar with this saying. Yi Futian had also said such words before in the god's relic when the other cultivators questioned him. It was just that back then many people believed that he was joking and spouting nonsense. However, the halo over Yi Futian's body was glowing brighter and brighter. Was that truly a joke? He witnessed the awakening of the great emperor and heard the will of the deities. Right now, many people could not help but believe that what Yi Futian had said was true. In the god's relic, he had witnessed the awakening of the great emperor and received the teachings of the great emperor. Hence, he had been changing rapidly. Even the people around him were forging flawless divine wheels. Shin Clan had always wanted to obtain divine items. There might be such divine items or the teachings of the great emperor on Yi Futian. Shin also looked at Yi Futian. He remembered the dazzling divine light that radiated at the last moment in the heavenly palace in the god's relic back then. The light was blinding and caused the crowd to be unable to open their eyes. They could not even release their will. At that time, had Yi Futian received the teachings of the great emperor? Did Yi Futian turn out to be the biggest winner of the god's relic? As for Yi Futian's last sentence, it was completely ignored by Shin Clan. The deities did not know Shin Clan and would not concern themselves with Shin Clan. Shin Clan had to be eliminated, was just the arrogant nonsense spouted by Yi Futian. If Shin Clan was eliminated, Yi Futian, the giant figures, as well as all the members at lower planes, would be buried here. However, the cultivators with flawless divine wheels still gave the cultivators of Shin Clan a huge sense of astonishment. They roughly understood why the three top forces of Shao Clan, Yuanyang Clan, as well as Do Tribe had come over. It might be that they wanted to rely on Yi Futian to completely reshuffle the forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. That way, they could completely surpass some forces that they could not surpass in the past, such as their Shin Clan. Today, their battle with Shen Clan would be a very significant battle for them. Coincidentally, Sky River Great Elder, who had slaughtered his way into Shin Clan, had provided them with an opportunity. It was as though that was how things were playing out to be. So, you all want to step over Shin Clan and rise in rank? The major figures of Shen Clan thought to themselves. Before they attacked Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had never imagined that these people would dare try to step over their Shin Clan to ascend. They did not say anything. It was not easy to reach the Renhuang Plain. The Renhuangs of Shin Clan might have underestimated their opponents before this. However, right now, seeing that all of them were possessors of flawless divine wheels, how could they not understand that this was going to be a truly vicious battle? When the clan leader ordered the lower-level Renhuangs of Shen Clan to hold off these few Renhuangs, many members of Shin Clan were full of disdain. In the end, they had paid the price for doing so with their blood. There were a number of Renhuangs who were instantly cut down when they exchanged blows with Heavenly Mandate Academy. The destructive power of the possessors of flawless divine wheels was extremely frightening. Right now, the Renhuangs who had advanced alone began to retreat. The Renhuangs in the distance also advanced forward to regroup with them. In a short while, the group of Renhuangs stood before the crowd. Might of Renhuang instantly burst forth from their bodies. The divine Weas in their bodies burst forth with a brilliant glow. Even though their individual divine wheels were all different, the same scene played out on their glabellas. They all opened their divine eyes. This was the talent of their Shin Clan. In the sky above, brilliant divine light suddenly shone. The power of the great path in the world actually resonated with their divine eyes. Yi Futian's group felt an unparalleled, majestic pressure of the great path pressing down on them. They stopped in their tracks as the terrifying force stood before them. At that moment, there were many Renhuangs of Shen Clan joining forces, forming a large formation in this part of the space. It was as though the heavens were separated. Their movements seemed to have been slowed down. There was a frightening, spatial, great path flow that was everywhere. Around Yi Futian's group, illusions of deities appeared. When the divine eyes of Shen Clan gazed at Yi Futian's group, they clearly felt as though they were being brought into an independent spatial world. In that world, deities appeared in the sky above as though they had been summoned. As one of the top clans in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Renhuangs of Shin Clan naturally were not pushovers. Even against a group of possessors of flawless divine wheels, they still possessed an advantage in terms of plane and numbers. Yi Futian naturally also sensed the majestic force. When the cultivators of Shen Clan released the same ability, it created a resonance. It was as though they had become the masters of this part of the world and completely controlled this space. In that instant, the cultivators of Shen Clan had turned the tables to suppress them. "Kill them!" an extremely solemn voice ordered. Their opponent had already tried to kill them. The Renhuangs of Shin Clan naturally would not be merciful. Regardless of the consequences, since their opponents dared to take them on, their Shin Clan would also do the same. His order had just been issued when endless divine light directly ripped the space apart. This was Shin Clan's grand massacre technique, Tian Shin Cleave. All of their opponents would be buried under this technique. Rumble. The auras of Yi Futian's group frenziedly exploded outwards. Their flawless divine wheels of the Great Path formed an independent space of the Great Path around them, blocking the Tian-Shin cleave technique. At the same time, they also felt a soul-cleaving power. Yi Futian raised his head. His eyes became very strange. In a loud voice, he asked, "Do you know what flawless divine wheels signify?" Pairs of divine eyes swept towards Yi Futian. At the exact same instant, Yi Futian's eyes also became extremely frightening. His eyes directly penetrated their gazes and imprisoned them in an ice sorcery zone. It means that we have absolute control over Wei. In terms of the Great Path, we have absolute suppression. Yi Futian's figure gradually rose into the sky. He stood at the center of the endless massacre divine light, but the frightening divine light went around his body when it came in contact with it. Lower-level Renhuangs, before me, you are unqualified to release the might of your Wei. As Yi Futian spoke, his body kept floating upwards. He stood unaffected amidst the endless massacre of divine light. At the same time, around his body, streaks of divine light of the Great Path extended outwards. They directly penetrated the opponent's space of the Great Path, breaking through the layers of protection and enveloping the endless space. Many people seemed to hear the sound of a guqin of the Great Path. The streaks of divine light of the Great Path became guqin strings of the Great Path. Sword will also emanated from them. Inside Yi Futian's body, unparalleled divine light exploded from his guqin divine wheel. Even the illusions of the deities in the sky above could not suppress him. Yi Futian pointed a finger at the heavens. He drew his finger across the sky, and divine swords slashed across the sky. "Shatter!" A crisp voice sounded everywhere. As this word was uttered, the crowd sensed the Great Path shattering. The spatial Great Path that suppressed this part of the world was destroyed by sword will in that instance. Beams of light from the divine swords ripped apart the heavens. In the end, they formed a stream of swords that shot directly over in the direction of the cultivators of Shin Clan. With a huge rumble, divine light exploded, and the formation of the Renhuangs of Shin Clan instantly collapsed. Bang! The heavens shook. In the instant that their formation collapsed, the crowd saw two silhouettes appear at the same time. They seemed to be intrinsically linked. These two silhouettes were both overbearing and were full of endless power. One of them had illusions of demons behind him, while the other had the illusion of the fighting god behind him. At that moment, the two war god-level figures seemed to be astonishingly in sync. They sent out a punch towards the Renhuangs at the same time. There was another intense vibration. A loud rumble could be heard in the sky. It was as though those two punches had shattered the space. As the punches traversed the space, countless afterimages that contained unparalleled power also penetrated the space. The figures of the Renhuangs of Shen Clan were sent flying outwards at the same time. Cracks appeared on some of their divine wheels. Some of them coughed up blood, while others had ruptured internal organs. In an instant, the attack had negated the terrifying formation that was set up by many Renhuangs from Shin Clan. The cultivators in the sky could all see this battle. Their hearts began to waver. Even the top figures of Shao Clan, Yuanyang Clan, as well as Dou tribe could not keep calm. This was the perfection that cultivators sought. Although they had broken through to the shackles of their planes, one reality was clearly being displayed before them. Those who had flawed great paths could not become emperor. They could only be called false emperors. They also knew that true perfection was at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. Even those who had broken through the shackles of the Great Path were no match against someone with a 9th-tier divine wheel. This was a flaw that they could never compensate for. Hence, when they knew that Yi Futian had a group of possessors of flawless divine wheels around him, they had decided to come out and stand with Heavenly Mandate Academy. Or rather, they came out to stand with Yi Futian against Shin Clan. They also dreamt that one day their descendants could obtain what they could not achieve. If there were such a day, they would have no regrets. It might be said that it was what the leader of Shin Clan had imagined. Them standing against Shin Clan today was a fate of circumstance. This battle would most likely be one for the history books. It would cause a huge shift in the hierarchy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. They clearly knew that although they were all top forces in reality, the hierarchy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was already set in stone, and it was extremely difficult to ascend. Ascending their ranks required the continuous effort of generations of people and needed the appearance of peerless, monstrous figures who did not die in the process of advancing their cultivation. Wishing for change in this hierarchy was too difficult. Yi Futian's appearance might have been an opportunity for a complete reshuffle of the top forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. However, they also understood that there would be powerful resistance to such a change. When they were standing here, they had already thought it through. Since such an opportunity had appeared before them, no matter what happened, they would fight for it at all costs. Chapter 1709 Battle Between Two. Amidst the cultivators of Shen Clan, after Yi Futian's 3-man team pushed back the Renhuangs, they continued advancing in the direction of the Sacred Hall. Yi Futian's group was not afraid of the top figures of Shen Clan there. They did not fear those figures attacking them. Since they had come here, they had already thought things through clearly. It was either they perished and brought Shen Clan down with them, or they succeeded in rescuing their target. Yi Futian believed that the dominant and powerful Shin Clan would not dare to take such a risk when faced with the true danger of their clan being eradicated. Shen Clan would rather preserve their own lives. Yi Futian's figure accelerated as he advanced. Dou Zhao and Yu Shen cleared a path in front of him to his left and right. There were no fancy attacks. If they encountered any Renhuangs, they merely attacked them in close quarters directly. Dou Zhao immediately activated the will of the sevenfold fighting god. Based on his battle against Yu Sheng in the god's relic, Dou Zhao was not much weaker than Yu Sheng with his current condition. Hence, the cultivators of Shin Clan merely saw the silhouettes of Renhuangs directly sent flying from their attacks. No one could stand against them. On Yi Futian's left and right, the swords of Yaya and the swordmaster of Lihin also opened a path across the space. High above and behind Yi Futian, Jueshian diagram appeared on Gu Donglio's body. It was as though he had summoned deities and demons. Among Shen Clan, no one at the lower-level Renhuang Plain could stand against this assault. The lower-level Renhuangs of Shin Clan in all directions began to retreat. They knew that facing such an attack was almost guaranteed to fail. They had no chance of winning at all. Renhuangs with flawless divine wheels were far more powerful than ordinary Renhuangs. The former could ignore the small difference between planes. Although Yi Futian had only attacked once, He had shattered the formation established by the combined might of the Renhuangs of Shin Clan. It was just as he had said. Before him, lower-level Renhuangs did not stand a chance. Among Shin Clan, there was most likely only one person of the same plane that could do battle against Yi Futian. He was the most powerful, monstrous figure of this generation of Shen Clan, who similarly possessed a flawless divine wheel, Shen Hao. Those with first and second-tier divine wheels, stand down, Shen Hao ordered. His body gradually rose into the air. As he stood in midair, behind him were all the cultivators of Shen Clan who had third-tier divine wheels. There weren't many of them, and they were all elite figures. The wars of the cultivation world were never won with sheer numbers. Numbers only claimed an advantage when both sides were more or less equal in terms of plane and combatability. However, before absolute power, having superior numbers was merely sending cultivators off to their deaths. What meaning was there to sending troops who could not even take one hit? Many Renhuangs had downcast expressions. Although they were reluctant, they still descended to the ground and landed among the cultivators of Shen Clan. Right now, the spatial power of the Great Path permeated the sky above the entire Shin Clan. This power separated Shin Clan from the rest. That way, the people below would not be dragged into the ferocity of the battle. Shen Hao stood in midair. Brilliant divine light emanated from his body. Behind him, a group of lower-level Renhuangs with third-tier divine wheels similarly unleashed extremely powerful auras of the Great Path. Endless divine light gathered together. In front of them, a spatial divine wall that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared. There seemed to be countless spatial runes shining on the wall as it separated this part of the sky. Bang! 2 loud crashes could be heard. Yu Sheng and Do Zhao directly collided with the spatial divine wall. In that instant, cracks appeared on the dazzling golden divine wall. Soon after, 2 brilliant blades of light swept out and crashed into the cracks. It was quickly followed by the sound of the space shattering. The divine wall was blown apart into dust. However, Yu Sheng and the others also slowed down and then stopped in their tracks. They looked toward Shen Hao and the other cultivators before them. Do Zhao seemed somewhat excited. The person before him was Shen Hao, the top figure in this generation of Shin Clan. In the entire Central Emperor realm, Shen Hao was definitely considered one of the top figures of this generation. Even among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, it was still the same. Battle intent lingered on Do Zhao's body. He wanted to charge forward and battle it out with Shen Hao. This top figure cultivated by Shin Clan would certainly be extremely powerful. Nevertheless, Do Zhao did not mind. Even if he lost, wasn't there still Yi Futian and Yu Sheng? Buzz. Just thinking about this made Do Zhao somewhat unable to hold himself back. His figure flashed past and traversed the space. He directly charged in Shen Hao's direction. The cultivators of Do tribe were born with a love for combat. Do Zhao had inherited the bloodline of the fighting god. The desire for battle flowed within the blood in his veins. How could he let such an opportunity slip past him? Rumble. As he advanced, his entire person became that of a war god. The will of the sevenfold fighting god was completely unleashed. His power burst out to its limit. The entire sky seemed to be crushed by his will. Yi Futian did not stop Do Zhao when he saw him charging forward. He naturally knew that Do Zhao loved to fight. With Do Zhao's ability, even if Shen Hao was extremely powerful, it would be impossible for him to instantly kill Do Zhao. Even Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could not do so. Do Zhao's resistance to take hits was also very high. His defense was astonishing. Shen Hao's divine eyes looked towards Do Zhao. He only glanced at Do Zhao. Shen Hao was as arrogant as a deity that had descended upon the mortal plane. From Do Zhao's perspective, Shen Hao's silhouette was as tall as a mountain. It was as though he was a deity that was covered in endless divine light. This made Dou Zhao feel dissatisfied. This dazzling figure was shining more brilliantly than he was. Rumble. Dou Zhao raised his arms and sent out a punch. The punch of the fighting god seemed to cause even the space itself to collapse. A dull thud could be heard in the space. Shen Hao's gaze was unbelievably calm. It was as though he was unmoved when he saw Dou Zhao's overbearing punch. Shen Hao's figure that floated there remained uninhibited. The divine light in his deep gaze was frightening. The aura from his flawless divine wheel of the great path burst forth from his body. He opened his arms and slowly rose up. In that instant, a spatial storm swept up in that vast and endless space. Countless spatial divine lights swept out. The spatial storm raged frenziedly, emitting a high-pitched sound. Although it was a storm, there was no wind. There was only destructive power that tore apart everything. In a mere instant, Dou Zhao's lofty and domineering figure was swept into the countless divine lights. The spatial storm swallowed up the sky and buried him within itself. Within the storm, each beam of spatial divine light contained extremely potent power. When countless beams of divine light burst forth at the same time, its might was astonishing. Dou Zhao's excited expression suddenly changed. It wasn't because Shen Hao was powerful, but rather than this type of ability was somewhat of a counter to him. Rumble. His war godlike silhouette adorned dazzling golden armor. The fighting god sent a punch crashing out. It immediately penetrated the space, piercing through the storm. The storm that engulfed him ravaged his body. At the same time, it also surged into his mind and attacked his will. Sharp cracking sounds could be heard. The armor on Dou Zhao's body was torn apart. The storm wanted to turn his entire person to dust. Dou Zhao's body penetrated the storm and continued to crash towards Shen Hao's figure. However, he did look somewhat pathetic. His imposing manner had been knocked down a few notches. Shen Hao took a step forward and pushed his arms forward. The endless spatial storm circled in front of him and consumed Dou Zhao's figure. Dou Zhao did not retreat. He would not retreat. He merely advanced. Bang! 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 The terrifying sound of collisions kept sounding. Dou Zhao finally made it through the storm. Unfortunately, under the effects of the storm's frightening might, his body had also finally come to a halt. Streaks of blood appeared on his arms. His defense had been torn apart, and in the end he still could not reach Shen Hao. Shen Hao was proficient in using the way of space. He also had a flawless divine wheel of the great path like Dou Zhao. It was very difficult for Dou Zhao to have an advantage over him. This attack left Dou Zhao somewhat dissatisfied. Shen Hao did not give Dou Zhao the chance to take on him face to face at all. Shen Hao swept a glance at Dou Zhao. His gaze then shifted and landed on Yi Futian. When Shen Hao met Yi Futian in the God's Relic and had heard that he was the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder, he still had not properly looked at Yi Futian. At that time, Shen Hao's attitude was arrogant. What was an inheritor of Sky River Great Elder compared to himself? In fact, Yi Futian could only be considered the grand disciple of Sky River Great Elder. However, now that Sky River Great Elder had slaughtered his way into Shin Clan alone and killed many cultivators of Shin Clan, Yi Futian had descended on Shin Clan with cultivators from various forces. With the forces at Shen Clan's gates, they threatened the existence of Shen Clan. Yi Futian's party even killed the Renhuangs of Shin Clan. All this felt like a dream. This youth, who is now renowned in the 9 realms, also established Heavenly Mandate Academy and helped the people at his side forge flawless divine wheels. Most likely, after today, Yi Futian's fame would resound in the 9 realms and surpass that of their Shin Clan. Yi Futian might even become the most brilliant existence of this generation in one fell swoop. Be it Shen Hao himself, Nan Luoshan, or Jian Qingzhu, All of them had never caused such sensational events like Yi Futian had. Yi Futian was leading a large army to slaughter their way to Shen clan. Shen Hao had to strike down Yi Futian today and defeat him here. Otherwise, Yi Futian would step over him and Shen clan to become famous everywhere. Yi Futian also looked at Shen Hao. Of course, he knew that Shen Hao had not considered him a threat at all back then. It was not just Shen Hao. None of the other cultivators of Shen clan had ever looked at him properly. Of course, Yi Futian did not need their attention. On the day that Yi Futian's master had been taken away by Shen clan, he knew that one day he would certainly come face to face with them. It was just that he had never imagined that that day would come so soon. "All of you, step down," Shen Hao commanded. The other members of Shen clan looked at him with strange looks on their faces, but they still obeyed Shen Hao's order and stepped down. In Shen clan, Shen Hao's position was extremely high. It was especially so after he emerged from the god's relic. "You all have already killed many of my Shen clan's renhuangs. Since you have come here today, I believe that you only wish to take your master away and do not wish to die here. For the remainder of this battle, the both of us will suffice," Shen Hao said as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian knew that what Shen Hao had said was not wrong. It was impossible for Yi Futian to truly start a massacre. This time, they were here to take his master away. Currently, his group was not yet a powerful force. If they truly angered Shen clan completely, both sides would end up perishing together. This was not the ending he wanted. Yi Futian extended his hand, and the others understood what he meant. They similarly backed down. Yu Sheng also stepped down. Dou Zhao felt somewhat depressed. However, he still headed in another direction and left the battlefield. At this moment, in the sky above Shen clan, there were only 2 people left standing across from each other on the battlefield. The top figure of Shen clan's current generation, as well as the future leader of Shen clan, Shen Hao. The grand disciple of Sky River Great Elder, who established Heavenly Mandate Academy, a genius figure who shook the 9 realms with his emergence, Yi Futian. This battle would be the pinnacle battle of their generation. Chapter 17 10 weaker than expected. Among the Shen clan, countless gazes landed on these 2 silhouettes. If it was said that Yi Futian leading a large force into Shen clan was significant and could change the situation with the forces of the 9 realms, then Yi Futian and Shen Hao's battle could determine who would be the hero of the next generation. Yi Futian had already reached this stage. He had to win. It was the same for Shen Hao. If he lost, Shen clan would be completely crushed. The 2 of them stood across from each other and had yet to attack. Around them, an unparalleled, frightening storm of the great path swept up. Divine light shone down all across the sky. It was as though endless divine halos were being created. Shen Hao's divine eye opened on his glabella. It directly penetrated Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian also similarly released his eye sorcery. Both of them wanted to directly invade each other's consciousness. Faint illusions of deities could be seen. Right now, Shen Hao was insufferably arrogant. Yi Futian's eyes were similarly extraordinary. He had forged eyes of the divine wheel. Shen Hao saw overlapping spatial prisons wanting to rush into his mind and imprison his consciousness. How could Shen Hao possibly let Yi Futian do as he wished? Under his divine eye, a frightening spatial storm swept up. Both of them collided in midair. Coincidentally, both of them were using the spatial power of the Great Path. Yi Futian's eye sorcery divine wheel was extremely overbearing. It kept attacking Shen Hao. Shen Hao revealed a sinister look. An even more frightening aura radiated from his body. In an instant, the divine halos that covered the sky showered down. It was like a divine sign. Tianshan Divine Halo was also a natural-born ability of Shen clan. Rumor has it that it could suppress all powers of the Great Path. Only members of the direct bloodline of Shen clan possessed this ability. When the divine halos showered down, Yi Futian also sensed his way being suppressed. He felt a miraculous sensation. This power was similar to the halos of deities. From the looks of it, a great emperor-level existence might have appeared before in Shin clan's history. All around them, a spatial storm was also brewing. Countless divine light ravaged their surroundings and enveloped the space around Yi Futian's figure within it. Under the effects of the storm divine wheel in Shen Hao's body, this space was consumed by the spatial storm. The Guqin divine wheel in Yi Futian's body similarly burst forth. Astonishing rays of light shot out, and the sound of a Guqin was created involuntarily with the great path as its strings. A storm of sword qi enveloped the sky and interweaved with the spatial storm. Buzz! Countless divine lights came garroting their way towards Yi Futian. Under the effects of the spatial storm, each beam of divine light contained the power of Tianqin cleave. They slashed towards the space where Yi Futian was at, wanting to slice his body to pieces. However, around Yi Futian's body, a countering flow of swordsmanship appeared. The storm of sword qi cleaved everything and resisted the power of the spatial storm. An extremely high-pitched sound could be heard. Both of their figures remained motionless, both standing on their spots. It was just the confrontation of powers of the Great Path, but it was already extremely fierce and frightening. If either one of them were weaker than the other, they would most likely be vaporized under the will of the Great Path. The space where they were was already swallowed up by the raging storm of the Great Path. Both of them were within the endless, destructive storm and appeared somewhat blurry. At this moment, the crowd was blinded by a bright light. Countless divine halos shone down on Shen Hao. It was like a pair of God's wings had appeared on his body. Illusions of deities appeared, as though they had been summoned from ancient times. Then, Shen Hao finally moved. He took a step forward. The next moment, his figure disappeared without a trace into the spatial storm. Yi Futian watched as Shen Hao's silhouette vanished. His expression remained the same. He immediately extended his arm and pointed a finger forwards. In that instant, a beam of brilliant divine light appeared where Yi Futian's finger pointed to. This beam of light was extremely sharp until it sliced the very fabric of space apart. A divine sword formed at the tip of his finger and became a divine sword that clashed with Shen Hao's attack. It caused a high-pitched sound to explode in the space. The light of the divine sword ripped apart the space as it kept advancing. However, that destructive power of Shen Hao also disappeared in an instant along with his body. Sizzle! Behind Yi Futian, another beam of extremely dazzling light radiated. This time, Yi Futian did not dodge it. Brilliant golden divine light instantly burst forth from his body and flooded the sky. A towering golden divine elephant appeared, and the divine elephant divine wheel in his body burst forth. A third divine wheel. The cultivators of Shen clan observing the battle were astonished. All of his divine wheels were flawless. Even Shen Hao had only forged 2 flawless divine wheels. Bang! The sound of a terrifying explosion reverberated in the space. The golden divine elephant trampled the sky. Divine halos became sharp blades that slashed at the body of the golden divine elephant, cleaving it apart. One could imagine how powerful the attack power of the blades was. However, Yi Futian turned around and immediately sent out a punch. 10,000 elephants stampeded across the sky. Divine elephants ripped apart the space, and the collapsing great path shattered everything. Shen Hao's silhouette wanted to become ethereal once again. This time, the spatial storm in front of him was directly blown apart, causing his silhouette to be forced to appear as he was sent flying from the shockwave. Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist contained the power to split apart space itself and collapse the Great Path. It could shatter space and counter Shen Hao's powers. Yi Futian's gaze was locked on Shen Hao. He said, "Is that all that the top figure of this generation of Shen clan has to show?" Shen Hao's gaze was as sharp as daggers. He extended both of his arms, and tens of thousands of divine halos descended at the same time. In his body, another divine will burst forth. In the sky above, endless golden illusions of spatial divine spears appeared. The blood vessels in Shen Hao's body churned and roared. His divine blood was boiling. Right now, Shen Hao was bathed in endless divine halos and had become a true deity. The divine halos directly merged with his body. At the same time, a divine spear appeared from inside his body. It appeared amongst the divine halos that covered the sky. Shen Hao extended his hand and wielded the spear divine wheel in his hand. He pointed it towards Yi Futian. The divine halos showered down on where the divine spear was pointed to. Illusions of spears covered the sky and rained down on Yi Futian. Buzz! Shen Hao's figure moved again. This time, he charged straight towards Yi Futian like a deity descending upon the mortal plane. His divine spear stabbed out and was followed by the divine halos in the heavens above, as well as the astonishing spatial storm. His attack immediately suppressed the great path in this part of the sky completely. It was as though only this spear existed within this space. Yi Futian discovered that Shen Hao's temperament had changed. Yi Futian stepped into the air. Divine elephants also followed suit, their trumpeting shaking the world around them. He sent the divine elephant void-splitting fist crashing out, shattering the spatial storm. Shen Hao's spear descended and penetrated the power of Yi Futian's fist. The spear landed directly on the body of the gigantic divine elephant. Kacha! A crisp crack sounded. Cracks appeared on the illusion of the elephant. The spear attempted to break the divine elephant into pieces. Bang! Yi Futian's body was pushed back due to the shock wave. Shen Hao stood high above in the sky. His divine spear was bathed in endless divine halos. The halos enveloped the sky, suppressing all the will of the great path. The great path in this territory was all under the command of Shen Hao. With divine halos surrounding him, Shen Hao attacked once again. Yi Futian remained calm. Divine sound was played, and illusory figures of the deities appeared one by one in the space. This time they were not summoned by Shen Hao, but Yi Futian. It was the magnum opus of golden divine nation, the sigh of the divine god. The divine elephant divine wheel was activated. Yi Futian strode upwards and ascended into the clouds. A terrifying rumbling sound could be heard. 10,000 elephants rushed across the space and covered up half of the sky. Yi Futian sensed that his divine wheel could definitely suppress Shen Hao, but the latter had activated the natural-born ability of Shen Clan to make up for the difference in power between them. However, even if they were competing in terms of attack power, Yi Futian was not afraid of Shen Hao. When faced with Shen Hao's attack, Yi Futian sent out a punch. 10,000 divine elephants broke loose at the same time. The heavens and earth shook. It was as though the great path had collapsed. The same technique would unleash different powers depending on the strength of the users. Right now, the top figures of divine elephants had to admit that even they could not master the magnum opus of their clan as well as Yi Futian had. Regardless of its law power or its strength, Yi Futian had the absolute advantage. Rumble. A shockingly loud bang sounded. Shen Hao's body was sent flying into the air. Countless divine elephants were still stomping towards him, attempting to bury him beneath them. Shen Hao's facial expression was ugly. Did he still lose even after he had used his natural-born ability? He stared at Yi Futian, who was beneath him. An even more terrifying aura burst forth from within him. An ancient aura seemed to be emanating from Shen Hao's body. It was the power of the divine item. Spatial doors appeared in the space and engulfed the stampeding divine elephants. The elephants disappeared behind the doors. Huh. Yi Futian frowned as he looked at Shen Hao. Was this the divine item Shen Hao got from the god's relic? Back when they were at the god's relic, all of them who stood beneath the heavenly palace had each gotten a divine item. Yi Futian had given his to Yaya. You have lost, Lord Taishian said coldly. His voice was being transmitted through the space. Lord Taishian, it's okay. Yi Futian responded. Even with the divine item, he is no match for me. When Shen Hao heard Yi Futian's words, his face turned pale green from anger. Today's battle was a humiliation for him. All his techniques were useless on Yi Futian. Right now, he even needed to use the divine item he got from the god's relic to aid him in battle. This item has already been refined by me. It is already a part of me, Shen Hao said. The spatial storm divine will burst forth. This time, a spatial door that consumed everything seemed to appear within the spatial storm. It swallowed up the space that Yi Futian was in. Yi Futian sensed the space that he was in change. It had transformed into an enclosed spatial world. Shen Hao stood in the sky as he looked down at Yi Futian. The former was still bathed in divine halos. He said, "In here I am the master of the great path." Yi Futian checked his surroundings and noticed that he was in a similar situation when a normal divine Wilren Huang was faced with a flawless divine Wilren Huang. He experienced absolute suppression in terms of control over the great path. Buzz! Shen Hao's figure dove downwards. The divine spear pierced through the sky and crashed straight towards Yi Futian. This time, Yi Futian was sent flying from the shockwave of the divine spear. It was as though his opponent suppressed his power of the great path. Are these all your trump cards? Yi Futian asked as he raised his head and looked toward Shen Hao. Shen Hao scowled. From the look in Yi Futian's eyes, it was as if Yi Futian believed that nobody on earth could beat him. It was as though he was still unconcerned about his current situation. Such a look made Shen Hao very unhappy. If Shen Hao wasn't already at his limit, why would he be relying on a divine item to fight? This, naturally, was his trump card. The number one proud son of Heaven of Shin Clan is much weaker than I expected, Yi Futian said softly. I thought I would at least be pressured a little. When Shen Hao heard Yi Futian's words, his expression turned ashen. Did Yi Futian mean to say that against him, Yi Futian did not feel pressured at all? Chapter 1711, Let Them Go. Countless people were watching the battlefield at the Shin Clan. The two figures there seemed to have disappeared as they were covered by the great path of space. Shen Hao and Yi Futian were gone. He used an item to engage the domain of the way. Lord Taishian and the others could naturally see that Shen Hao had used an incredibly powerful divine item, but Yi Futian had asked him not to intervene. Even so, Lord Taishian believed Yi Futian could deal with him. The fierce will of the great path of space raged as endless divine light descended from the sky and entered into everything. Within, Shen Hao's body shone with brilliant radiance as he stared at Yi Futian below him. Yi Futian was arrogant beyond words. He was even weaker than he had imagined. "This is my world," he said to Yi Futian coldly. "Your world." Yi Futian looked back at him, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "We'll see." As he said this, the area changed yet again. The sun and the moon appeared in the sky, surrounded by stars. They seemed to be in another world. Divine flames descended from the sun, while the lonely moon seemed filled with cold will. Each of the stars that surrounded them contained majestic power. It was as if everything was acting on its own volition. The fourth divine wheel, thought Shen Hao, his heart trembling fiercely. Yi Futian was using his fourth divine wheel, and this wheel stood alone in the world in that it could open up a world of its own, like a miniature realm. He felt his power come under pressure. But how was this possible? He could only do this by using the divine item he had taken in the god's relic. Could it be that Yi Futian was just like him? "This is my world," said Yi Futian coldly. Thousands of stars swirled around Shen Hao, moving faster and faster. There was a shrieking sound up in the sky as the whole area was covered in a suffocating force. Boom! The stars fell towards Shen Hao, each one seeming incomparably huge. Divine radiance bloomed from him, and beams of spatial light swept out, transforming into a terrible storm that swallowed up all the stars. But all the stars fell at once, pressing down on the spatial storm, shattering it and continuing on toward Shen Hao. Shen Hao lashed out with his spear, and endless afterimages bloomed from it. They slammed into each of the oncoming stars. This showed just how much attacking power he had. But at that moment there was a roar in the sky, and Shen Hao felt immense pressure. It was as if the air itself was about to collapse. He looked up and saw a godlike figure descending, possessed by the divine elephants and holding a long staff. He was coming towards him. The staff was formed by thousands of elephants combined. A sky full of stars swirled around it. It could both defend against and slay gods. Shen Hao felt that his radiance had been suppressed. The long staff swept out, smashing into his spear, which cracked. Boom! There was a low roar, and Shen Hao was sent flying backward. His great path collapsed as he was swept away by the staff. Yi Futian continued forward, his eyes incredibly cold. The people outside their little world were still staring at that area. They could faintly hear terrible, fierce roars. Bang! There was a breaking sound, and they saw a figure swept away, flying powerlessly off into the distance and leaving a trail of blood behind him in the air. Shen Hao! The cultivators of the Shen clan looked gloomy. The one who had been swept away was Shen Hao, the foremost member of their clan in his generation, who had a perfect divine wheel, had been directly swept away. This was extremely embarrassing. His tattered clothes were stained with blood. His aura was growing weak. He had nowhere near the energetic he had before. The people from the heavenly mandate realm did not get too strong a sensation from this, as if they had always known it would be like this. Everything that Yi Futian had done had given them absolute confidence in him. Even when a proud son of heaven, like Shen Hao, was standing before him, they still believed that Yi Futian could win. When the three top forces, the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe, beheld this scene, their hearts trembled. They knew what this battle meant. Shen Hao had fallen. From now on, the white-haired youth standing in the sky above the Shen clan would become the most glorious figure of the age, second to none. Although he had never fought with Jian Qingzhu, Nen Luoshin, or a few others, everything he had done today could not be done by anyone else of his generation. There was no one who could repeat his deeds. The great figures of the heavenly mandate realm were also a bit disturbed. The will of heaven had changed. It had not only changed, but it was now influencing the situation in the 9 realms. Yi Futian was a man who could change the history of the heavenly mandate. It was just as the mountain master of 10,000 divine mountain. In the past, Gu Tianxing had not been an epic-making man, but Yi Futian was this kind of person. That was why he had been willing to intervene on his behalf. Yi Futian retracted his aura and took several steps forward. Yu Sheng and the others followed behind. They all stood in the air above the Shen clan, with countless cultivators of the Shen clan looking up at them. They strode to the highest part of the Shen clan where the divine hall was. No one stopped them. Lower-level Renhuangs could not stop them. The cultivators of the Shen clan brought Shen Hao down. He watched Yi Futian pass over them, then spat up another mouthful of blood. He had clearly lost this battle. Yi Futian had crushed him, the Shen clan, and their reputation. Yi Futian strode to the front of the divine hall. A powerful figure of the Shen clan was standing there, watching him closely. At that moment, They had one move that could easily kill him. It would completely destroy this man with the perfect divine wheel. But if they did this, it would be meaningless. If they killed Yi Futian and the others, they would no longer threaten the Shin clan's future. This was because the Shin clan would disappear. But both sides understood that Yi Futian coming here still required great amounts of courage and daring. He was gambling his life against the survival of the Shin clan. "Teacher, brothers," said Yi Futian, looking at Qi Xiangang, Yan Yuan, and Nanjai. Everything that had happened all those years ago played before his eyes. In the Crimson Dragon realm, his teacher had ignored his own safety. He had always said, "As the heavens' movement is ever so vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive." Big Brother had accompanied him for a long way, facing the royal family of the Dali dynasty, finally sending him away from them. "Master, we have come to bring you back." Do Zhao did not think this was the least bit strange, and he smiled as he spoke. They turned their gaze to the cultivators of the Shen clan behind Qi Xiangang. "Let them go," they said, and stepped back in compliance with their agreement to let Yi Futian take Qi Xiangang. "There is one more," said Yi Futian, looking at the cultivators of the Shen clan. Fei Shue was not there. He knew that Fei Shue was the Shen clan's target. She had the divine item that they wanted within her. "You have already got what you came for. We only promised to release 3 people," said the elder of the Shen clan. Those 3 were of no further use to them. Fei Shue had the divine item within her, so they could not let her go. "I will take them all," said Yi Futian coldly. The elder of the Shin clan swept his cold gaze over Yi Futian and said, "Fine, once we have taken our divine item out of her, you can have her." "It is not yours, it is my teacher's," said Qi Xiangang coldly. "Don't forget who your sister is," the elder said, glancing at him. "I am going to take her away from here intact," said Yi Futian. The elder of the Shin clan did not look at Yi Futian, but at Lord Taixian and the others. "You have all come here to the Shen clan together today, and we have been most accommodating. But if you give an inch," said the elder, looking to the sky, "it's war then." Yi Futian was not the only bold one. Shinji had attacked the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so it was only natural that they would retaliate. But they had gambled that the Shen clan would not go to war over this. Were the great powers of the Heavenly Mandate realm prepared for that? All but the greatest figures of the great powers and Shin clan would probably die as soon as the war started. Who could bear that? A suffocating pressure descended upon the Shin clan. Lord Taixian and the 3 top figures' aura covered the area. For a time, the silence was frightening. The only thing that anyone could feel was tension. Boom! At that moment, a blood-red storm appeared in the air above the city of the gods. The elder of the Shin clan looked over there and saw the storm growing stronger and stronger. A terrible vortex appeared within the storm. It was as if someone had opened up the ancient road of space. Lord Taixian, Yi Futian, and the others all looked over there as well. The aura was terrifying, and the storm grew fiercer and fiercer, covering an endless area as it spread out towards the Shin clan. Red light fell from the sky like streaks of blood. "Everyone, go back down," said the elder coldly. Suddenly, all the cultivators of the Shen clan descended from the air. At that moment, he could clearly see the deep fear in their eyes. Yi Futian suddenly guessed who it was. Before they had come, the Sky River Great Elder had attacked the Shen clan by himself, killing many cultivators. Moreover, he had completely wiped the imperial palace away from the Tianhe realm. He did not know what his teacher had experienced to become so powerful. His aura was completely different from before. Of course, he did not blame his teacher for anything he had done. It was a monstrous blood feud. They could not live under the same sky as each other. It was hard to imagine that the normally peaceful sky River Great Elder had so much strength within him and had been patient for so long. The vortex that seemed to have opened up from the ancient road of space within the storm spread out, and everyone could faintly see a dark figure within, like a god of blood. The Shun clan elder's gaze pierced through the storm. The Sky River Great Elder had been wounded in their battle. If there had not been 4 great enemies here, he would have directly gone into the storm to seek him out. But now he did not dare. Let them go! A voice pierced through the blood-red storm and came from the distance. A gloomy look came over the faces of the cultivators of the Shun clan. If there was someone who would dare to go to war no matter the consequences, that person was without a doubt the Sky River Great Elder. He had become a demon. Chapter 17. 12. The Shun clan compromises. The sky turned into a blood-red storm. Within this powerful vortex, destructive red light fell from the sky, descending upon the Shun clan. At that moment, all the cultivators of the Shun clan looked up and stared into the sky. It was oppressive, so oppressive. The Sky River Great Elder had entered the situation, and things had changed. A madman had been added to the equation. He had slaughtered the cultivators of the Shun clan when he had attacked them all by himself. There was nothing that he would not do. The Shun clan needed to consider the possibility that if they did not let the people go, the Sky River Great Elder would attack them. If he did, would the other 4 top figures take part or just sit and watch? If they got involved, it would be a huge battle. If this battle broke out, the Shun clan would be at a massive disadvantage. What would happen then? No one knew. They could only imagine. The elder of the Shun clan was silent for a time, as were all of the top figures. Ever since the Divine Prefecture had been conquered, the Shun clan had not experienced a situation like this. They were a force that stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Now a single man had attacked them. They were being interrogated, and they were being forced to release their prisoners. Whoosh! The blood-red storm descended from the sky towards the Shun clan. Shinji stepped out, standing beneath the storm. Endless spatial light bloomed from him, pressing against the oncoming storm. But on the other side of the storm, an overpowering demonic image stepped forth, seeming like it could reach them at any time. Lord Taishian might have scruples. The Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe might have scruples. But the Sky River Great Elder had none. He had experienced terrible war in the past. Perhaps he wanted to bring another such war to life. Would he even care? When he had named Yi Futian his heir, he seemed to have used that to lull the Shun clan into a false sense of security. They thought he had found a heir so that he could give his knowledge to him, but that he himself had accepted the cruelty of fate. But what was the reality? Did he care if Yi Futian lived or died? Did he care if Qi Shengang lived or died? Who knew? Bring them out. A voice broke the silence. It was the elder of the Shun clan. Suddenly, several cultivators appeared from within the sacred hall, bringing a figure with them. It was a woman wearing blue robes. She looked very frail, and her hair was disheveled, but a clear light shone in her eyes. She looked at Yi Futian and smiled brightly. But as she smiled, tears ran down her face. She was finally able to see his face. It turned out it was just like she had imagined it would be. Yi Futian looked at Fei Xue, his gaze freezing on her. Fei Xue. Yes, she said, nodding. She already knew what he was going to ask. I have cultivated to a higher level, so I can see again. In the past, Yi Futian had fixed the problems within her body. Afterward, she had melded the divine item into herself, cultivating at an astonishing speed. The divine item had naturally contained the power of the Great Path, and now she was already a Nirvana-level saint. Her eyes had been gravely wounded, but once she reached the Nirvana level, her dead eyes were once again filled with light. She had always wondered when she would see Yi Futian again. She had thought it would never happen. She had never thought that at the most hopeless moment, when the Shen clan was about to act against her, he would arrive. "You're just like I imagined." "So beautiful," said Yi Futian with a bright smile. He had faced many unknown threats at the Shin clan. Now, the two of them were standing there, smiling at each other. This smile seemed to come from the depths of Fei Xue's heart. Although she had gone through so many hardships, life was so beautiful. Even in the depths of despair, there was light. What a wonderful feeling. "You can get out of here," said the Shin clan elder coldly. No one could guess what he was feeling now. As one of the top figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he had still been forced into this position. He had no choice but to hand her over. "There is one more person," came a cold voice from the sky. The elder of the Shin clan looked up into the sky, his eyes going extremely cold. He naturally knew whom the Sky River Great Elder was talking about. Yi Futian looked there as well. He had not thought of it before, but the Sky River Great Elder and him were different. He naturally wanted to save his wife. The heroic and powerful daughter of the Shin clan was Yi Futian's master's wife. Was she still in the Shin clan? Boom! Deep within the Shin clan, there was a dull yet fierce roar. Yi Futian and the others looked over there. Terrible divine light was blooming from there. It was as if someone was attacking. An attack on the innermost part of the Shin clan. At that moment, everyone guessed what was happening. "You have everything you want, and you still won't go?" The elder of the Shin clan swept his gaze over Yi Futian and Lord Taishan. The one who was imprisoned within the Shin clan was his daughter. She was a member of the Shun clan. "There is one more person," said Lord Taishan. Obviously, he had decided to aid the Sky River Great Elder. If they left now, the Sky River Great Elder would not be able to save his wife on his own. This is a family affair. The elder of the Shin clan looked coldly at Lord Taishan. "Do the three of you want to get involved?" "Let her go," said Yi Futian, looking at the elder of the Shin clan. The one who was imprisoned was the Sky River Great Elder's wife, his master's masteress, and Xue Fei's grandmother. Since things had already reached this point where they had already offended the Shun clan as much as possible, he did not care if they went a bit further. A dark look came over the elder of the Shin clan's face. He stared at Yi Futian, then said coldly, "You truly do not fear death." "When I came here, I had already put life and death out of my mind," said Yi Futian. The elder of the Shin clan could destroy him just by lifting his hand, but he still stood there in front of him. Did he dare destroy him? He didn't. He would let her go. When Shen Ji came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I never would have thought they would drag in all the other powers. Since the Shun clan dared to do it, they can only accept what is happening now, said the elder of the Do tribe, his voice ringing throughout the city. How could Shinji have known that his assault on the academy would have stirred up such great waves, making the Shin clan face this desperate situation? If they had known, they would not have made enemies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy so carelessly. But who could have imagined this? "Let her go!" said the elder of the Shin clan, his voice ringing out loudly. At that moment, the people of the Shin clan were speechless. Were they finally compromising? Many of the top figures of the Shun clan left, walking towards the great matrix. Soon, bright light pierced everyone's eyes. In the distance, a powerful aura came towards them. A figure strode through the sky. In a flash, she reached them. Even for many of the members, this was their first time seeing her. After all, those events had happened many years ago. Some of the saint level and below people had not even been born yet. They just knew that the head of the clan had a daughter and that she was imprisoned. Yi Futian looked at the figure. Her white hair danced in the wind, looking disheveled, some of it even falling down over her face. She was very thin, as she had been imprisoned for so long, but her eyes still burned with fearsome brilliance. The wind blew her hair, revealing a weathered face, but it was clear that behind that she was very beautiful. She had once been the treasure of the Shen clan. She was very famous in the Central Emperor realm, and many famous people had pursued her. "Masteress," said Qi Xiangang. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Men do not cry easily, especially one as powerful as him. But when he saw her, he felt weak in the depths of his heart. He felt very guilty towards his master and masteress. If it had not been for him, those things would not have happened. Nong Yue would have found someone more talented, and the master and masteress would have maintained their place at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The once brilliant masteress was now so haggard. "You were not so weak in the past," said the woman, casting her gaze over Qi Xiangang, her voice cold. There was very little emotion in her deep eyes. Qi Xiangang wiped away his tears. He knew how powerful the masteress was. Otherwise, she would not have dared to resist her own clan and go to war with them. But at this moment his emotions ran so deep. The woman looked at the elder of the Shen clan, her father. Then she looked up into the storm, seeming to see right through it to the figure on the other side. But at that moment, the storm gradually disappeared. The woman stepped into it, but it closed itself off. She froze, watching it disappear into the sky. Why couldn't she see him? "Where is he?" the woman asked Lord Taishan. Naturally, she knew him. Lord Taishan shook his head and said, "Come back with me to the Heavenly Mandate realm first. I am going to find him." The woman stepped into the air to leave. "Grandmother." A soft voice rang out, making the woman stop. She slowly turned and looked down. Her gaze fell upon Feishue. Her movements seemed to have become incredibly slow as she walked towards Feishue. She placed a trembling hand on her face. "You are Feishue," said the woman, staring at her. At that moment, it seemed like she was seeing her own daughter. She looked just like her. "Yes," said Feishue with a bright smile. She looked at the face hidden behind white hair, and tears fell from her eyes. This strong woman had scolded Qi Xiangang and faced her own father, the elder of the Shin clan, without any problem. But seeing her, she began to cry. "Child." The woman softly hugged Feishue. Feishue leaned up against her quietly. At that moment, she seemed to feel her mother's warmth. Her mother must have been just like her grandmother. Yi Futian was very moved by this scene. "Masteress, let's go back to the Heavenly Mandate realm. We will find the master," said Qi Xiangang, walking up to them. The woman nodded softly. This time she did not refuse. She took Feishue's hand and said, "Let's go." Yi Futian smiled. This was excellent. "Let's go back," said Lord Taishan. Suddenly, the great army began to leave. When they left, so did the 3 great figures within the city of the gods. Within the Shen clan, a powerful aura still pressed down on them. It was as silent as the grave. The elder of the Shin clan watched the disappearing figures. His daughter had not said a single word to him as she left. Chapter 17:13 postpone. The battle at the Shin clan shook the 9 realms. The central imperial realm seethed at the news. No one could have imagined that the incomparably powerful Shin clan would be invaded twice in just a few short days. After beating back the Sky River Great Elder, Yi Futian had led an army of cultivators to their city. And this time, the great army of the Heavenly Mandate Academy contained Lord Taishan, the Xiao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe. When added to the Sky River Great Elder, these 4 giants had descended upon the Shin clan, saving the people they had come to save and killing many Renhuangs. Although they could not damage the base of the Shen clan, this still had great implications. How much of an effect would it have on the rest of the world for the Shin clan, one of the top forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, to be invaded? and in that battle, many cultivators with perfect divine wheels had emerged. These were people who would rewrite the history of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yi Futian had defeated Xin Hao in single combat. There were too many things to talk about in that battle, and the news spread at a frightening speed. Even the greatest forces of the Central Imperial Realm trembled when they heard the news. Many of them even gathered their top figures to discuss the matter. This would probably affect the war for the future of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They could not ignore it. However, none of that had anything to do with Yi Futian. Once they had freed the captives, they returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. When they arrived, the news had naturally not reached the academy yet. The people of Heavenly Mandate City thought it was a bit strange. The army of the academy had gone out and then returned. Where had they gone? Now that they were back, it probably meant that a battle had broken out someplace. Many people guessed that. However, none of them were bold enough to think that the battle had taken place at the Shen clan in the Central Emperor Realm. They did not dare imagine it. After all, the Shen clan was a true top power. Shinji had come alone and shaken the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even with Lord Taishian there, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was nowhere near powerful enough to face him. But if they had not gone to the Shin clan, then where? Many cultivators had gathered together in a large restaurant in Heavenly Mandate City. One of them said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy's army is back. I wonder who they fought. They did not suffer great losses. It's like they didn't run into too much trouble." "Is the Heavenly Mandate Academy still accepting disciples?" asked a young man. "Yes," nodded the man beside him. "Are you planning to go and try to join?" "Wait a little bit. Given the current situation, it's not safe to enter the academy," said a beautiful, white-robed woman sitting at their table. There was something about her that made her look very powerful. "That's right. Otherwise, there would have been no trouble for you to join them, and you would already be a core disciple," said the young man with a smile. "Right now, not many people are joining the academy, although most of the places were taken up by people who joined the academy on the first day. Since then, there has been little competitions. It is not difficult to become a core disciple now," chuckled the man beside them. "Saint Lan is a woman of great influence in the Heavenly Mandate City. I say that the academy should invite her personally to show their sincerity." Everyone around them smiled, but these were words of high praise. Although the Heavenly Mandate Academy had run into trouble, and no one was joining them now, they were still a place for teaching the way. If someone was not incredibly talented, there was basically no way that the academy would personally invite them to come and train. At that moment, a group of figures entered the restaurant, looking around at the crowd. "There is news from the academy," said one of the ones who had come. "They are temporarily not accepting disciples. The selection process is postponed for a month." As he said this, a look of surprise came over everyone's face. What did this mean? The Heavenly Mandate Academy had already said that they would be accepting disciples for 3 months. Now they had announced that they were stopping for a month. Could it be that they were facing a great threat? Everyone in the restaurant was whispering to each other, guessing what had happened and why the academy had announced this. This restaurant epitomized what was going on all over Heavenly Mandate City. Everyone was confused and discussing this matter. What had happened? Was the Heavenly Mandate Academy really in such dire straits? But at that moment, some disciples who had already been accepted into the academy rushed back to their families with great excitement. Not long before, Yi Futian and the others had returned, and the people at the academy had received some shocking news. Many of the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were from families in Heavenly Mandate City. They rushed to their families to tell them the news, for no other reason than that they were so shocked by it. Soon, the news had spread throughout the city. Yi Futian and Lord Taishian had led an army, allied with 3 other great figures, and descended upon the Shin clan, taking back Yi Futian's master and the Sky River Great Elder's wife. This simple news had implications that were simply astonishing. In the restaurant, the host personally came forward and looked at the people discussing this, then took a deep breath and said, "I have news for everyone. The army of the Heavenly Mandate Academy went to the Shen clan and rescued some people there, including Yi Futian's master and the Sky River Great Elder's wife." Boom! This voice seemed to resonate in everyone's minds. Many of them stood up, their hearts trembling fiercely. They looked at the host and said, "Is this true?" "How could the Heavenly Mandate Academy attack the Shen clan?" someone asked. "It was simply impossible." "It's completely true. The news came from the academy itself, from the disciples. They saw Yi Futian bring those people back with their own eyes. It is said that in addition to the academy, the elders of the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe of the Ziwei realm went as well," continued the host. His heart was beating wildly at that moment as well. Even saint-level cultivators could not stop their hearts from trembling. This information was absolutely shocking. Moreover, Yi Futian fought Xin Hao in this battle, and few could have guessed the outcome. In addition to that, it is said that the Heavenly Mandate realm has many cultivators with perfect divine wheels, he continued. Every new piece of information was like a lightning bolt, shocking everyone that heard it. Now they thought about why the Heavenly Mandate Academy was postponing its acceptance of new disciples. When news of this battle got out, it was easy to imagine that the academy would become far more prestigious. And for a time, people from not just the Heavenly Mandate realm, but all of the 9 realms would gather there. At that point, how much competition would people who wanted to enter the academy face? Becoming a core disciple, becoming an ordinary disciple would be hard enough. The woman known as Saint Lan's face went white. She looked at the young man who had praised her before. A core disciple? The academy would personally invite her. "I'm going back to cultivate." She rose and walked out of the restaurant. As she rose into the air, the wind buffeted her, making her robes flutter. Her thoughts were in disarray. She seemed to have missed something, and it was not only her. On that day, countless people in Heavenly Mandate City had the same thought. They seemed to have missed their chance. The disciples who had already entered the academy would very likely surpass them. Yi Futian and the others naturally did not care about what people on the outside thought. To postpone for a month was Lord Taishuan's decision. Since he was now the headmaster of the academy, he naturally had the right to decide this. Moreover, Yi Futian was very happy that he had done this. This meant that Lord Taishuan was truly accepted his role. In addition, he was taking actions in his capacity as headmaster. As for the reason Lord Taishuan had made that decision, it was extremely simple. After the battle, anyone could tell that the academy would grow extremely prestigious. In that case, why not summon the most excellent disciples there to cultivate? The people of Heavenly Mandate City and the Heavenly Mandate Realm had already had a chance to enter the academy first, but they had not dared to due to the danger. Thus, they would now have to compete with the cultivators of all the 9 realms. On the Great Path, there were no realms. The Heavenly Mandate Academy taught the people of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but they did not only accept disciples from there. Within the academy, everyone had settled in. Only Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Qi Xiangang, and some others were left outside. It was only now that Shen Luoxue was able to figure out the relationships between these people and how this affair had begun and ended. Her eyes fell upon Yi Futian, then on Qi Xiangang. "You yourself are not that great, but you have a good disciple," she said. Qi Xiangang smiled, not the least bit angry at her comment. This was the first time Yi Futian had seen this side of his master. But the one he was talking to was his master's masteress, so of course she could take him to task. "Do you know how the Sky River Great Elder is?" Shen Luoxue asked Yi Futian. "After he left, he told me that the deed of thorough comprehension could help you cultivate backward. If it can, then one must use one's own body to guide it and use heaven and earth as the forge, said Yi Futian. My master changed when he broke through to the next level. He probably paid a heavy price. Shen Luoxue was silent for a moment, then said he had a divine item that he got at the same time as the one that was within Fei Xue, but it was much too powerful, so he never brought it out. Yi Futian thought back to the scene when the Sky River Great Elder had appeared at the Shen clan. It had been horrifying. Don't worry too much. He will learn to control it, said Yi Futian. You should stay here and get some rest. Shen Luoxue was silent for a while. Grandfather will be back sooner or later, said Fei Xue softly. You should stay here so that I can take care of you. Shen Luoxue looked at her, then nodded softly. I will teach you how to cultivate. On saying this, she turned to the others and said, You may all leave. All right, said Yi Futian, nodding. The Sky River Great Elder's wife must have been just as powerful as her husband in the past. Although she had been imprisoned for many years, she had probably not stopped cultivating. Xuefei, take care of your grandmother while she rests, said Qi Xiangang. Then they all left. When they exited, Dou Xiao called out to Qi Xiangang, Master, Teacher. The others all called out. Qi Xiangang smiled bitterly, then looked at Yi Futian beside him. Teacher, I will teach them the deed of thorough comprehension for you. You can set your mind at ease about that, said Yi Futian with a smile. Now this was all in the past. He looked off into the distance. Due to the influence of that battle, no one would dare take the Heavenly Mandate Academy lightly again. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had been busy in recent days. Many powerful cultivators from the Shao clan, Yuanyang clan, and the Dou clan from Ziwei realm all converged there. They had brought with them many resources and invited several powerful figures known for their spatial skills in the Central Imperial Realm to help cast a spatial teleportation grand matrix at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the battle with the Shen clan, although the three top figures took no action and were there strictly as observers, the meaning behind their action was extraordinary in itself, relegating them on the same side as the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This matrix that was currently being cast at the Heavenly Mandate Academy would connect the Heavenly Mandate Academy with the three superpowers, as well as other peak principalities in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Therefore, should any troubles arise, the teleportation matrix could be initiated immediately, and mutual assistance could be rendered instantly. This way, the position of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could be secured, and no other force would dare to provoke it with impunity. Aside from that, the three major forces were also in discussion with Lord Taixian and Yi Futian for more cultivators to come and cultivate at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their future generations would come to see the Heavenly Mandate Academy as their main place of cultivation, a place for emerging excellence. Naturally, Yi Futian was in agreement with this proposal. His purpose for building the Heavenly Mandate Academy was also in the hopes that it would become a holy land for spreading the way and exert influence on the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In addition, they were also building some other grand matrices for cultivation purposes, as well as defensive matrices. However, this type of matrices had no practical purposes, as no great powers would take the risk to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy, given its current strength. But for now, no one in the 9 realms had been able to set up a super matrix that could transcend the realm of Renhuang. If such a matrix was possible, then this person could traverse the 3,000 realms of the Great Path at will. After all, anyone who could set up this kind of matrix probably was already at the top of his power. Besides, an ancient tree for seeking the way had appeared in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was planted by Dou Xiao. He planted the sacred tree taken from the god's relic in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, the expansion of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was inevitable. After all, the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm could already be foreseen. The news of the battle at the Shen clan finally spread throughout the 9 realms and became a topic of conversation among all the 9 supreme imperial realms. After this battle, all the major principalities quieted down and there were no more conflicts. As powerful as the Shun clan, they could only swallow this shame for now, for they could do nothing for the time being. Unless the situation was truly desperate, no one would choose mutual destruction. These days, many had come to pay their respect at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Naturally, they were all from the top principalities, such as the cultivators from the Shangxiao Divine Palace, other powers in the higher heavens realm, such as the Divine Sword Li family and Yuiwe Divine Palace in the Shadow Realm that had once come to congratulate them, were here once again. This time, even the goddess Chang, she was in attendance in addition to other prominent figures from Yuiwe Divine Palace. This also demonstrated the status of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, from being the attention of the public to its imminent weakening when facing the crisis of its survival to enjoying its fame in the 9 realms once again, its light brightening the whole world. It was hard to imagine that all this happened in just a month's time. A month later, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was recruiting disciples again. This time, the entire Heavenly Mandate City was filled with cultivators. Countless many had come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy for assessment. As the details of that battle came to light, many people knew that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced many who possessed perfect divine wheels, and it created a great sensation. At this time, Lord Taishian, Yi Futian, and many other prominent figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy stood in a great hall at the Academy, looking at the mighty figures in front of them, a grand occasion. There, countless people looked up at Yi Futian. This unique and outstanding commander who had led the Heavenly Mandate Academy into the Shin clan, with several Renhuang in possession of the perfect divine wheels, decimated the lower Renhuang of the Shin clan, while he himself had crushed Shin Hao. Today, many people proclaimed that within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Yi Futian was the number 1 among his generation. His fame had surpassed that of Jian Qingzhu and Nan Luoshin of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. He became the idol of countless young people, a legendary figure who came into his own without relying on familial influences and created a prosperous dynasty based solely on his own power. Since the unification of the world by the twin great emperors, Yi Futian was the only other person who had done so. To name him as the most dazzling talent after the unification of the divine prefecture would not be an overstatement. In the time of little over 300 years, there had not been many genius talents. After all, the time was too short, and many of them had already achieved fame from before. In terms of influence, it was true that no one had quite achieved it to the level as Yi Futian had. The appraisal of the disciples was done by others at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and it was something for Yi Futian to worry about. But now, many of the cultivators from other forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm had also come to offer their help. At this moment, a bright divine light descended from the void, and many looked up at the sky and saw a group of people appearing in the sky above. Everyone beneath the sky was astounded. The cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan had arrived, and everything that had happened afterward made many people a little afraid. It wouldn't be people from these 2 forces again, would it? Yi Futian looked up at the sky above, and when he saw those who were coming, he revealed a look of surprise. Greetings to the divine priests. Yi Futian bowed slightly and saluted the guests. No need for formality, Emperor Yi. We didn't come to congratulate you on the opening of the Heavenly Mandate Academy last time, so we are coming to take a look this time. The old man in the lead said with a smile. This group of people actually came from empty Imperial Palace. Yi Futian had seen them outside the God's Relic. Thank you, divine priests, this way, please. Yi Futian extended his hand and pointed the way. The figure in the void nodded, and the group descended upon the hall where Yi Futian and the others were. Lord Taishian and the people of other major powers were disquieted in their hearts. As a general rule, the empty imperial palace did not participate in outside affairs, and it was even rarer to appear at the location of other principalities. But now they had descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The meaning behind this action was extraordinary. Divine priests. Lord Taishian and the others nodded slightly to the visitors with respect. After all, the person who commanded the divine priests of the empty imperial palace was none other than Dong Huang the Great. No need to pay attention to me. Just treat me as if I am one of the spectators, said the old man with a smile. He turned and looked at the figure in the distance, and continued, the great emperor after the unification also dedicated setting up academies as places of preaching martial arts in the hopes that martial arts would flourish. Emperor Yi and Lord Taishian now established the Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach in the Heavenly Mandate realm is a great undertaking for a noble cause. If it were ordinary forces engaged in preaching, he would not have cared so much, but the Heavenly Mandate Academy had caused such a sensation in the Nine Realms, and its influence now was close to that of the Tianjin Academy. The elder praised us too much. We're just doing whatever within our power to do, Yi Futian said politely, but he could feel that the other party was being genuine. And strictly speaking, they had helped him out last time at the City of the Ruins. The old man smiled. Emperor Yi is much too humble. Not many in this world could achieve such a grand endeavor. It is indeed great merit. The cultivators from Shangxiao Divine Palace also smiled and added. Shangxiao Divine Palace held the same philosophy about preaching to the world. Yi Futian smiled and didn't say anything more. He couldn't very well agree with them in complimenting himself. You have traveled a long way. Allow me to prepare a banquet so we can drink and celebrate, said Yi Futian. Emperor, you need not trouble. We'll be leaving as soon as we have a chance to check everything out. The old man smiled and shook his head, saying, I heard that Emperor Yi received the great emperor's inheritance in the god's relic. Yi Futian looked at the divine priest, then nodded in silent admission. It could hardly be considered receiving the great emperor's inheritance, but this was something that he wanted to reveal deliberately. After all, this was observed by everyone in the god's relic. On the other hand, the secret of the world's ancient tree was something that could not be revealed, and it had to be camouflaged as an inheritance. I have witnessed the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me. The emperor had given me the inheritance, and I have felt the calling of the gods and listened to their will. The old man murmured. His voice was ethereal. He smiled and said, Emperor Ye's talent and courage deserve our admiration. If you can accomplish such a great feat at your age, your future achievements are immeasurable. The praise of the elder makes me speechless. Yi Futian smiled in resignation. Well, I'm just here to take a look at the situation in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Now, I shall take my leave, the old man replied. Elder, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean anything by it, Yi Futian explained. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily as he got up to leave. If chance allows, we will meet again in the future. After that, he took the group and left, coming and going like a shadow. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. He didn't mind, and he knew that the other party's action had nothing to do with what he said. The visit of the divine priests from empty imperial palace meant that the Heavenly Mandate Academy will have no trouble for a long time, Lord Taishian said, which stunned Yi Futian. However, looking at Lord Taishian and pondering on the significance of the visit, it all made sense, and he was relieved. Indeed, the visit of the divine priests from empty imperial palace could very well be instructed by powers from above. Although the visit was brief, merely a few moments standing inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy to exchange a few words, but it was enough for the Heavenly Mandate Academy to stand firmly in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Shen Clan, Golden Divine Nation, or any other forces who might want to make a move on the Heavenly Mandate Academy would have more angles to consider. So, I owe the divine priests a favor, Yi Futian said with a smile. I'm going now, Yi Futian said as he walked down the great hall and heading toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His heart was at peace. Many matters had been settled gradually, and finally he could really relax for a while. At least for now, there didn't seem to be any imminent threats. Mindlessly, he wandered once again to the place of cultivation for Brahma's pure sky. Goddess Qin. Yi Futian found Qin. He had a palace where Brahma's pure sky was located. Fancy seeing Master Yi here, Qin, he said with a smile. What is the lady up to now in Brahma's pure sky? Yi Futian asked. When Jehu was sent down from the mountain, that's when the lady began her retreat, and she probably won't come out for a while. Qin, he replied. Retreat? Yi Futian nodded. I'll go see Jehu. With that said, he continued to walk inward and came to the place where Hua Jehu was cultivating. Hua, Jehu looked at Yi Futian. Is the realm stabilized after these few days of cultivation? Yi Futian asked. Hua Jehu looked at him and nodded gently. Yi Futian walked up to her with a bright smile. I want to go and visit some old friends. Do you want to come with me? Hua Jehu looked stunned, and her eyes were searching his for the meaning behind his suggestion. After a moment of silence, she then gently nodded. Sure. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Yi Futian said with a smile, then turned to leave. Chapter 17:15 Unreal. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was a picture of great prosperity. Cultivators from the 9 supreme imperial realms were still arriving at the Heavenly Mandate realm just to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. What happened at the Shin clan made them realize that Yi Futian's original intention of creating the Heavenly Mandate Academy was to preach. His intention was not selfish, and he would hold nothing back, or else there wouldn't be over a dozen of cultivators who possessed the perfect divine wheels. This could only mean that Yi Futian did not mind helping others to create the perfect divine wheels. Of course, the premise was that one had to be able to get in touch with him and with a strong enough talent of one's own. Therefore, the only way was to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy and become a core disciple. However, currently it was extremely difficult to become a core disciple because there were not many spaces left. Countless people in the Heavenly Mandate realm regretted that they had missed their best opportunity. Just as the Heavenly Mandate Academy was immersed in its prosperity, Yi Futian and his group left quietly one by one, without alerting too many people or causing too much attention. Only a few key members of the Academy were aware because all eyes of the 9 supreme imperial realms were now focused on him. He must be careful while traveling, especially if he was to go to the lower worlds on this trip. If he were followed by those who meant him harm, it would put him in danger. Though the Shen clan and the Golden Divine Nation dared not attack him outright, if they were to learn of the routes of his departure, it was not above them to plot a secret assassination. A few days later, at Crimson Dragon Realm in Emperor Xiao's realm. In Emperor Xiao's palace, Emperor Xia was reprimanding several princes, and the eldest prince, Xiarong, was among them. Xiarong is about to attain nirvana? How much faster can he speed up his cultivation? Next to him, Queen Xiao smiled and interceded. Since Emperor Xia returned from the Supreme Region, his personality had changed. He was more severe in his attitude, and none of his heirs were able to please him. Queen Xiao knew that Emperor Xia wanted to pass on his throne as soon as possible so that he could be free to either travel wherever he pleased or go to the Supreme Region. However, his several heirs were still too far away from achieving Renhuang Realm. It's a pity that Qingyuan is not here, otherwise she would be able to take over in a few years, Emperor Xia lamented. I miss our little girl too. It's been so many years since she's visited us. Queen Zhao's voice was gentle. She did miss her daughter. Since father intends to pass the throne to Qingyuan, why not call her back? Xiarong said. He had always enjoyed a good relationship with Xia Qingyuan and had taken care of this little sister of his since childhood. However, an incident that happened long ago had caused a rift between the two. Now, upon hearing their father's intention to have Xia Qingyuan take over the throne, the princes found the idea somewhat unbearable. Do you think she cares? Emperor Xia glanced at Xia Rong casually. If Qingyuan was willing to come back, I wouldn't have to look to you guys. Why won't she return? Is it because of him? Xiaorong asked. Would father allow Qingyuan to follow him around just like this? Naturally, he was referring to Yi Futian. Emperor Xia looked at Xiaorong deeply. He hadn't talked to everyone about what happened at the Supreme Region, nor had he mentioned Yi Futian's current state. The gap was far too great between them, so it would make no sense to even mention it. It would only cause needless disruptions in their minds. He sighed silently in his heart. If things didn't happen the way they did back then, he could probably have Xiaorong follow Yi Futian to the upper worlds. But now it was clearly impossible. Although Yi Futian wouldn't pursue the matter further, some things, once done, could never be undone. Perhaps not even Xiaorong himself would know just what he had missed. At this moment, there was a golden brilliance sprinkled from above the sky. Emperor Xia was taken aback, raising his head to look up in the sky. Not only Emperor Xia, but at this moment the people of the entire Emperor Xia city were looking up. They saw that from outside the sky, an extremely sacred divine bird had come and torn through the firmament, covering the endless space with a brilliant glow. Divine bird? What brilliance! What kind of divine bird is this? The people of Emperor Xia's city exclaimed. At this moment, all the demonic beasts in the city prostrated on the ground, shivering, their eyes focused on the divine bird that came from the sky, as worshipping it. Likewise, all the demonic beasts inside Emperor Xia's palace prostrated also. Outside the palace, Xiaorong's mount made a low groan, then laid down. When Xiaorong took notice of this, he was extremely shocked. What kind of divine bird was this? And who was it exactly that descended to Emperor Xiao's realm? Your Majesty. A voice came from atop the divine bird, and Emperor Xia stood up with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that the one he was thinking about was coming at this precise moment. The divine bird stopped in the sky above Emperor Xiao's palace, and Emperor Xia slowly levitated into the sky to meet them. Below them, Queen Xiao and the others looked at the figure on the divine bird, and their eyes fixed there. The one in the lead was Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan was there, too. Father, mother. Xia Qingyuan called out. She walked toward the sky below. There were many others next to Yi Futian, and they were of the older generation from the lower worlds, and Emperor Xia recognized them. In addition, Jiang Qingzi was there also, whose duty was to ensure Yi Futian's safety. If there was a real emergency, they could deal with it efficiently. That divine bird now turned into its human form, clad in golden divine armor with a sharp look about him. It was an extremely powerful demon emperor. The pressure of might that was inadvertently released from his body alone terrified Emperor Xia. Greetings to the elders! Emperor Xia bowed slightly and said, for such characters, he still had to maintain certain etiquette. Just because they came with Yi Futian, it did not mean that he was exempt from showing his respect. No need for formality, Jiang Qingzi responded. The demon emperor nodded slightly. What was played out in front of them shocked many present. Elders. Their father had to respectfully address the demonic beast as elder, and Yi Futian was riding on the back of the demon emperor. This Xiaorong watched all this, feeling a little shocked. Moreover, Yi Futian's breath was unfathomable. As he stood there casually without releasing any breath, he still felt like he was facing his father. Was this how Renhuang felt? But how was this possible? They all agreed that Yi Futian's talent was outstanding. He might even be the best in all of Emperor Xiao's realm, but it was only a matter of a few years that had passed. Your Majesty left in a hurry last time, so I came back this time to see you. It just so happened that Qingyuan also wanted to come home. She would like to see if your Majesty is willing to go to the Supreme Region to cultivate, said Yi Futian. To go to the Supreme Region? Of course, Emperor Xia wanted to. He had the idea since last time, but there was no one to take over Emperor Xiao's realm. Therefore, he ended up here, reprimanding these few heirs of his, which could not be compared with Yi Futian. Without comparison, there were no hurt feelings. I have built an academy in Heavenly Mandate Realm. Now, there are many people cultivating there. The Sword Master and the others are there also. If your Majesty agrees, we can go back together, and Qingyuan could be looked after. Perhaps your Majesty could also ask those elders who participated in the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm, and see if they are willing to go to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with me on my return trip, Yi Futian proposed. It was a way to return the favor of the past. In the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm, in addition to the Sword Master of Lihin, many people, including the Great Shaman, had all participated. You mean to siphon from my realm, Emperor Xia said. Your Majesty understands my meaning, Yi Futian said with a smile. It all depended on personal desires. One would be hard-pressed for the opportunity to rise by staying in Emperor Xiao's realm, but one could grow firm roots here. Venturing to the Heavenly Mandate Realm was taking a risk that could end up with them realizing just how big the world truly was. Depending on the choice that was made, he would not force the issue. Even if they chose not to go, he would leave something here for everyone. Father, the Heavenly Mandate Academy he founded is now recruiting disciples, and it will become a symbolic place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In it, there are top figures acting as deans, and there are also many upper Renhuang. You should tell them and let them make their own decisions, Xia Qingyuan added. She was worried that her father and the others would not understand what Yi Futian's invitation meant and would miss out on something valuable. Emperor Xia's heart palpitated. He had witnessed a war of the top figures at the God's Relic, which started because of Yi Futian. This man, in a blink of an eye, had created another terrifying turn of events again. I understand, Emperor Xia nodded. Then, Your Majesty, I will go to the 9 states first, and come for Your Majesty on my way back. Yi Futian smiled and asked, Qingyuan, you are staying here, right? Xia Qingyuan had not come back for a while. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian, then at Hua Ju behind him, and nodded gently. Emperor Xia also took notice. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, Are you leaving? I have to come back on my way back anyway, so I'll let Qingyuan spend some time with Your Majesty and the Queen without further disturbance, Yi Futian said with a smile. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave now. With that, the divine bird shape-shifted as Yi Futian stepped onto it, and the group departed. He's not going to use the palace matrix, Queen Xiao asked in a low voice. Emperor Xia glanced at her and whispered, The old man next to him is an upper Renhuang. That divine bird demon emperor is probably also an upper demon emperor. At this level, they can reach the 9 states in just a few moments, probably faster than using the matrix. Queen Xiao was speechless when she heard what Emperor Xia had told her. What realm is Yi Futian? Renhuang. He's much stronger than I am. Even Li Hin no longer heeds me much. Just now I saw Yu Sheng and the others in the void, and they also seem... Emperor Xia trailed off while looking toward Xia Qingyuan. They are all emperors now. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Queen Xiao was stunned, feeling a little unreal. It took just one to bring up the others, remarked Emperor Xia. Now, do you understand why I reprimanded them? Yi Futian may become the one we all have to reckon with in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and they are nowhere near Renhuang realm. Not long ago, he launched a battle in the Central Imperial Realm, which established the position of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Now he is known throughout the 9 realms, Xia Qingyuan whispered beside him. Emperor Xia blinked, not knowing what else to say. Qingyuan, the woman behind him, Emperor Xia asked suddenly. Yeah. Xia Qingyuan's eyes darkened a little, and then she nodded gently. His wife. Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qingyuan's eyes and sighed secretly in his heart. Could she really be alive still? Initially, they had thought there was only a glimmer of hope. Xia Rong and the others looked on all this quietly, feeling a little numb inside. Ren Huang, Yi Futian. Since the moment he arrived, Yi Futian didn't even bother looking at him. When the subject was breached on taking various people to the upper worlds to cultivate, he made no mention of Emperor Xia's heirs. Wasn't this obvious? Yi Futian respected his father and was willing to help his father, but it had nothing to do with him. 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the pinnacle. Why did this all feel like a dream? Chapter 1716, Investigating Background. Before Yi Futian arrived in Emperor Xiao's realm, a group of cultivators had arrived before him. However, they had not alerted Emperor Xiao's palace. This was because they had found useful information among the memories of commoners in Emperor Xiao's city. They naturally did not need to disturb Emperor Xia anymore and draw attention to themselves. After Yi Futian and his army descended upon the Xin clan, the Heavenly Mandate Academy became known throughout the 9 realms, and they began to accept disciples. However, the Shen clan had come up with another plan. They decided to investigate Yi Futian's background and origins. Although currently they could not do anything to Yi Futian, they might accidentally stumble upon something by doing so. In the future, when they truly went to war against Yi Futian, they might have some trump cards up their sleeve. Hence, this time, they did not plan to alert Yi Futian. They decided to carry out all of this in secret. Otherwise, they would cause Yi Futian to be cautious. Only by acting in absolute secrecy and clearly investigating Yi Futian's background could they use the information during a critical moment in the future. Being the proud Xin clan, they initially weren't bothered to do things in such a manner. However, the Shen clan's battle with Yi Futian was the first time they felt such a sense of danger. Out of curiosity about Yi Futian's background, as well as in preparation for the future, the Shen clan decided to descend to this realm. As they continued descending past Emperor Xiao's realm, they arrived at the lowest level of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the mortal world of the 9 states. Here, figures at the Saint Plane were already legendary figures that stood at the top. By surpassing the mortal planes, one would become a saint. All planes below that of the Saint Plane were considered mortal planes. From the perspective of the Shen clan, a place like the 9 states was weak and pathetic. Yi Futian had emerged from such a place. However, they were not too surprised. After all, rumor has it that the twin great emperors had also trained in the mortal world. There were even rumors that the homelands of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing were in the lower worlds. Such rumors were usually unreliable and were just embellishments to their legends in some places. Members of ordinary forces might not be aware of such rumors. However, the Shen clan was a force that stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They knew far more than most people did. The life of Donghuang the Great was extraordinary. Donghuang the Great had descended upon the lower worlds, but only to experience the cruel reality of the world. After all, back in that era, Donghuang the Great had yet to unite the divine prefectures. Compared to the current day, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path back then were still in a state of long periods of turmoil. The Shen clan was only afraid of one thing. Was Yi Futian also such an existence? If Yi Futian were such an existence, that would spell trouble for the Shen clan. However, amongst the various memories that they had investigated up until now, it was highly likely that Yi Futian was truly born and raised in the 9 states. It seemed that he had been here since he was very young and very weak. Even if huge figures were to send their descendants here to train, would they begin to do so at such a young age? In the barren state of the 9 states in the Zhongzhou City region's crouching Dragon Mountain, the Zhuge family was extremely lively. Today, it was the birthday celebration feast of the crouching dragon Mountain Master and the head of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingfeng. Members from all 9 states had come to celebrate and congratulate him. Ever since many Saint Plain figures appeared in the barren state, the position of the barren state could not be compared to what it once was before. Multiple large, holy lands appeared in the barren state. Crouching Dragon Mountain was one of them. Also, due to the relationship between Zhuge Qingfeng and Yi Futian, who in the 9 states would not show him some respect. Even the most powerful Saint Xia from Summer State would regularly mingle around with the various saints in the barren state. Before, this would have been impossible. However, the saints of the barren state were now held in high esteem because of their relationship with Yi Futian. There was the Dojan of Sage Hall, Yi Futian's master, as well as Zhuge Qingfeng, Yi Futian's uncle, his second elder sister's father. There was also Yu Qi of Alchemy City, Yi Futian's older brother's father-in-law, and Yuan Hong from Taiying Mountain, who was a sworn brother of Yi Futian. Each and every one of their backgrounds was extraordinary. Saint Xia occasionally visited Emperor Xia's realm to find Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia would personally instruct him to take good care of the saints in the barren state. What sort of position were they in to receive such treatment? Currently, the planes and abilities of the saints of the barren state were no weaker than his own. There was still very strong competition between the younger generation of the 9 states. However, the figures at the very top instead had a much closer relationship. The major figures of the 9 states had all arrived for Zhuge Qingfeng's birthday feast. Crouching Dragon Mountain was a lively place. Many people were reminiscing about the good old days, laughing and chatting away. Occasionally, they would bring up Yi Futian and the others, wondering how their cultivation was now. The city at the foot of Crouching Dragon Mountain was also very lively. Many people had come to join in the fun. In an inn, many people were discussing Zhuge Qingfeng's birthday feast. Right now, on top of Crouching Dragon Mountain, have the various saints of Summer State also arrived. Naturally, Saint Xia has also come. Crouching Dragon Mountain is held in high regard in the 9 states. It is one of the training holy lands in the barren state. Lord Zhuge is also a great figure. Back then, he joined Yi Futian in many wars and survived through countless perils. The young mistress of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Mingyue, Yi Futian's second elder brother, Zhuge family's son-in-law Gu Donlu, and Yi Futian's third elder brother, all became famous after the battle on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Are you referring to the battle with Bai Luli? Until now, people still talk about it, someone to the side said as they reminisced about the past. Is Yi Futian that incredible? At that moment, in a corner of the inn, a few youths dressed in fancy clothes were sitting quietly and drinking wine. When they heard the people in the inn discussing this, they could not help but speak up. These youths had deep gazes, but their auras were restrained. Their cultivation auras could not be detected at all. Nevertheless, from their temperament, it was clear that they were not ordinary people. "Do you not know of Yi Futian?" the person to the side asked. He revealed a strange look. Yi Futian was a famous figure in the barren state, even in the 9 states. He had long become an existence of legend. There were still people who did not know of him. "I have heard of him, but I do not know how incredible he is. Could you share a bit about him, good sir?" One of the youths asked with a smile. Not long ago, they had already searched the memories of some people. They roughly knew about Yi Futian's exploits, but still did not know the core issues. They wanted to know more. "Sure." The person to the side was somewhat excited as he began. "I remember back then." The person began to tell his tale. The members of the lower worlds had ordinary levels of cultivation. Hence, they were even more passionate about the stories of these legendary figures. As he began to speak exultantly, the youths all fell silent and listened intently. Although they looked down on this mortal world in disdain, Yi Futian had proven how outstanding he was in the 9 supreme realms. Hence, they also listened attentively. They lamented inside. They never imagined that Yi Futian had actually come from the mortal world and reached the upper worlds through bloodbaths and battles. Here in the land of the 9 states, Yi Futian had already experienced life and death battles. In the mortal world, this story would not lose to the story of Yi Futian leading an army to attack their Shin clan in the 9 supreme realms. Since you mentioned that Yi Futian was small and weak, then where did Yi Futian come to the 9 states from? A member of the Shin clan asked. I believe he came from the Barren State. As for specifically which area in the Barren State he was from, I am not sure. The person pressed on. Why? Are you starting to show interest in him too? I want to pay tribute to his place of birth. The member of the Shen clan replied with a smile. I am wondering, did he manage to achieve his current achievements because he was someone with an extraordinary background to begin with? Of course not. A pretty maiden joined the conversation. She was young and beautiful, seemingly a girl from a respectable family. He came here from Eastern Barren Territory. When he was in Eastern Barren Territory, he studied at Book Mountain, a popular place for training, the maiden said softly. Moreover, he only entered Book Mountain when he was 18. The disciple of College Cottage went to meet him personally to bring him into the college. Prior to that, he grew up in an even more isolated place. He moved his way up slowly and relied only on his own ability. He was a bona fide legend. When she mentioned the name of College Cottage, one could hear the pride in her tone. Yi Futian's enrollment into College Cottage was not a secret. Many people in the Barren State knew about it. It was just that she knew slightly more than the others. After all, the man was her Uncle Yi. However, it had been a very long time since she last met Uncle Yi. Miss, you seem to know quite a lot, the youth said to her with a smile. The young maiden glanced to the other party and nodded her head as she revealed a faint smile. She did not say any more after that. After all, she was not familiar with them and would not talk too much with them. Everyone was up on Crouching Dragon Mountain. She got bored staying up there, so she came down the mountain. By chance, she encountered people discussing Uncle Yi in the inn, so she couldn't help but comment. Eastern Barren Territory, the youth muttered under his breath. Miss, you said Yi Futian went to study in Eastern Barren Territory from an even more isolated place. Where is that place? Is it Yi Futian's birthplace? The young maiden wanted to reply, but the elder beside her cast a glance at her. Then she said nothing and just smiled. Young mistress, let's head back, the elder beside the maiden urged gently. He sensed that the few youths were not simple. Their temperament was too extraordinary. Their gazes were not that of youths as well. It was as though they could pierce through the others with just their gazes. Miss, can we talk to you in private? One of the youth asked. They could get the information they needed by searching this maiden's memory. After that, they would have no more business with her. Sir, our young mistress still has matters to attend to. Farewell, the elder said as he dragged her off. The young maiden also got up and prepared to leave. However, they realized that they were surrounded by a golden divine halo. They couldn't move as they wished. What's happening? The people in the inn were shocked. The few youths were still sipping their wine without a care in the world. Then they put down their glasses and made a grab in the air, leaving the inn with the maiden. The maiden was seized by them even though they were not touching her. She was forced to move with them. She couldn't resist them at all. So powerful. The crowd was astonished. What plane were they at? Were they at the high-level sage plane? They directly stepped out of the inn with a single step. They saw a tall, burly silhouette already standing in the air ahead of them. The silhouette walked over towards them and shouted, "Presumptuous!" His voice was as loud as thunder. Powerful Saint Plane aura descended upon the youths. The elder was actually a figure at the Saint Plane. It was the city lord of Alchemy City. The surrounding people were astonished when they saw the silhouette that had appeared in midair. It was the city lord of Alchemy City, Yuchi. Yuchi's expression was sullen. The maiden who was captured was his granddaughter, the daughter of Shuai, and Yushi, who was Yuchi's daughter. Yuchi came to check on her since she left the mountain. To his surprise, someone would actually act so brazenly in the territory of Barren State. However, he noticed that the few youths were unaffected by his aura. From afar, powerful auras approached one by one. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, the Saint Plain figures detected the abnormality happening here, and they traversed the space to come here. They appeared from various directions. The few youths frowned. Initially, they just wanted to search through the maiden's memory, furtively. Unfortunately, it seemed like this maiden's identity in the mortal world was not simple. No wonder she knew more than the other commoners. It seemed like their cover had been blown. Now, the problem was, should they kill their opponents? Chapter 17 dealing with. Many cultivators, including Saint Xia, Saintly of Nine State College, Moon Saint of Yu Clan, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong were around. Their cultivation had reached the Saint Plain, the peak at the lower worlds. It took them only a few steps to traverse from Crouching Dragon Mountain to the inn. Right now, they were all standing at different corners. They unleashed their auras and enveloped the few youths. However, they felt slightly uneasy. Under the pressure of their might, the few youths whose aura could not be detected still stood unperturbed. It was as though they sensed nothing. They did not speak up either, seemingly communicating through sound transmission. Shun Clan had come here this time on a secret mission. They wanted to act furtively and investigate the past and relatives of Yi Futian. Then they would leave quietly and pretend that they had never appeared here before. After all, they were well aware that if their trip here were made known to Yi Futian, the information they got would be meaningless. It would not help the Shen clan at the crucial moments to deter Yi Futian. Could it be that they would need to kidnap everyone who was related to Yi Futian? If they did so, Yi Futian might intrude on the territory of the Shen clan once again. Their kidnapping would be futile. Hence, now that they had been discovered, the youths of the Shin clan were considering all the possible solutions. They were communicating via sound transmission. We will not get into a fight with them. We just have to intimidate them. Then, we can proceed with our original plan. This is the mortal world. It is possible that they have lost contact with Yi Futian. The leading cultivator of the Shen clan announced their final decision. They decided not to kill the Saint Plain cultivators. It would be too risky for them to do so. If they did not start a massacre, perhaps this matter would not be found out by Yi Futian. Even though these Saint Plain cultivators had close connections with Yi Futian, it was all in the past. Now, the former was in the mortal world while the latter was in the 9 supreme regions. They were so far apart. Maybe these cultivators had lost contact with Yi Futian. I am fond of this girl. I will bring her around on an excursion. Don't worry. I won't hurt her, said the leading cultivator of the Shen clan, who was named Xinjian. Let go of her. Yuchi emanated a terrifyingly sharp aura. His gaze was fixed on Xinjian. He could not possibly allow a stranger to take his granddaughter away. Xinjian swept an indifferent look towards Yuchi then. A vast might of Renhuang suddenly burst forth from his body. In an instant, a suffocating pressure enveloped the entire city, including Crouching Dragon Mountain within it. Shen Jian's figure suddenly appeared mightier. He simply stood there, causing other people to feel as though they had to worship him. In that instant, the expressions of Saint Xia, Yu Qi, and the others changed drastically. Their hearts trembled inside. This aura, it was that of a Renhuang. This is her fate, Xinjian said indifferently. His voice was extremely powerful. The two people behind him similarly released powerful auras. They were actually Renhuangs as well. Everyone in the city was suffocating. The members around the inn even nearly knelt on the ground to worship them. They were Renhuangs. wasn't Emperor Xia, who was the true master of the 9 states, the only Renhuang. The 3 of them were all figures at the level of Emperor Xia. The person who had been bragging about Yi Futian in the inn before this also felt his heart tremble. He felt his face turn red hot. They had actually bragged about a genius in front of Renhuang's. No matter how much of a genius Yi Futian was, the Renhuang plain was still only a distant dream. Back then, Emperor Xia had only sent representatives to the lower worlds, and the 9 states already trembled in fear. The expressions of Saint Xia and the others changed drastically. 3 Renhuangs stood before them. Currently, in the entire Emperor Xiao's realm, there was only one Renhuang, Emperor Xia. Why had such existences appeared in a lower world like their 9 states? Can we go now? Shen Jian extended both of his arms forwards. In an instant, the saints in midair felt that their bodies were unable to move. This group of figures that stood at the peak of the 9 states was like ants before these opponents. Renhuangs. Even if Emperor Xia were standing here today, he would most likely be unable to do anything. Rumble. A powerful aura from Shen Jian enveloped Xuechao. There seemed to be a divine eye on his glabella. In an instant, he had invaded Xuechao's memories and obtained a lot of information. Eastern Barren Territory, Book Mountain, Cottage, Gudonglu. It seems that they still had to make a trip to Book Mountain to know exactly where Yi Futian had come from. This young maiden's identity was also actually someone so close to Yi Futian. She was the daughter of his elder brother. Xuechao's weak and frail figure floated in midair limply as the power directly invaded her mind. She did not even understand what the other party was doing. After all, her plane was too low. Before her opponent, it was basically negligible. Let her go. Yu Qi's eyes were crimson. His body heated up, and his clothes ripped apart. It was as though his body had been branded red. Xuechao was his granddaughter. No matter how powerful his opponent was, how could he possibly stand this? Bang! Dozhan also took a step forward. His expression was extremely ugly. However, when they saw Shen Jian simply extend his hands forward, they felt the absolute suppression of planes and learned the meaning of despair. This space turned absolutely quiet. Buzz. Once Shen Jian obtained the information that he wanted, he raised his hand and swung Xuechao towards Yu Qi since they had already been seen through. There was no reason to sneak around anymore. Xuechao was of no use to them anymore. They would not touch Xuechao and these members of the mortal world. This way, word of this incident might not get out. Let's go. The 3 silhouettes immediately walked off and disappeared from their original spots. They instantly appeared high in the sky above. No one in the 9 states could stop them. It was impossible for anyone in the 9 states to stop them. They were not even on the same level. Rumble. At that moment, a violent sound came from the heavens above. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. In the sky above, it seemed as though the huge hand of a deity had appeared from afar. It suppressed everything and directly headed towards the 3 Renhuangs. Frightening divine light suddenly burst forth from the bodies of the 3 Renhuangs. The light swept across thousands of miles of space. At that moment, the people below truly felt the might of Renhuangs. From their perspective, the Renhuangs were like deities. The huge hand that was descending from the sky was actually a golden claw. In an instant, it grabbed hold of the 3 Renhuangs. From the sky, it slammed them forcefully downwards into the ground, causing a district in the city to be blown apart. Countless cracks appeared. A huge, endless claw immediately subdued the 3 Renhuangs on the ground below, imprisoning them below the claw. Countless people in the city felt that this scene was like a dream. The 3 Renhuangs were directly knocked out of the sky by a claw that came from afar without showing any signs of resistance. They were Renhuangs, existences at the same level as Emperor Xia that loomed high above the rest of them. Buzz. Brilliant golden divine light shone down from above like the authority of heaven. It was a divine bird, the golden-winged giant pung bird. He spread its wings and blocked out the sky and the sun. His golden divine wings seemed to be sharper than all divine arms. No one dared to look into his indifferent, monstrous eyes. This golden-winged giant pung bird was a mighty existence in the Pung bird clan. He had reluctantly served as a mount because they needed to make haste this time. In reality, he had wanted to request that Yi Futian aid one of his descendants in his training. Otherwise, as an upper-level demon emperor, how could he possibly become a mount? After all, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not a powerful force, and Pung bird clan were not subordinates of Yi Futian. Right now, the members of Crouching Dragon Mountain felt terror and awe. Even Saint Xia, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others were trembling inside. The divine bird that had appeared could easily crush them all. "Father!" a gentle voice cried out. After that, the crowd saw a woman jumping off the back of the golden-winged giant pung bird that was high in the sky. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she appeared cool and beautiful. Beside her was a scholar dressed in white. He was handsome and looked extraordinary. His temperament was astonishing. "Master, uncle," another voice called out. A group of silhouettes leapt off one after another. By the time the saints of the 9 states clearly saw the silhouettes that appeared before them, the gazes of the people down on the ground were frozen as they looked up into the sky. The silhouettes were all too familiar. Zhuge Mingyue, Gudonglu. Yi Futian Yusheng. There was also Hua Jiu. It's Yi Futian. Down below, voices gradually cried out, instantly causing an uproar. It was Yi Futian. Good heavens, what were they seeing? Yi Futian and the others had returned. They were like deities that had descended upon the mortal plane. Existences at the Ranhuang plane were immediately suppressed by the claws of a demonic beast. This was just too surreal. Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others stood there stunned for a long while. In the end, they finally realized that they were not seeing things wrong. It was Yi Futian. He had returned. "Master, seniors, I will deal with them first," Yi Futian said. He then lowered his head and looked at the 3 renhuangs on the ground. The members of the Shen clan had actually investigated until they reached this place. After suffering defeat at his hands, had they begun to investigate his background? He shuddered slightly at the thought. Fortunately, he had returned, and they had encountered the 3 renhuangs. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "We never planned to do anything to them," Xinjian said as he looked at Yi Futian. He was also extremely shocked. Wasn't the Heavenly Mandate Academy busy accepting disciples? Yi Futian had actually come over to the lower worlds, and they had coincidentally encountered each other. "Senior, could I trouble you to deal with them?" Yi Futian said as he looked at the golden-winged giant pung bird. The golden-winged giant pung bird immediately dove down and grabbed the 3 renhuangs with his claws. He then flew up high into the sky. "Yi Futian," the 3 renhuangs shouted. "Shen clan has already given you some leeway last time. If you kill us, Shen clan will certainly know of it. Do you truly wish to go to war?" "As long as you all aren't afraid to do so, I don't care," Yi Futian said. "Kill them." He had barely uttered his words when the skies were filled with blood-curdling screams. Fresh blood rained down from above. This was practically, many people did not dare to look up at the sky. Renhuangs were torn apart just like that. That was too cruel. Yi Futian indeed was not concerned. For the Shen clan to have investigated until here in secret, they were practically provoking him. Of course they had to be killed immediately. It was still the same as last time in the Heavenly Mandate realm. As long as the Shin clan was not afraid, their Heavenly Mandate Academy would also not be scared of them. However, since Yi Futian had discovered the Shin clan, He had to take some people away from here. Yi Futian would definitely not leave any loose ends. Who knew whether or not the Shen clan would send people again to the lower worlds? Uncle Yi. Down below, a silhouette walked up to Yi Futian. It was Xueqiao. She appeared somewhat timid. After having not seen him for so many years, she did not know whether Uncle Yi would feel distant. However, she had always missed Uncle Yi. She remembered that when she was younger, Yi Futian had especially doted upon her. Little Chow has become a young maiden, Yi Futian said softly. Yi Futian. Figures came forward, one by one. Yi Futian revealed a smile as he looked at the group approaching him and said, "Seniors, everyone is here. That will save a lot of trouble. The people just now were members of a force that I had offended in the upper worlds. This force is very powerful. Hence, they have searched until they arrived here. Coincidentally, I came back to bring Master and Seniors to train in the upper worlds. Regardless, Master, Uncle Zhuge, and the others were the people that were close to Yi Futian. He had to take them away from here to prevent the Shen clan from threatening him in the future. As for some others who were just old friends, it would not be an issue. Shen clan was not foolish enough to believe that capturing a few people who were acquainted with him would be sufficient to threaten him. Let's head back to Crouching Dragon Mountain first, and then we'll talk, Dozhan said. He had yet to wrap his head around all that had happened. Chapter 17-18 Tears. Yi Futian and his companions had returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. The city went into a frenzy upon receiving this news. Today was the birthday celebration for Zhuge Qingfeng. All the powerful cultivators of the 9 states had gathered, and the situation was lively. However, the few renhuangs who intruded the place had suppressed everyone who was present. Yet in the blink of an eye, those renhuangs were killed. This was practically a dream. Did the legendary figure of the 9 states really achieve this level of dominance? What plane was Yi Futian at currently? According to those who witnessed the happenings, when they saw Yi Futian, they felt as though they were gazing at a deity. It was highly possible that Yi Futian was a renhuang now. Renhuangs were existences that most residents of the 9 states had never encountered before. It was difficult for them to meet a Saint Plain figure, let alone a renhuang. On top of Crouching Dragon Mountain, the return of Yi Futian, Zhuge Mingyue, and the rest livened up the gathering even more. Yi Futian briefly explained his encounters and invited the saints of the 9 states to come with him to the upper worlds. Many of the saints were tempted to accept the invitation. In reality, with their age and plane, nothing in the 9 states could excite them anymore. Now, everyone in the 9 states was at peace with each other. It was too mundane for the saints. If they went to the upper worlds, especially to the 9 supreme regions, they might have a chance to advance further in their cultivation. However, some of them were worried about their juniors. Yi Futian assured them by saying that Emperor Xia would take care of everything here. Besides that, he would push for the establishment of a pathway between the upper worlds and the 9 states, so that renhuangs from the upper worlds could occasionally descend to teach the way in the 9 states. It would further prosper the development of martial arts in the 9 states. All the saints said they would need a few days to consider the offer. Yi Futian dismissed the gathering. Then he went to the Holy Ji Palace, gathering all the disciples for a lecture. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were thrilled when they found out that their palace lord, Yi Futian, had broken through to the Renhuang Plain. Even though Yi Futian had left for many years, he was still an iconic leader for the Holy Ji Palace. He was the emblem of the Holy Ji Palace. In the past, the old palace lord used his own death to establish the succession of young Yi Futian as the next palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. After that, Yi Futian led the Holy Ji Palace through terrifying battle after terrifying battle. Finally, they secured their spot at the peak. Up until now, this tale was still deeply engraved in the hearts of many disciples. At the palace on the cliff, Yi Futian taught the way. When the elders of the Holy Ji Palace saw the unparalleled figure, they were so touched that they teared up. Yi Futian brought many top cultivation manuscripts from the upper worlds and left behind many items. He then left the palace. Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple in the Eastern State was previously disbanded back in the day. However, several years ago, the Lady of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, Glass Saint, had returned and rebuilt it. The disciples of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple that had left gradually returned. They had tears in their eyes. They had finally waited for the lady to return and rebuild the Holy Temple. This had been the dream of the disciples of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple for many years. After hoping for so many years, Glass Saint had finally returned. After Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple was rebuilt, it had remained very quiet and rarely caused any commotion in the outside world. It had merely quietly passed on teachings and trained disciples. However, many people in the Eastern State discovered that the female disciples that occasionally emerged from Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had abilities that were astonishingly powerful. This caused countless young women in the Eastern State to join the Holy Temple and train. In the years after, Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple's fame grew, and its influence spread throughout the Eastern State. There were rumors that after returning from her travels, Glass Saint's current plane was already without equal in the 9 states. However, she herself kept an extremely low profile and did not contend for anything. She merely quietly passed on teachings. Ever since she re-established Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, Glass Saint had never left Lapis Lazuli Mountain. No one from outside of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had seen this legendary woman. This aroused the curiosity of countless people towards Glass Saint. Previously, the grudge between Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had ended with the demise of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Now, had the once top beauty in the Eastern State already desired nothing in this world. Let alone the people in the Eastern State, even the disciples of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were very curious about Glass Saint. Right now, at the bottom of the steps leading to the main temple of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, a few silhouettes were walking down. Their temperaments were all extraordinary, and their appearances were all stunning, each with their own unique features. However, right now they wore worried expressions in the faces. Master was in a daze again, one of the women said softly. These past few years, she has always been like this. I feel sad, just watching her like this. I wonder what Master is thinking of. No one knew what Glass Saint was thinking inside, not even her direct disciples. Glass Saint's current behavior was extremely indifferent. Aside from instructing disciples in their training, she did not have a strong desire to improve her own plane. Although she still trained every day, regardless of whether she improved or hit a bottleneck, she still remained calm. There was no rise or fall to her emotions. Her disciples thought that it would have been better if Master were to be angry and scold them from time to time. However, Glass Saint had never done so. She showed no emotions to anyone. Even if their training had gone off course, she would still calmly instruct them. I know, right? Watching Master being in a daze on her own makes my heart ache. I feel that Master is too lonely and has no friends. She doesn't even have anyone to talk to. She has also never come in contact with the other saints of the 9 states. The saints of the 9 states would regularly send people to invite Glass Saint to join them. However, Glass Saint had always declined their invitation. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs below. Their gazes shifted downwards, and they saw a white-haired youth walking up the stairs. Although his hair was white, he seemed very young, and his temperament was otherworldly. He appeared amazing in their eyes. It was as though they could not take their eyes off him once they saw him. "Who are you?" a maiden asked. "Senior, we couldn't stop him," a female disciple who was at the bottom of the stairs reported. I am Yi Futian. The youth smiled gently while saying, I'm here to meet your master. Yi Futian, the few girls whispered. The next moment, their pupils constricted as they pointed at Yi Futian. Which Yi Futian? Clearly, they had realized the identity of the person standing in front of them. He was the legendary figure of the 9 states. Both Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain were annihilated by him. Rumor had it that in the past, Glass Saint had traveled with him. He was the Yi Futian. Now he was here to look for Master. Could it be that Yi Futian looked at them with a smile? The few girls felt slightly nervous and excited. His tender smile seemed to be affirming them that he was indeed the Yi Futian that they were thinking of. I will tell Master that you're here, said one of the girls. I'm sure your master will not want to see me. I will leave after I have a look, Yi Futian said while smiling. Then, with a step, he disappeared right in front of them. The few girls looked at each other, shocked. This they gazed at the top of the temple. Yi Futian reached the top of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. A stunningly beautiful figure was leaning against the railing, quietly. She was gazing into the distance. Her silhouette looked like an outcast when matched with the background. She seemed so lonely as she stood there. A breeze came, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Her beauty did not fade as time passed. Not only did the once top beauty in the eastern state maintain her beauty, but her temperament had also become more extraordinary as she aged. The loneliness accentuated her beauty. Seemingly sensing something, she turned around and saw a white-haired youth standing there. A hint of fluster flashed past Glass Saint's eyes the moment she saw the youth. However, she regained her calmness in the blink of an eye. Then she turned and stared at the clouds again, as though she had not seen him. Yi Futian moved forward and walked up to her side. He leaned against the railing and stared at her side profile, asking, Why did you leave without saying goodbye? When they were in the valley of the demon realm of the heavenly mandate realm, Glass Saint left and did not return. To Yi Futian's surprise, she had actually returned to the 9 states. Glass Saint did not answer him. She stood there in silence. Yi Futian did not mind her silence either, saying, This time, I am back to visit a few old friends in the 9 states. I am bringing them to the heavenly mandate realm to train there. I heard that you were back, so I dropped by to pay you a visit. Do you want to follow us back? What happens after I go there? Glass Saint spoke for the first time since Yi Futian arrived. She stared at Yi Futian with her enchanting eyes. Yi Futian was momentarily stunned, then he replied with a smile. Of course, you will train there. Right now, all the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm have established the Heavenly Mandate Academy together. If you train there, you can become a Renhuang one day. Training. Becoming a Renhuang, Glass Saint murmured. She continued to gaze into the distance, whispering, What happens after I become a Renhuang? After you become a Renhuang, your beauty will last for an eternity, while your lifespan will never come to an end. Isn't this what every cultivator dreams of? Yi Futian revealed a perplexed look. Then what happens next? Glass Saint asked again. Yi Futian was speechless. Don't you have any other desire after the incident of the great Zhou Sacred King? Yi Futian asked softly. I do, Glass Saint replied. What is it? Yi Futian asked curiously. I still have not settled my vengeance with you for what happened in the past, Glass Saint responded. This. Yi Futian naturally understood which incident Glass Saint was referring to. This was awkward. Back then I was forced to do so. Yi Futian's voice didn't sound convincing. If Glass Saint wants to seek vengeance from me, I will agree with whatever you come up with. Are you certain? Glass Saint looked into Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian stared back at those beautiful eyes and said, What do you think? If I want you to take responsibility, Glass Saint asked. Yi Futian was speechless. He had a bizarre look in his eyes. The beautiful eyes of Glass Saint still stared at him. Her gaze then shifted to looking into the distance. She softly said, "Being in Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple is rather nice. I will always continue to pass on my teachings. The upper worlds are not suitable for me." Yi Futian stared at the strands of hair fluttering on her forehead. He nodded slightly and said, "All right. If at any time you wish to come, head to Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm." Glass Saint nodded in response. Seeing that Glass Saint had no intention to continue the conversation, Yi Futian left quietly. His figure disappeared in an instant. After he left, Glass Saint still stood at her original spot and gazed into the distance. A few figures walked up to her carefully, calling, "Master." Did Yi Futian leave just like that? What did he say to Master? Glass Saint did not respond to their call and remained standing in silence. "Master," the girls called once again. Then, only did Glass Saint turn around slowly. When the few disciples saw Glass Saint's face, they felt their hearts skip a beat. They stared at Glass Saint, their master, with dumbfounded gazes. Right now, on that gorgeous face, there were actually tears. 100 lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, Nanda Nation, East Sea. A dark, golden-black wind condor spread its wings flying over the East Sea. It was not moving very fast. There were 2 figures on the back of the black wind condor. It was Yi Futian and Huajiu. Yi Futian had traveled all this way from the Barren State. First, he went to the Book Mountain in Eastern Barren Territory, and then he traveled to Nanda Nation and the Kengi Kingdom until finally he passed through the academy in the East Sea before making his way to Qingzhou City. Of all the people that traveled together with them, there was now only him, Huajiu, and the little condor. Back then, the little condor had also come from Qingzhou City, somewhere in the mountains. Thinking back all those years, it felt like centuries ago. They were in no hurry. Otherwise, with Yi Futian's current realm, they would be able to reach Qingzhou City with just one step. But he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to walk the roads of the olden days, enjoying the tranquility. Perhaps he wanted Huajiu to experience it too. Huajiu remained silent on their journey. Yi Futian had no way of knowing what she was thinking about, though he did try to pry into her thoughts. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as soon as he saw Huajiu, he had asked Fei Xue to keep an eye on her. He did not disclose Fei Xue's special talent to anyone from the outside. It would prove to be a great advantage in future training for core figures in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. According to Fei Xue, when Huajiu was around him, her emotions were extremely calm, like water without waves. There was no love, hatred, nor any other emotions. This here is the East Sea. Back then, the master, the little condor, and I flew over the East Sea from Qingzhou City to go to Donghai City. And the first place we went to was the Nandu clan to take a look. At the time, you were cultivating at Donghai Academy. The sea breeze was caressing their faces as Yi Futian spoke softly. Along the way, he said a lot. Huajiu listened quietly, occasionally nodding, but rarely responding. I remember when I first saw you at Donghai Academy, and I also remember seeing you in Ziwei Palace last time. Yi Futian looked at Huajiu's profile. Of course, she was still as beautiful now as she was then, but it was a different kind of beauty from before. The beauty that she had was youthful, a young girl's demeanor, like a fairy who was full of spirit. Still, I prefer the person you are now. Yi Futian smiled softly as he stretched out his hand and took Huajiu's hand in his. Huajiu's fingers trembled, and when she looked down, she saw Yi Futian's fingers clasping hers tightly. She raised her head and regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Yi Futian's smile was extremely gentle. "Jiu, no matter what you look like, you will always be my wife." Jiu dodged his gaze. Instead of looking at Yi Futian, She kept her eyes forward, but she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Yi Futian to hold it tightly in his. Jiu, after we see the master and the masteress, I will tell them that you were injured so severely that you temporarily lost your memory. You are the only child of the master and the masteress. You can understand that, can't you? Yi Futian asked with a smile. After seeing Jiu, the master and the masteress would undoubtedly act very loving toward her. He worried that Jiu would react strongly. This might hurt them even more. They had been so sad for so many years. Hua, Jiu gave the matter some thought. She nodded gently, and Yi Futian smiled with relief. Sit now. Yi Futian took Hua Jiu and sat on Black Wind Condor's back. It was as if they had been transported back many years ago. Looking at the island in the distance, a smile gradually appeared on Yi Futian's face. Of all the many places that he had been, it was this small island city that brought him the most peace. Qingzhou City was so peaceful. It was as if it was apart from this world and asked nothing from it. In front of the cottage on the shore of Qingzhou Lake, some men were playing chess while the others gathered to watch. Among them, a middle-aged gentleman was dressed in all white. Although he was middle-aged, he was still elegant and handsome. If he were 20 years younger, he would have been an eye-catching character. Over the years, Hua Fengliu's greatest hobby had been chess. After so many years, he had developed the habit of enjoying peace and quiet in leisure. There were many people watching. At this moment, 2 people walked behind the crowd and watched quietly, not disturbing anyone. However, the temperament of the 2 newcomers was so outstanding that the people around them couldn't help but look back at the 2, thinking that they were a beautiful couple. Moreover, the man looked so young but had a head of silver hair, and the woman, upon closer look, also appeared quite familiar. "Young lad, you know something about chess?" asked an old man next to him. Those who watched chess were usually long in the tooth. "A little." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "How is that guy's chess skill?" the old man asked, pointing at Hua Fenglu. "Not very good," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Wow, you sound very confident." The old man smiled. "Then you should go in later and challenge him." No one had been able to beat this man in chess in the vicinity, and he didn't know if this young man was bragging or not. However, for once, he would be happy to see someone beat that guy. "I have something else to attend to. Let's call it a day with this game," the person opposite Hua Fenglu said, "then begin mixing up the chess pieces." Everyone around them laughed because they knew this guy had lost. "Lad, give it a try." The old man next to him turned his head and looked at Yi Futian, who was behind the crowd. "Sure." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "It's just that I dare not beat him." Previously, Hua Fengliu's attention had been on the chess game. Over the years, he hadn't cared much about the world. He had even lost interest in cultivating, so he was a lot less vigilant much than he was before, and he rarely kept watch over his surroundings. But at this moment, when he heard this voice, it sounded so familiar. Lifting his head, he looked at the man with the white hair in the crowd, a little stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Why come back when there is nothing for you to come back to?" "If I didn't come back to see you soon, I was afraid I would forget Master," Yi Futian joked. "What is forgotten shouldn't be remembered. I never cared much about you as a disciple, either." Hua Fenglu appeared calm, but Yi Futian knew that this had always been his demeanor. Yi Futian was smiling, but his heart was full of pain. The master had more white hair on his head, and his temples were now gray. "Master, look who this is." Yi Futian stepped aside. Behind the crowd, a beautiful figure stood there quietly. When Hua Fenglu saw her, though he was sitting there quietly, the chess piece in his hand fell to the ground. He stood up unsteadily. His eyes reddened in an instant. "Jiu." Hua Fenglu walked out to the crowd and came to Hua Jiu. He stretched out his hand, shakily. His fingertips touched her hair and her face. It was as if he wanted to see if she was real or not. His fingertips were also trembling. Yi Futian felt even sadder when he saw this. He was sorry for Jeyu and Master. Even though Jeyu was brought back, she was not completely herself just yet. Jeyu, what's wrong? Hua Fenglu couldn't help but ask when he detected the strange look on Jeyu. Master, Jeyu was injured badly. She has forgotten many things, but she will definitely recover in the future. Yi Futian comforted him. That was all he could say for now. Hua Fenglu was taken aback. Amnesia. There seemed to be a battle in his mind. Then he looked at Hua Jiu and said, as long as you are still there. All these years, he often thought about his daughter. In his dreams, in his memory, that clever and beautiful figure was a pain that could not be erased. Although she had forgotten much, she came back alive. This was already a good outcome, wasn't it? Jeyu, do you remember me? Hua Fenglu asked with a trembling voice. It was as if this was too extravagant of a hope. Hua Jeyu looked at him quietly, and Hua Fenglu understood. He retracted his hand, but found nowhere to place it. He was a little nervous. Let's go home first and see your mother. Hua Fenglu wanted to take her hand, but soon thought better of it and didn't. Hua Jiu nodded gently. On the way over, Yi Futian had already prepared her so she would not reject the idea. Let's go. Yi Futian took Hua Jiu's hand and followed Hua Fenglu as everyone around watched them leave. Is he Fenglio's disciple? An old man asked. Yi Futian at one time had caused a great sensation in Qingzhou City, and he was still a legend in the hearts of many young people. Ah, he's back. How handsome. The others who were around all nodded in agreement. Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian, and the others came to the hut. Before they even went in, Hua Fenglu called out, Wenin, come and see who is back. Before they even got to the inner courtyard, two figures emerged from inside the hut. Nandu Wenin had a smile on her face, but the moment she saw Yi Futian and Hua Jeyu, she could no longer move. Jeyu, Nandu Wenin spoke in a trembling voice, and in just an instant, tears were streaming down all over her face. Daddy, a bell-like voice called out. The figure next to Nandu Wenin went running toward Hua Fenglu, pulling on his hand. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years of age. She was very beautiful. It was just as if she was from a fairy tale. Just one look at her would make anyone involuntarily adore her. Yi Futian was just about to address the masteress before the little girl took over his attention, and he could not look away. He seemed to see a shadow of Jiyu's former self on the little girl. Although the two had a great gap in age, they still bore a great resemblance to one another. The girl took Hua Fenglio's hand and raised her head to look at Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. A childish voice came from her mouth. Daddy, she is so beautiful, like a goddess. When Hua Fenglu heard this, he couldn't help the tears that streamed down his face. Yes, little did she know that was her sister, her very own sister. Yi Futian stooped down. His eyes were a little red as his hand gently touched the girl's face. His touches were so light, it was as if a little more power would hurt the girl. What's your name? Yi Futian asked softly, his voice extremely gentle. Hua Nianyu. The girl looked at Yi Futian curiously, as a childish voice came out of her small mouth. In just an instant, Yi Futian could no longer hold back the tears as they streamed down from his reddened eyes. Nianyu, what a beautiful name. But this name made his heart break. How did the master and the masteress get through these difficult years? Chapter 1720 Smiles. Why are you crying? Nianyu asked Yi Futian softly, as tears covered his face. She reached out with her little hand to wipe away the tears on his face. Because I'm so happy to see Nianyu, and couldn't help crying out of happiness, Yi Futian said softly. Nianyu nodded innocently, just like a porcelain doll. Her big eyes looked at Hua Jiu. She asked, Fairy sister, what is your name? How come I feel like I know you? When she heard Hua Nianyu's childish remarks, Nanda Wanine burst into tears and walked toward the two of them. Hua Jiu looked down at the little girl in front of her. Even though she had been indifferent until now, she stooped down at this moment and answered softly, "My name is Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu." Nianyu repeated after her, then looked up at Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanine, who were coming toward them. She looked at Hua Jiu again and whispered, "Are you my sister?" Hua Jiu looked at the girl with a strange look, then nodded gently. Nianyu opened her little arms, then stepped forward to hug Hua Jiu gently around the neck. She said in a low voice, "Sister, why did you just now come back to see me? Father and Mother missed you so very much, and I have been wanting to see you." Hua Jiu's arms stiffened a bit, but then she hugged the girl gently. "Jiu." Nanda Wanine came over and knelt down, hugging the two sisters tightly. Just now, Hua Fenglu had told her through voice transmission that Hua Jiu had suffered amnesia. Nanda Wanine found this an unbearable reality, but when she thought about the fact that Jiu had returned alive, she was happy. At the time, they had watched Jiu disappearing in front of them. The pain was unforgettable, and not a day had gone by that they didn't think of it. They never expected that Jiu would come back one day. Tang Lan also came out, standing a distance away and watching them. Her heart felt their pain. Over the years, she knew how Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanine spent their days. Only after having given birth to Nianyu did they have a new human being upon which they could focus to relieve the pain of the past. But like a thorn at their side that would not be forgotten, they could only pretend that it didn't exist. They had even told Nianyu that her sister had gone to a faraway place. Now, it was great to see the family reunited. She wiped the tears away from the corner of her eyes. They should all be happy today. "Auntie Tang." Yi Futian smiled and called out to her when he saw Tang Lan. Tang Lan nodded and said softly, "I'm going to cook now." The small town was very quiet. As Yi Futian settled down in Qingzhou City, many who learned of his return would come over and watch him from afar from time to time. After all, he was Qingzhou City's very own legend. Yi Futian kept his aura in check, so that he appeared just like any regular person, chatting with the master and playing chess every day, living simply and quietly. Hua Jiu's demeanor was still cold and aloof, but occasionally when she interacted with Nianyu, there were moments of tenderness. However, it was not possible for her to call Hua Fenliu and Nanda Wanine Mom and Dad. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanine had accepted that and thought nothing further. For them, they had once thought that Jiu left them forever, now felt truly blessed as long as they were able to see her there every day. To them, this was simply a wish come true. As long as they could see her. Outside in the yard, Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu each sat on a wicker chair, on each side of the doorway, lying there lazily like two door guards. "When do you plan to leave?" Hua Fenglu asked softly. "You are not coming along." Yi Futian looked at Hua Fenglu beside him and asked, "It'll be good for us to stay here with Nianyu. It's better for her to just be an ordinary person, much simpler." Hua Fenglu whispered, "We won't worry as long as we know that Jiu is well. When you have time, just bring her back to visit us." After having been through so much, Hua Fenglu's mentality was very different from the one he had in the past. He now preferred simplicity and quietude, and even hoped that Nianyu could live out her life in simplicity and happiness. "It's not so simple." Yi Futian said, "I have enemies, and they have found me at the barren state. For you to stay here may not give me peace of mind." Hua Fenglu was stunned. Had they already chased him to the barren state? He rubbed between his brows and felt a little helpless, saying, "Since accepting you as a disciple, there hasn't been a day of peace. I don't know what evil I did in my previous life to deserve this. No matter what, your disciple is now a Renhuang. Can you please give me a break?" Yi Futian replied with some resignation. Ren Huang, Hua, Feng Lu murmured. This was the first time he heard Yi Futian talk about his realm, but he still appeared quite casual. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Is it very extraordinary?" He didn't seem to understand the concept of Ren Huang. Not really. Yi Futian felt completely deflated under Hua Fengliu's gaze. He figured that even someday, when he became an emperor, it would still be the same in front of this man, who had never spared him any dignity. It was pretty soul-crushing. "Master, don't worry. If something happens, I will send someone to escort Ninyu, Master, and Master us out of there as soon as possible," Yi Futian replied. "It's up to you then," Hua Fenglu said with resignation. Since Yi Futian had already said as much, he could only go along with it. Even though he liked the peace and quiet at present, in reality, he was still worried about Jiyu. If Jiyu really were to come back once several years, he would certainly miss her very much. Both he and Nandawanine wanted to watch over Jiyu, regardless of whether she would ever remember him as her father. Of course, there was also Yi Futian. Although he had never spared Yi Futian in words, his true feeling about Yi Futian was well known to those who were around him all these years. Since many years ago, the two of them, master and disciple, had depended on each other. When Yi Futian walked out of Qingzhou City, carried him on his back, they were already like father and son. Over the years, Yi Futian had had many masters, and every one of them had treated Yi Futian very well. But the one that he was truly close to was Hua Fenglu, because he was the only one he could communicate freely. At this time, Ninyu came over with Hua Jiu, asking Yi Futian, "Big brother, I will take you and my sister out to play. You take me?" Yi Futian looked at Ninyu. "Yep." Ninyu blinked her big eyes and nodded earnestly. "Qingzhou Lake is beautiful at night, and every day there are many pretty girls on the boats." "Ninyu has the best ideas." Yi Futian squeezed Ninyu's face and nodded with a smile. "However, you should call me brother-in-law." "Ninyu likes to call you big brother," Ninyu said with a chuckle. "Fine, whatever you like." Yi Futian got up and picked up Ninyu, saying, "Let's go." Hua Fenglu looked at the three of them, leaving. Yi Futian, carrying one in his arm and holding hands with the other. A smile radiated from his slightly aged face. Eyes closed, he was enjoying the sunshine quietly with a smile on his face. For this quiet little town, Qingzhou Lake was quite lively. The temperament of Yi Futian and Hua Jiu easily attracted attention. Not to mention there was a girl next to them who looked like a porcelain doll. What a handsome pair, and what a beautiful child. Many people exclaimed silently, and they smiled when they walked by Yi Futian. Such a beautiful picture lightened up the mood of many. This must be a very happy family. Look at how clean and nice other children are, and then look at you. Someone behind them reprimanded a little boy who was 6 or 7 years old, dirty and obviously naughty. "Why don't you look at that big brother and sister? It's obviously hereditary. What can I do?" the little boy retorted. Yi Futian smiled warmly when he heard the voice behind him. Clearly, many people had mistaken Ninyu as his and Jiyu's child. Of course, there were resemblances. Hua Jiyu felt strange when she heard this. Yi Futian looked at her and realized he kind of wanted a child. At this instant, he somewhat understood what the master was feeling. After experiencing so much in the outside world, sometimes this kind of simple happiness was really wonderful. The shore of Qingzhou Lake was a familiar place with familiar scenery. Yi Futian put Ninyu down, holding her with one hand and Hua Ji with the other, and said softly, "Gee, this is where we held hands for the first time." With nightfall approaching, there were more and more boats. Looking at all this, Hua Jiu, too, felt that it was a very beautiful sight. "Big brother, shall we go on a boat?" Ninyu looked up at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stooped down and said to Nianyu, "Nianyu, would you like Big Brother to play guqin for you?" "Sure, my dad likes to play guqin too." Nianyu nodded happily. "Let's go then." Yi Futian took Nianyu's hand and walked to the shore of the lake. They found a place to sit on the ground, and a guqin appeared in front of him. It was the famous guqin that once belonged to the String Emperor at Taishan Mountain. Nianyu sat quietly next to Yi Futian, holding her little head in her hands. Extremely adorable. Everyone around them was looking at them. At this time, the sound of the music moved slowly. The moment the note started, the crowd quieted down involuntarily. This was a very beautiful tune. With the beating of each note, brilliant lights flashed around Yi Futian, surrounding him. What beautiful music! On Qingzhou Lake, many people on the boats looked toward the lake shore. The white-haired young man, a girl that could only be from a fairy tale, and behind them, a goddess-like beauty. Of course, there were those who recognized Yi Futian, and while they were excited inside, they didn't go up to disturb him. They just listened quietly. The sound of guqin gradually became louder, like a phoenix singing, with an even more brilliant light now surrounded Yi Futian. Under the night sky, a radiant divine bird slowly took shape. "Look, it's a phoenix!" someone exclaimed, and all eyes were on Yi Futian. The sound of guqin sounded like phoenix singing, and around Yi Futian, a pair of phoenix flew around him, a rather dreamlike sight. At this moment, many women on the ships could not help but look intently. How beautiful! Nianyu also stood up. She came to Yi Futian and watched the phoenix flying around him, a bright and innocent smile on her face. She extended her hand, wanting to touch the phoenix, and saw that the phoenix now flew and danced around her. "Big Brother, they are following me." As Nianyu began to run, the phoenix trailed around her. The girl smiled brightly, and her laughter rang under the night sky by Qingzhou Lake made everyone smile. This was such a heartwarming event. Hua Ji watched all this with undivided attention, and a smile actually appeared on her face. Chapter 17:21 Warmth. After staying in Qingzhou City for a couple of days, Yi Futian left with Hua Fenglu and his family. When the black wind condor spread its wings to depart, many from Qingzhou City watched them leave. Although many already knew who Yi Futian was, no one disturbed him except for an occasional stare from a distance. No one expected that he would leave after only 2 days, so this caught many by surprise. There was a woman standing in front of the house, watching them as they were leaving. She stood there for quite a long time afterward. With the kind of cultivation that Yi Futian possessed, a single sweep of his divine spirit was enough to see through everyone in Qingzhou City. However, this time he just stayed there quietly for 2 days without causing any excitement. Just as the master preferred peace and quiet nowadays, although his cultivation was superior, he had not interfered with other people's lives. He could easily change people's destiny, but in doing so, their course of life would change accordingly. Who knew what the future would bring? Qingzhou City was a paradise in his heart. But what Yi Futian didn't know was that after he left, the island city upon the East Sea was gradually being swallowed up by heavy fog and became ever more elusive. Upon the East Sea, immediately outside the island city, under the shocked observation of those ships that were traveling in the vicinity, the island became increasingly blurry until it had completely disappeared from their field of vision. All they could see was a cloud of mist. In the following month, there were those who left Qingzhou City, entered into the mist, and were never seen again. Gradually, except those who had families in Qingzhou City, no one dared to venture into the mist. A few months later, the mist dissipated, but Qingzhou City had completely disappeared. It was as if there had never been such a city that existed in the East Sea. Qingzhou City was nothing but an island in the East Sea of the East Sea City, inside the Nanda Nation. Although it had caused some discussion in the East Sea City, it was soon forgotten by the others. At most, it would only be mentioned years later as an unsolved mystery. Yi Futian took his time on the way over, but when he returned, it took only moments. He had picked up some people on the way, met up with them in the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, and then departed toward Emperor Xia's realm. After that, from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon Realm, he took advantage of Crimson Dragon Realm's teleportation grand matrix to return to Heavenly Mandate Realm. It took very little time for him to get back, so that by the time they got back, the assessment at Heavenly Mandate Academy had not yet concluded, and countless cultivators from the 9 realms were still converged inside Heavenly Mandate City. In the Heavenly Mandate Realm, outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a divine bird, the roc, morphed back into its original form. The wings of 1,000 meters were spreading out, covering the sky and the sun, and a mighty group rode on its back. There were not many of them when they departed to the lower worlds, but now there were many on the return trip. They were all families and friends from the lower worlds of the 9 states. Were it not for the cultivators of the Shen clan, Yi Futian might not have brought so many people back. But, since what had happened, he must now guard against the Shen clan. At the very least, those who were close to him could not be left behind in the lower worlds, for fear that their safety might be threatened by the Shen clan. On the back of the roc, those from the 9 states looked down at the vast crowd below. They also saw the people taking part in the assessment outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy and felt an incomparably powerful breath of the Saint Plane bloomed and filled the space. At a glance, cultivators of the Saint Realm were packed in densely like sardines, and all the saints from the 9 states were dumbfounded. They were all people at the top in the 9 states, transcendent and holy. However, in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Saint Realm actually looked quite different. The hearts of many palpitated. They had thought that the Supreme Region would definitely be different, but they never expected it to be so terrifying. Donglu, is Saint Plane the general level cultivation of the Heavenly Mandate Realm? Zhuge Qingfeng asked Gu Donglu, who was beside him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue both stood next to him. No, Gu Donglu shook his head and said, "Actually, people above the Saint Plane were in the minority. It was just that now we are basically only in contact with those above the Saint Plane, and some are even in the Renhuang Plane. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is the preaching holy land of Heavenly Mandate Realm. All the cultivators of the 9 supreme imperial realms have come to participate in the assessment of the Academy, which means that the people you see in front of you were all the elite of the 9 realms." Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. This was easy to understand. People at different levels would naturally be surrounded by different levels of people. Of course, the greater environment of the upper worlds and the lower worlds is different, much easier for cultivation, and the Saint Plane is not as difficult to achieve as in the lower worlds, Gu Donglu added. Do you all feel very discouraged? Zhuge Qingfeng smiled as he looked at Dozhan and others next to him. A few of those old guys completely had no place here. They all smiled feebly. There were too many people below, and at a glance it was just a vast crowd, and all of their cultivation was so high that it was a bit frightening. The roc spread its wings and came to the outer peripheral of Heavenly Mandate Academy. The people below saw the white-haired young man on the back of the roc, and suddenly many people bowed and called out, "Emperor Yi! Greetings to Emperor Yi." Many people bowed and saluted Yi Futian, demonstrating a lot of respect, especially the youngsters. Now, Yi Futian was a legend among the younger generation. He was their belief and their idol. Their respect was from the heart. Who else had the courage to lead a great army and challenge the Shen clan? They looked at each other, and there was shock in their eyes. Yi Futian didn't explain to them the actual situation here. Yi Futian's status seemed to be very high and lofty. Yi Futian nodded slightly toward the people below, as the roc entered straightaway inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, swooping down toward the center. When the roc landed, Yi Futian said, "Here." As he was speaking, they went down, and the rock turned into human form. Around them, many a figure flickered their way over. Many of them were prominent figures from the academy. They were saying, "You are back." Yi Futian nodded. Then there were some youngsters who rushed over. Not many knew Yi Futian had gone away this time. After he returned with so many people in tow, inevitably, it would attract a lot of curiosity. The saints from the 9 states felt the aura from those people, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The strongest person they had ever seen before was Emperor Xia, but from Emperor Xia's realm to the Crimson Dragon realm, and then to Heavenly Mandate realm, they all understood that Emperor Xia was simply no comparison with the older generation of cultivators here, because they were simply not on the same level. Those people who stood there felt unfathomable. Just how strong were they? Only heaven knew. They had never come into contact with such strong people. Although Hua Fenglu had feigned disdain when he was in Qingzhou City, he certainly understood that Yi Futian was a true power now, and he had reached an unattainable height. Of course, Hua Fenglu was not too surprised. He was one of the few people who knew Yi Futian's greatest secret. Back then, in front of Emperor Yi Qing's statue, he was the one who protected Yi Futian with his own life, when this guy claimed to be a natural-born emperor as a teenager. It was just that he had no concept of what an extensive impact it would have at the time. Big brother. Hua Nianyu walked next to Yi Futian, took his hand, and looked up at him timidly. After all, Hua Nianyu, who grew up in Qingzhou City, was only a 5-year-old girl. She was a little scared because she had never seen anything like it. Yi Futian bowed slightly and picked her up in his arms and said softly, "Don't be afraid. From now on, everyone here will be your grandpas, uncles, and aunties. You can call them whatever you want, and they will all like you." Nianyu nodded gently, still holding on to Yi Futian's neck tightly. A 5-year-old child was very sensitive to the sentiments of those around her. Yi Futian's was so gentle and indulgent toward her, so that even though she couldn't quite understand it, she was very close to Yi Futian. Even her own sister, Hua Jiu, was not so close to her. After all, although Hua Jiu was very good to her, she rarely smiled. What a cute little thing. Many people showed a kind look when they saw Nianyu. This little thing was way too adorable. "She's pretty." Xiao Muyu stepped forward and pinched Nianyu's cheek. She then smiled and said, "Let me give you a hug." "Big sister, you are so beautiful." Nianyu grinned and then turned around in shyness, still holding on to Yi Futian's neck. Xiao Muyu blinked and looked at Yi Futian, asking, "Master, whose child is this? She's so smart." "Your grandmaster's child, Jiu's younger sister." Yi Futian smiled and answered. Then he looked at Hua Fenglu and Dozhan next to him and said, "This is the grandmaster. This is also." Xiao Muyu's expression was particularly worth watching, but she still bowed to Hua Fenglu and Dozhan and said, "Disciple Xiao Muyu greets the grandmaster and other elders. How did you trick them into becoming your disciples?" "Hua," Fenglu whispered. He could see that this beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament had a very high level of cultivation. "Master, what do you mean trick?" They were perfectly willing. "Ask Muyu if you don't believe me." Yi Futian was a little offended. "Grandmaster, it was out of my own will to follow the master," Xiao Muyu said with a small smile. She could see that these people were probably the master's family. The master, who was considered as the most genius talent in the Supreme Region, had indeed come from the lower worlds. "Hello, 2 masters. Disciple Do Zhao here." Do Zhao jumped out and shouted cheerfully, "You are everywhere," Yi Futian said with a laugh. But this guy's cultivation was somewhat similar to that of Master Dozhan. As for the names of Sage Dozhan and Saint Dozhan, they were both honorific titles, and his real name was not known to many. "Do Zhao, this master is suitable to cultivate methods from your clan. You two can figure it out yourselves." He pointed to Dozhan. "Sounds great. The master can choose any top methods you like, Do Zhao said readily. Isn't it a little inappropriate for me to do that? Do Zhan could tell that Do Zhao's realm was far stronger than him. Master need not be polite. If he's willing to give, you can choose at will, Yi Futian smiled. Yes, yes, master needs not be polite. Do Zhao nodded in agreement. Do Zhan smiled a little weakly. Futian. At this time, Lord Taixian and the others also came over and asked, Family? Yi Futian nodded and introduced to everyone Lord Taixian, the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Greetings. When everyone heard Yi Futian's introduction, they knew that this must be an esteemed person, and they were all being respectful. No need to be so formal. Lord Taixian said, Futian, since it is your family, you will do well to get them settled. Yes. What's the girl's name? Lord Taixian looked at Ninyu. Grandpa, my name is Huan Ninyu, Ninyu said softly. Good girl, give me a hug? Lord Taixian was kind and gentle, just like any other ordinary elder. This time, Ninyu looked at Yi Futian first, and when she saw Yi Futian nodding, she reached out with her hand. Lord Taixian took her and held her carefully, revealing a loving smile that had never been seen before. After living for such a long time, he had not yet enjoyed this kind of joy. Since Ninyu called me grandfather, would you mind me treating her like my own granddaughter? Lord Taixian looked at Hua Fenglu and said with a smile, The elder's affection is Ninyu's blessing. Hua Fenglu smiled and nodded. Before, he had hoped that Ninyu would spend a normal life in Qingzhou City. However, since they were here now, it was better for them to adapt to things. With the affection of such a prominent figure, how could he mind? Lord Taixian and all the elders, Ninyu's talent may be a little lacking by nature, but we will leave her cultivation to you in the future, Yi Futian said with a smile. That is no problem. I'm still here, aren't I? Lord Taixian said with a smile. His realm was enough to change lives and alter destinies, so a little lacking in natural talent was of no concern to him. Many were looking at the little girl in Lord Taishuan's arms, and they all knew that the girl's future was bound to be extraordinary. Of course, they could also see that Yi Futian's position in this Heavenly Mandate Academy was significantly superior. Chapter 17, 22 Thoughts. The people from the 9 states stayed in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The academy looked like a city after expansion and had enough rooms to accommodate the large group of people from the 9 states. After that, Yi Futian introduced the guests one by one and asked some people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to help the guests from the 9 states to cultivate. Zhuge Qingfeng and other members of the Zhuge family obtained the thunder methods after defeating the 9 Cloud Palace, which was well known for the thunder methods back in the days. The Zhuge family also occupied some thunder god relics of the 9 Cloud Palace. Therefore, Yi Futian invited people who pursued the thunder methods to cultivate at the relics. In the meantime, the celestial gate of vast heaven would help the Zhuge family cultivate. Gu Donglu was the clan lord of the celestial gate of vast heaven and had no problem with attending to his father-in-law. Yi Futian asked Do Zhan to follow the seniors of the Do tribe to cultivate. As for Yuan Zhan and Yuan Hong, Yi Futian introduced them to Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor of the Thunder Gods. Yuan Hong and the others belonged to a Golden Ape clan and were naturally excited about the meeting. Yi Futian had arrangements for the rest of the people as well. Yi Futian would certainly make sure that they made headways in cultivation since he brought these people to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. They could achieve breakthroughs even if they reached bottlenecks before. Yi Futian wasn't worried about Nianyu's cultivation progress at all. He had confidence in Nianyu as much as he did in Fei Xue. Fei Xue had her grandmother as her mentor, while Nianyu had Lord Taixian and many other masters in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She could learn anything she wanted in the future. Yi Futian had been busy taking care of these matters recently. The Heavenly Mandate Academy also wrapped up the disciple selection. Some people were eliminated, yet some were ecstatic to be the first class of disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The small group of cultivators who became the core disciples were especially thrilled. Maybe they would have a chance to develop the super divine wheel when they attempted the Renhuang plane if they could be lucky enough to receive some help from Yi Futian in the future. The people from the 9 states eventually dispersed, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy returned to normal. However, it was still bustling and lively because of the new disciples. Besides, the population of Heavenly Mandate City grew as well. Even though many left, there were still plenty of people who chose to stay and cultivate in Heavenly Mandate City. Yi Futian finally had some free time after having his hands full for many days straight. Nianyu became more at ease in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She often pestered Lord Taixian and occasionally went to bother Huajiu. Although Huajiu spent most of her time cultivating, she would still set cultivation aside to indulge Nianyu whenever she saw her. At the moment, Yi Futian was watching the conversation between Huajiu and Nianyu at where Huajiu cultivated. Of course, Nianyu was the one talking most of the time, while Huajiu responded every now and then. Looking at the pleasant and delightful scene, Yi Futian cracked a gentle smile. How wonderful it would be if Jiu came back for real. She must be very happy to see Nianyu. However, Yi Futian started to suspect Huajiu's real identity more and more. He previously speculated that Huajiu might be possessed by the Brahma's pure sky empress. But why would someone like the empress be interrupted by a little girl in the middle of her cultivation? She probably wouldn't bother to talk to Nianyu at all. Besides, the feelers he put out before, like holding her hands, were eventually accepted by Huajiu in spite of her initial resistance. It made him believe that Huajiu was not controlled by the empress. She seemed more like a blank piece of paper in Yi Futian's eyes, as she was not interested in anything else but cultivation. But maybe she was drawn to Nianyu by nature. Just now, a person walked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian focused his eyes on the incoming woman. Her face was beautiful and ethereal. "How can I help, goddess?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. The woman was the Xiantian goddess. "This girl is disrupting her cultivation by coming here frequently," answered the Xiantian goddess. She was ordered by the empress before she came here that Huajiu's cultivation was more important than anything else in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "It's not necessary for you to interfere if she doesn't think so herself," Yi Futian answered, smiling. The Xiantian goddess frowned slightly. It seemed that Huajiu didn't stop Nianyu from coming to play indeed. She came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. "I hope you can keep a tight rein on her," said the Xiantian goddess. Yi Futian gazed at Nianyu and smiled softly. "That is your purpose, not mine." Yi Futian replied in a calm voice, "You can leave any time you want if you don't like it. I won't stop you." After that, Yi Futian walked to Huajiu. The Xiantian goddess shot a cold glance at Yi Futian. As one of the Jiutian goddesses, she enjoyed a high status in the Brahma's pure sky. As talented as Yi Futian was, he was only a junior in her eyes. Nevertheless, Yi Futian didn't show due respect for her at all now. She certainly understood that the Yi Futian here and now was no longer the same person who went to the Xiantian pavilion back in the days. The Brahma's pure sky couldn't possibly manipulate him anymore. This white-haired young man was almost a king without a crown in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He could lead the army to attack the Shin clan with one order. He had already wiped out the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the 9 Cloud Palace. They were standing right now on where the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was in the past. Even the Empress probably wouldn't be able to pressure Yi Futian inside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, let alone her. She had no choice but to back off. "Jiu," Yi Futian walked to her and called her name. Hua Jiu raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as usual. Let's go to cultivate in the matrix together. Yi Futian offered his hand. Hua Jiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded slightly and placed her hand on Yi Futian's palm. Brother, I want to cultivate with you too. Ninyu lifted her chin and said to Yi Futian, Have you visited Grandpa Xian today? Yi Futian rubbed Ninyu's head and asked. Ninyu lowered her head and pursed her lips, then said in a quiet voice, Grandpa Xian doesn't like Ninyu anymore. How so? Yi Futian asked with a smile. Grandpa Xian said he wants to rebuild the foundation for me and asked me to sit there without moving. It's so tiring. I have so much stuff in my head every time he is done, and I can see different colors around me. Am I sick? Ninyu raised her eyes and looked at Yi Futian innocently. How could you be sick? That stuff is the worldly spiritual qi that can make you prettier, among many other things. Yi Futian laughed. Oh. Ninyu nodded gently, said, No wonder it seems like it's easier for me to learn when I hear father playing the guqin. Yi Futian smiled. A few people walked past the Shintian goddess. Yi Futian turned back and took a brief look at her, said, I have something to tell you. I told Jiu's parents that she lost her memory and was saved by the Empress, Her Majesty. I hope you don't put me in an awkward position in the future. Otherwise, I have no choice but to show you the door. The Shintian goddess's face turned somber. Yi Futian was threatening her. Yi Futian had the confidence to do so nowadays. Staring at his receding figure, the Shintian goddess knew that it would not be easy to take Hua Jiu back, even though they sent her here to cultivate in the first place. Yi Futian wouldn't let Hua Jiu go. The Empress wanted Hua Jiu to make progress in the academy, while Yi Futian set his heart on keeping her here. Therefore, he didn't mind helping Hua Jiu cultivate. The Shintian goddess had no solution in the face of Yi Futian's threats. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was Yi Futian's territory. She only realized now that nothing was up to them anymore since they came here. While walking, Yi Futian looked at Ninyu and asked, Ninyu, can we go see Grandpa Xian? Yes. Ninyu nodded sweetly. Lulan, take her there. Yi Futian turned his head and said to Lulan Shui. She had been taking care of Ninyu these days. Yes. Lulan Shui stepped forward. Ninyu let go of Yi Futian's hand and left with Lulan Shui. Yi Futian went to the cultivation grounds and met Xia Qingyuan. She looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiu and darted a glance at their hands holding together. A strange look flashed in her eyes, yet disappeared shortly. They were husband and wife, after all. Qingyuan, do you need me? Yi Futian asked with a smile. No. Xia Qingyuan shook her head slightly, said, Carry on. I'm going to cultivate, she replied and walked away, then turned back after a few steps, said, I plan to be in seclusion to cultivate for a while. Can I go to look for you when I am ready to attempt the Renhuang Plain? Of course. Yi Futian answered pleasantly. He already guessed that was why Xia Qingyuan wanted to talk to him. Qingyuan, you obtained a divine item from the god's relic. You can merge it with the life spirit to transform your life spirit and create the divine wheel of the great path. With my help, you will definitely develop a perfect divine wheel. Don't worry and concentrate on cultivation, Yi Futian said. Yes, I understand. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and left. Was she about to try out the Renhuang Plain? She didn't seem to be excited. She always wanted to advance to Renhuang, return to the Emperor Xia's realm, and take over her father's position. Emperor Xia was eager to come out to cultivate, but he couldn't leave without someone in the realm to inherit his throne. She would be able to free her father from the burden when she became the Renhuang. She had a sense of loss whenever she thought about it. She wasn't so thrilled about the Runhuang Plain. It was a complicated feeling. Let's cultivate in seclusion for a while as well after taking care of the matters in hand, Yi Futian said to Huaji. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was stepping onto the right track. He hoped to focus on cultivation in seclusion for a few years after everything calmed down. Nowadays, the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan didn't dare to bother him. The conflicts between him and other forces were not as serious and heated. They wouldn't risk stirring up trouble. Thus, the 9 realms should be relatively quiet in the next few years, at least to him. Nonetheless, the calmness was only temporary. He would only be confident enough to face the next storm if he kept improving himself by constant cultivation. He was not where he wanted to be yet. He discovered that it was never enough, no matter how high he reached or how studiously he cultivated. Perhaps he could only enjoy the absolute freedom when he hit the peak. Chapter 1723, Divine Prefecture Calendar Year 10,040. Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10,040. It had been 4 years since the Heavenly Mandate Academy was founded. In the past 4 years, the Heavenly Mandate Realm was more peaceful than any previous era. After the battle with the Shen clan, no one dared to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Within the Heavenly Mandate Realm, with the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the center, the forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm themselves were almost in themselves a great alliance. The human realm of cultivation and the demonic realm were no longer at odds, but cultivated together. Although there were countless disputes occurring daily in the realm of cultivation, the competitions between top forces were gone. To the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm, it was considered a peaceful era. Some people had divided the history of the Heavenly Mandate Realm into different eras. If the era before was considered a time when warlords reigned, then the Heavenly Mandate Realm today could be said to have officially entered an era led by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The entire Heavenly Mandate Realm was centered around the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the past few years, the number of cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City had expanded rapidly, showing explosive growth, so that for those whose cultivation was not strong enough, they almost could not gain a foothold here. People whose cultivation was below the Saint Plane, unless relying on familial influence, was almost scraping the bottom of the cultivation world in Heavenly Mandate City. Today was the day for the selection of core disciples at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Every year at this time, some spaces were allotted so that some disciples may enter the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, the cultivators inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy sort of knew that in the interior of the academy, there was a place called the cottage. It was the absolute core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, directly under the command of Yi Futian. Those who had possessed the perfect divine wheels in the battle with the Shin clan were all disciples of the cottage. At this time, there was a huge sect gymnasium inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There were several law battle platforms, and many people were fighting there. Out front, on the high platform, several people were sitting there, presiding over the selection process of core disciples. There were 9 of them in total. Besides the 7 elders, there were also 2 younger people. Many disciples from the Heavenly Mandate Academy gathered in the surrounding area. Even if they were not on the selection list, they still looked forward to the selection process of core disciples. This is the first time that senior brother Chu Yu appeared in this capacity. In the distance, there were many disciples who were rather envious. Chu Yu, like most people, joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy after its establishment. However, they were the first group. When the Tianjin Academy was first established, Gaitsong, the overlord of the Golden Divine Nation, and the cultivators of the Shen clan descended in force, so that almost no one dared to approach the academy. Chu Yu was one of the first 3 who entered the academy. Many people guessed that perhaps from that time on, he had already been regarded as an important person to be brought up in leadership. Well, I heard that senior brother Chu Yu was the first to enter that place and was the only disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy who who was not previously acquainted with Emperor, someone said softly. Many people knew what place he was referring to. The cottage inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a mysterious place that was not made public to the outside world. But those who cultivated in the Heavenly Mandate Academy more or less knew something about it. In the past few years, several people had entered the cottage, but only Chuyu, who had not known Yi Futian before, was the first to enter the cottage by his own ability. So, it is possible that, senior brother Chu, you could cast the divine wheel of the great path. Some showed a sharpness in their eyes, and there were some speculations in their minds. Brother Chuyu was an extremely famous figure in Heavenly Mandate City even before that. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Yi Tianyu, once tried to coax Chuyu to accompany him in cultivation, so his talent was without doubt. However, Emperor Yi and the others truly didn't care about his relationship with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Some people couldn't help but secretly admire him. The operations of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were fairly transparent. This matter also demonstrated the generosity of Yi Futian and the elders of the academy. They didn't care much about the candidate's background or past. It was said that the Chu clan in Heavenly Mandate City had already designated Chuyu as the next clan leader. Senior sister Feishua became an emperor at such a young age. Wasn't the conflict with the Shen clan caused by sister Feishua? Someone looked at the other young person sitting above, and it was Feishua. Senior sister Feishua is actually not that young, but it was said that she used to fall into deep sleep often, almost in a state of suspended animation. Now that she's being guided in cultivation by the peerless goddess of the Shen clan, Shenluoxue, how could she not become an emperor? Someone said. And besides, there is also... The people around nodded. It was rumored that Feishua still had a divine item in her body, and she was also the daughter of Yi Futian's master. It was completely reasonable that she became an emperor. At this time, on the high platform, someone who had just passed the screening came over, looking at the 9 people in front of him. He Feng, Saint Plain of Nirvana, an old man who was sitting in the middle, said, "Suppose one day in the future you are a Renhuang, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy encounters a crisis just like 4 years ago, with the great army descending on the academy. If you participated in the battle, you will most likely lose your life. What will you do? If the Heavenly Mandate Academy thinks that the battle can be won, then I will fight. If it thinks that it cannot be won, then I will run. If one day I have the ability to avenge, I will. If not, I will choose to continue cultivating quietly," Feng responded. The elder looked at the others, lingered especially on Feishua, and then looked at Feng and nodded. "Congratulations on passing the assessment." Feng bowed slightly to everyone, then stepped aside. After that, someone else came forward, and the questions were still simple. However, the results were different. Some passed and some didn't. The people who had reached this point had, in fact, already passed the talent screening. As long as the 9 people were in agreement, they could become core disciples. This year's assessment format was different from years past. It was really the simplest yet. Just a few questions, or even just one question. At this time, another person came forward. This person exuded a dazzling divine light and a supernatural temperament. He was a Renhuang. Most people who entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in the Saint Realm, but there were also a few Renhuang. Or rather, those who broke through and became Renhuang in the training process at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Not just any Renhuang could enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The rule of the Heavenly Mandate Academy dictated that they would still need to go through a selection process. Yan Huang of the Solar Realm, Divine Wheel First Order, cast the Divine Wheel of the Celestial level. The old man looked at him and said, "Why would you not enter the Solar Divine Palace to cultivate, but choose the Heavenly Mandate Academy instead?" The Heavenly Mandate Academy is famous in all of the 9 realms. Do I need any other reason? Yan Huang replied with a smile. If your cultivation at the Heavenly Mandate Academy is not satisfactory, it will not help you much, because you are already in the realm of Renhuang, and there are no other strong elders to guide you in your cultivation. But if admitted at some point in the future, you may be required to do something for the academy. Would you be willing? The old man asked. This question, stated bluntly, was to ask him if the Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't help in furthering his cultivation. Would he still be willing to pay the price? Yan Huang didn't answer immediately. His pupils contracted slightly, but then he smiled casually. Since I have entered the academy, I am a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the academy has any needs, of course, I will do my best to help. What if there is danger? The old man asked again. If the danger is great, I might consider it. But if the danger is low, I will be willing to do it, Yan Huang replied. The old man nodded, then looked to the others, as if they were secretly transmitting messages. After a while, the old man said, Yan Huang, assessment failed. The pupils of the people in the distance contracted. Failed. How could it be? Yan Huang's cultivation was inordinately advanced, and he was quite well known among his peers. His strength was mighty and his demeanor aloof. But he actually failed during the selection process for core disciples. What was wrong with his answer? Yan Huang was also in shock. A scorching glow shot out from his eyes as he stared at the old man. He asked, Why? You will still have a chance in the future. The old man did not respond directly, but replied with a smile. Although he was sitting in the middle seat for the assessment, the actual decision-maker was Fei Xue, who was sitting next to him. She was the sole person who determined the results in the last phase of the assessment. In fact, even if a few of the others didn't quite understand Fei Xue's reasons, but everyone sitting here were key members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they would have never doubted such a high-level decision. As for the reason behind Yan Huang's failure, it was actually very simple, because Fei Xue saw that all his answers were nothing but lies. Heavenly Mandate Academy would rather choose those disciples with lesser talents over those cultivators who were keen on infiltrating the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. These core disciples would be the mainstay of the academy in the future. I want to know the reason, Yan Huang insisted. The old man frowned, but heard Fei Xue answered, You are a cultivator of the solar divine palace, correct? Yan Huang's pupils contracted, and he now looked at Fei Xue, who was sitting beside the old man. How could she know that there was a problem in his answer? The Heavenly Mandate Academy is said to recruit disciples regardless of background. So what does it matter whether I am a disciple of the solar divine palace or not? Yan Huang did not answer, but looked at Fei Xue instead. Indeed, we don't question your background. If you are a disciple of the solar divine palace, you could very well enter the academy as such. However, if you deliberately lie to conceal your identity, it just casts more doubts on your true purpose. Fei Xue said, I will report this matter to the academy. The disciples who were watching from a distance were stunned. Yan Huang was actually a member of the Solar Divine Palace. But why would he hide it? Goodbye. Yan Huang turned around to walk away. Since he failed, he was going to leave the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It seemed that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had secretly investigated him. Yan Huang, don't leave the Heavenly Mandate Academy for the next few days. Another voice was heard. It was Chuyu. Yan Huang turned around and glanced at Chuyu. You have no right to give me orders. After that, he took great steps forward. However, Chuyu also stood up, and in an instant a violent power of the great path shrouded Yan Huang. Yan Huang's face changed slightly as he turned to face Chuyu. I have heard your name many times while cultivating at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I guess I can see for myself today. You are not worthy, Chuyu said. He stepped into the void, and the power of the terrifying divine wheel of the great path swept out from his body and rushed into Yan Huang's, causing his divine will to tremble, and it was suppressed. Bang! Chuyu took a step forward, and Yan Huang was knocked backward hard. "I suspect that you have entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy with ulterior motives, and will report this to the Law Enforcement Hall for further investigation. If you leave without authorization, know that you are doing so at your own risk," Chu Yu said forcefully, and suddenly, Yan Huang looked extremely upset. The elder who was sitting there now looked calmer. In the past few years, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had grown extremely quickly. While it looked prosperous and peaceful on the outside, the reality was that it had already been infiltrated by many other principalities, each with their own motivation. It seemed that they really need to think the matter over carefully. Chapter 17, 24 Dark Currents. After 4 years, the Heavenly Mandate Academy's internal operations were already well developed. The Supreme Elder of Heavenly Mandate Academy was in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, and it was none other than Shen Luoxue, who was once the goddess of the Xin clan. Those in the Xin clan possessed a special talent, and under the survey of the divine eyes, there was no secret that could be hidden from them. The incident with Yan Huang was personally investigated by Shen Luoxue, who rarely involved herself in day-to-day affairs. The final result was that Yan Huang was indeed an undercover agent whose purpose was to infiltrate into the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He was to collect information and to get a hold of secrets inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, no details were disclosed to the public. Shen Luoxue's investigation revealed that Yan Huang was to find out how Yi Futian was able to create the perfect divine wheel, what he had gotten from inside the god's relic, and to obtain some exclusive methods in cultivation and to bring them back to the solar divine palace. In truth, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a principality in preaching, not a clan. It did not necessarily require a strong sense of loyalty from its disciples, since leaving after their cultivation had concluded wasn't an issue for the academy. The assessment process was not actually as strict. As long as there are no great concerns, it was not insurmountable to become a core disciple. But to become a disciple of the cottage, or even to enter the absolute center of the academy, would require a strong sense of loyalty to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, this did not mean that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would permit any actions that would endanger the academy. Therefore, the punishment for Yan Huang was to abolish his cultivation and expel him from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They did not announce the true identity of Yan Huang, though it was really not so much a secret. Their discretion was to save the solar divine palace the humiliation. As for the abolition of Yan Huang's cultivation, if the solar divine palace was not afraid of offending the Heavenly Mandate Academy by sending in a spy, the academy wouldn't care too much about the consequences of the punishment. It was all done with mutual understanding. The incident this time was meant to set an example for the others, and it was the first time that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had sent such a warning to the people inside the academy. The place of preaching also meant that no internal conflicts were allowed. In the sword pavilion at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a horrible sword intent flowed inside a sword matrix, with many figures sitting there quietly. After a long while, a mild chiding was heard as the sword intent dissipated, and the power of the sword matrix disappeared. "How do you feel?" the sword master of Lihan asked several young people who were in the matrix. "Although my lord and Yi Wuchen have both reached the level of the Sword Emperor, their swordsmanship feels totally different," Wang Chuan replied. "Take the best from the experts, but comprehend your own swordsmanship." The sword master of Lihan nodded slightly. "It's so depressing." The person beside Wan Chuan sighed. "We all cultivated together back then. Now even Wuchen had proven the way, and I am not even within reach of nirvana." The speaker was Su Kei, the young master of Tingxua House in the land of the 9 states. His father, Su Shang, was next to him, saying, "Everyone's fortune is different. You will have your shot in the future." "Father, let's not talk about me. Look at yourself. You are not even at my level," Su Kei shrugged. "Get out of here," Su Shang cursed, embarrassment written all over his face. This B** was looking to get hurt. Wuchen and I have had our own adventures, and we've had better luck. The sword master of Lihin appeared very calm, without the slightest air of an elder. When they were at Emperor Xia's realm, Renhuang were legends. But in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, being a Renhuang was nothing worth showing off. Uncle Su and Su Kei's cultivation path is similar to that of the clan of the Seven Slayers. Futian meant that you could ask them for some advice, Yu Wuchen said. The clan of the Seven Slayers had quite a few people who were currently cultivating at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Academy generally welcomed everyone, as long as they were not sneaky like the Solar Divine Palace. Don't be depressed. With all these years spent at Crimson Dragon Realm and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you've already cultivated fast enough. Next to him, Huang Jioga spoke with a smile and Su Kei nodded. This was the truth. Back then, they would have never been able to imagine today's scenario. At that time in the 9 states, Saint Plain was already legendary, enough to stand on top of the 9 states. And now, they were looking forward to the realm of Renhuang. Renhuang, Huang Jioga remarked in his heart. His own ancestors were in the realm of Renhuang, and now he had the opportunity to reach the realm of his ancestors. For the past few years, Yi Futian had spent a lot of time on them. He would come and visit them whenever he came out of the retreat and provided them the best resources for cultivation. These young people aside, even those from the older generation in the 9 states, who had all reached bottleneck in their own cultivation, had their realms abruptly smashed through in recent years. Dozhan, for example, was cultivating the powerful body, refining formula of the Do tribe, constantly breaking through the limit of his own physical body and tempering his spiritual power by various means. In such ways, even previous limitations could be broken. How is Futian's cultivation? I wonder if he will break into the 2nd level of the divine wheel, Su Kei whispered. In the past few years, Yi Futian's cultivation had been intermittent, and most of his time, besides spending on cultivation, was spent on being with Hua, Jiyu, and Ninyu. He just came out of the retreat and went to Uncle Hua's, so let's not disturb him for the time being. Huang Jioga smiled and said, and Su Kei nodded in agreement. Clearly, they won't deprive Yi Futian of the opportunity to enjoy some peace and quiet. In the residential palace where Hua Fenglu was located, Nanda Wenin had already prepared a table of food. Although Yi Futian no longer required meal intake at this point in his cultivation, he still quite enjoyed the simplicity and warmth afforded by sharing a meal. Ninyu hasn't come back yet from cultivation. Yi Futian smiled and asked. It should be soon, Nanda Wenin replied. Brother, sister. Just as they were chatting, a clear voice came from outside, and a little girl, like a little fairy, came running toward Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Hua Ninyu stretched out her hands to Yi Futian, indicating that she wanted to be picked up. Hey, you are too old for this. Yi Futian smiled and rubbed Ninyu's head. The girl was now 9 years old, and she still wanted him to pick her up every time she saw him. We'll stop when I'm 10. Ninyu looked at Yi Futian pitifully. Deal. Let's see how heavy you are now. Yi Futian indulgently picked Hua Ninyu up, and the girl suddenly burst into a bright smile. How's your cultivation coming along? Yi Futian asked. Grandpa Xian said that I've got potential and that I will definitely be better than you in the future. Ninyu looked at Yi Futian with her big eyes. That's for sure. Ninyu has to be better than me. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, and put Ninyu on the chair. When everyone sat down, Nanda Wenin looked at Lulan Xue and said, Lulan, come and sit with us. No. Lulan Xue shook her head. Come and sit together. Yi Futian turned his head and said to her. Lulan Xue glanced at him, then nodded gently, and sat down on the other side of Ninyu. You've worked hard these years. Don't delay your own cultivation, Yi Futian said to Lulan Xue. Lulan Xue nodded slightly. Although her cultivation was weak, She couldn't have imagined all that was before her eyes. However, if you returned to the 9 states now, you would be someone great and could even become a clan lord in your own right, Yi Futian said with a smile. Lulan Shui gave him a look and said, I'm not going back. Yi Futian didn't expect Lulan Shui to be so sensitive. Upon seeing his gaze, Lulan Shui explained, I like Ninyu very much. I would be happy to take care of her for the foreseeable future. Well, Sister Lulan is very good to me. Ninyu said, I don't want Sister Lulan to leave. I didn't ask Sister Lulan to leave. Yi Futian pinched Ninyu's face and replied. Nandu Wanine watched in silence. She smiled and said, the food is getting cold. Let's eat. She was a woman, so she understood what Lulan Shui was thinking. This girl was way too stubborn. She would rather stay by Yi Futian's side as a handmaid. Well, Masteress, please eat. Yi Futian started serving Nandu Wanine some of the dishes and then did the same for Jiu. It's enough to take good care of your own wife. Hua Fenglu glared at Yi Futian and then took the initiative to serve Nandu Wanine. Of course, he also did so for Tanglan, who was next to him. Yi Futian had a completely innocent look on his face. Master, you are too. Don't mind him, Nandu Wanine said with a smile. Big brother, eat. Next to him, Huan Ninyu copied Yi Futian and started serving him the dishes. Ninyu, what about me? Hua Fenglu looked at Ninyu and said, Dad, you have Mom to help you. Ninyu looked at Hua Fenglu innocently with her big eyes. Hua Fenglu looked at her, dumbfounded, and then at Nandu Wanine, who was clearly trying not to laugh. He felt like a total failure. When he thought of that, he gave Yi Futian another dirty look. Yi Futian shrugged and stifled a smile on his face. The family enjoyed the meal together. Afterward, Yi Futian left with Hua Jiu. Do you want to go back and rest? Or do you want to go to the academy with me? Yi Futian asked Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu thought for a moment, then looked at Yi Futian and replied, I'll go with you. Yi Futian smiled when he heard Hua Jiu's answer. He looked at the beautiful face, so close to him, and said softly, Can I kiss you? This was his wife, but Yi Futian would never force her to do anything. He had always treated her in the gentlest manner. Hua Jiu gave him a strange look when she heard Yi Futian's request. There was no embarrassment on her indifferent face, nor did she blush, but she seemed to consider the request seriously. After a moment of silence, she nodded gently. Ah. Yi Futian gently circled her waist with both hands, making Hua Jiu a little nervous. Under the gaze of her beautiful eyes, Yi Futian approached bit by bit and kissed her forehead gently. Hua Jiu felt a little strange in her heart, but couldn't tell just what that feeling was exactly. Could it be a little nervousness? She didn't quite understand it herself, but when Yi Futian asked her, she didn't seem to mind. Over the years, she seemed to have become accustomed to being with Yi Futian, so that the voice inside her head that urged her to devote herself to cultivation had gradually weakened its influence on her. He said that she was his wife, and she, too, felt that he was very familiar and kind. But who was she? Was she his wife? At this time in the distant Brahma's pure sky, a strong aura fluctuated in a palace, and it seemed a little cold. At the same time, someone had informed Lord Taishian that recently, some things that were extremely unfavorable to the Heavenly Mandate Academy had happened in the outside world. Many disciples from the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been assassinated while undergoing trials outside. Lord Taishian then ordered an investigation on the matter immediately. After 4 years of peace and quiet, were there now someone who started to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy secretly? This matter soon became known in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There were more and more people being assassinated while outside. Chapter 17, 25 The Force from the Paw. The Heavenly Mandate Academy sent out cultivators to investigate. In the meantime, they urgently recalled the disciples of the academy traveling outside. Yi Futian naturally received the news as well and didn't go back to cultivate in seclusion. Many people gathered in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, including Lord Taishan. He didn't need to worry about most of the things that happened in the academy these days, but the assassination of the disciples of the academy was no small matter. Right now, everyone in attendance was a key figure in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How many disciples have been assassinated outside so far? Lord Taishan asked in a cold voice. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was not a clan. The disciples only came to study and cultivate. The assassination of the disciples was meaningless and couldn't weaken the academy as a whole. From what he could see, even the enemies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't have to play such dirty tricks. If it were him, he would never do this kind of thing, as he valued his dignity and reputation as a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain. We counted over 30 people so far. One person responded, "We're calling them back as fast as possible." Besides, quite a few elders have gone out to spread the news in the Heavenly Mandate realm and bring back the disciples cultivating outside. All right. Lord Taishan nodded. He said, "Do we have any other clues?" It's sudden and unexpected. We don't have any clue right now. We can only wait until the people who went out to investigate come back. What do you guys think? Lord Taishan asked. They were all central figures of the academy and should speak their minds freely. Someone took a guess and said, "Nowadays, an enemy who dares to attack our Heavenly Mandate Academy must be a supreme force rather than an ordinary one. Moreover, it is very likely to be a powerful lord. A powerful lord would be someone esteemed, like Lord Taishan. No one else would dare to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as they couldn't bear the consequences once they were exposed. What do other people think?" Lord Taishan continued to ask. "The Shen clan feuds with our academy the longest. Beside them, the Golden Divine Nation also has a deep enmity toward Futian. Other forces were our rivalries in the God's Relic. It seems like the Shen clan should be our major suspect. But I don't believe the Shen clan is behind this." "Why?" Lord Taishan asked. "The Shen clan is too proud and overbearing to do something sneaky like this. Besides, if they wanted to fight back, they would certainly make an earth-shattering move to completely overpower the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It's meaningless to them to kill ordinary disciples of the academy. Judging by the last battle, it's apparent that the Shen clan doesn't want to or dare to start a war yet." The person continued to speak. People nodded in agreement. The person had a point. The Shen clan had no reason to commit such an act. If that's the case, the Golden Divine Nation is more likely to act behind our back and stir up trouble. Of course, it may also be other forces that want to start a war, other people suggested. "Futian, what do you think?" Lord Taishan looked at Yi Futian and asked. "I also agree that it's less likely to be the Shen clan. I can't say for sure if it's the Golden Divine Nation. We should wait for the investigators to come back and see if there are more concrete clues," said Yi Futian. Lord Taishan nodded. Even though everyone was eager to know the answer, they had no other choice but to wait for more news for now. "How is your cultivation going?" Lord Taishan asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian had been cultivating most of the time in the past few years, and only came out very occasionally. "I advanced to the Divine Will Second Order not too long ago," replied Yi Futian. People fixed their eyes on Yi Futian. The speed of his cultivation process was indeed amazing. Cultivators in the Renhuang Plain normally spent hundreds of years to move up a level. It would be quite impressive if someone could advance in several decades. Achieving the Divine Will Second Order in on a few years was astonishing and unheard of. A senior from the Shao clan said, "You displayed tremendous power in front of the Shao clan when Muyu was conferring the crown on the goddess. now that you have reached the Divine Wheel's second order. Even cultivators in the Divine Wheel fifth order may not be able to defeat you if you exert all of your strength. The Heavenly Mandate Academy nowadays was an alliance of various forces. The top 3 forces each assigned numerous cultivators to the academy after the battle with the Shen clan. The Shao clan certainly had their representatives in the academy as well. Yi Futian nodded slightly, said, I can still protect myself in the middle-level Renhuang Plain. Things will get tricky if I have to fight against cultivators in the high-level Renhuang Plain. Apart from his ability to fight, he also possessed many valuable tools. Although he gave out a lot of the ritual implements he gained from the gods' relic back in the days, he still kept some of the best implements and had picked several handy ones for himself in the past few years. Therefore, he was confident to say that he could defend himself against cultivators in the middle-level Renhuang Plain, as long as they didn't have the perfect divine will. People nodded in silent wonderment. No one else in the Divine Wheel's second order in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had such confidence. Nevertheless, they knew how powerful Yi Futian's divine wheel was. Otherwise, how could he convince the top forces to attack the Shen clan in joint action and establish the Heavenly Mandate Academy? In fact, many people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were waiting for Yi Futian's time to come. He was destined to become the best cultivator in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, as long as he had enough time to grow. Someone is back. Lord Taishan stood up and walked outside at once, followed by other people. A pun bird dived to the ground, landed in front of the great hall, then transformed into a man. He bowed and said, My lord, do you have any news? Lord Taishan asked. Yes, the man nodded and answered. The killers excel at assassination, and they disappeared without a trace immediately after the attack. They may cultivate the way of shadow. The way of shadow. Lord Taishuan's face changed. People who cultivated the way of shadow were extremely rare and were better at covering their tracks than attacking the enemies. Still, they were exceptionally dangerous for being expert assassins. Yi Futian had a strange look. He vaguely remembered that Su Ke seemed to cultivate like this. Which force in the 9 realms is skillful at the way of shadow? People murmured. An odd look flashed in Lord Taishuan's eyes. The Hidden Land Realm, Lord Taishan said. The Hidden Land Realm has more cultivators who specialize in the way of shadow. However, our Heavenly Mandate Academy doesn't have any dispute with the Hidden Land Realm. Several other people darted across the sky. They were all high-level cultivators who were especially swift. They landed in front of the great hall and saluted Lord Taishan. Someone said, It could be a force in the Hidden Land Realm. Hidden Land Realm. Yi Futian recalled that the clan of the God of Ghost, Prison Fort clan, and the Fate World in the Hidden Land Realm held some grudges against him in the past. But there was nothing serious enough to trigger a war between the top forces. These groups didn't seem to have a legitimate reason to do so. The newly arrived cultivators spoke one by one. They had a similar conclusion based on their investigation. They all suspected the cultivators from the Hidden Land Realm. My lord, said Hua Qingshan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Gu Donglu was now the clan lord of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven with Jiang Qingzi, the legendary cultivator in the Divine Will Ninth Order, as his aide. Hua Qingshan, on the other hand, spent most of his time in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had a closer relationship with the Heavenly Mandate Academy than other groups. After all, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were brothers who shared a long friendship. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven weathered many storms along with Yi Futian. What do you think? Lord Taishan asked. Do you still remember that group? Hua Qingshan asked. There was a group that caused turmoil hundreds of years ago, then disappeared completely from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Lord Taishuan's face turned stern. He looked at Hua Qingshan and recalled a powerful force hundreds of years ago. The hell? Lord Taishan said with a grim expression. He had lived through many eras and had much more experience than the youngsters. He witnessed the age of the twin great emperors. How could he not remember the formidable force in the Hidden Land realm? Nonetheless, the hell was destroyed at that time and disappeared from the scene. Rumor had it that the rise of the Fate World and Prison Fort clan later in the days was closely related to the hell's demise. Yes. Hua Qingshan nodded. Many people put on a solemn look. Yi Futian didn't understand. He didn't know anything about the history of that time and had never heard of the hell as a group. It was a super force many years ago that was wiped out before the great emperor unified the divine prefecture. The hell was the overlord in the Hidden Land realm and operated inside of the gate of the hell. Lord Taishan explained to Yi Futian. They were extremely dangerous. Why would a group that vanished many years ago suddenly attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Yi Futian asked. We don't know for sure yet, but this does seem like something the hell would do. It could be the remaining evildoers of the hell, or someone is using the hell to attack us, Lord Taishan said. We didn't capture even one of them. People shook their heads. If the hell is really behind this, it won't be easy for us to defeat them, said Hua Qingshan. The hell mastered the art of concealment. A person probably wouldn't even know that he was targeted before being killed. Then, what do you suggest we should do? Lord Taishan asked. People frowned grimly. Everything was speculation at this point. There was nothing they could do, as they didn't capture anyone. Should we lure them out? Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishan and asked. It would be risky. It could backfire on us if they were really the hell from the old days. Lord Taishuan's face was somber. I will go, said Yi Futian. Lord Taishan stared at Yi Futian, who said, Let's go straight to the Hidden Land realm. I will be responsible for luring them out. If they want to take on the Heavenly Mandate Academy for real, I will definitely be their biggest target. Chapter 1726 Gate of the Hell. Just when Yi Futian and the others were planning on visiting the Hidden Land realm, the cultivators from the Shao clan and the Yuanyang clan brought more news to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Other forces in the Central Emperor realm encountered the same things as the Academy did. It took people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy by surprise. It seemed like they were wrong the whole time. Could it be that the hidden enemy was not solely targeting the Academy? For that reason, Yi Futian and the others waited for a while instead of setting out right away. Word trickled in that many cultivators of powerful forces in the Central Nine Realms either died or disappeared mysteriously. It put the Nine Realms in a state of fear and tumult. Losing disciples was not a trivial matter for any top force. No powerful group would tolerate such assault. It was even more outrageous since several forces were attacked at the same time. The mysterious group that vanished before the great emperor unified the divine prefecture. Was it coming back? The leaders of the top forces in the Nine Realms knew more about the hell than ordinary disciples. They even brought in people from outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to help. On the day, a team of cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy hit the road. Different from their original plan, they sent a large number of powerful cultivators directly to the Hidden Land realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was not the only one. It was said that many forces in the Nine Realms were heading to the Hidden Land realm. The Hell once existed in the Hidden Land realm and now reappeared in the Nine Realms. Cultivators of all sides were eager to go to the Hidden Land realm to investigate. Yi Futian and the others immediately felt upon their arrival that the vast field of the Hidden Land realm was bleak and gloomy. The mountains were barren, and the plains were desolate. Everything was enveloped in darkness. Each of the Nine Realms was different. For instance, the Solar Realm was extremely hot, while the Shadow Realm was bitterly cold. Ghost Capital City was one of the main cities in the Hidden Land realm. Magnificent and imposing, many ancient, dark-colored buildings towered up inside of the city. It was distinctly different from any other place Yi Futian had been. The clan of the god of Ghost was headquartered in the ghost capital city and controlled the large area around the capital. A succession of cultivators from other realms arrived at the ghost capital city in recent days. Cultivators in the ghost capital city naturally learned about the reason as the news spreading around. The mysterious group Hell from the Hidden Land realm many years ago reappeared and caused plenty of troubles in the 9 realms. The cultivators from the top forces obviously came to inquire into the matter. The clan of the god of Ghost was the most influential group in the Hidden Land realm. The ghost capital city, as its capital, might have more information circulating around. Therefore, it was the most desirable destination for many forces. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy also came to Ghost Capital City and found a place to settle down temporarily. Their arrival soon attracted people's attention. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was prominent in the 9 realms. Even though they didn't have the same level of influence in the Hidden Land realm as they did in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the cultivators in the Hidden Land realm still knew about their attack on the Shin clan 4 years ago. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was even more renowned than the top forces from the Central Emperor realm, such as the Shin clan. Yi Futian was also a legendary name well known in the 9 realms. Cultivators in the Hidden Land realm heard about him as well. Many people were guessing if Yi Futian was truly as strong and unrivaled as the rumors claimed so. The night was pitch black. Yi Futian was cultivating in the room when he sensed something. He opened his eyes and saw an indistinct figure in the distance. "Which friend is it?" Yi Futian asked, and immediately saw a pale shadow gracefully landed on the roof in front of him. The shadow was faint and indistinct, as though it was not a real person, but a ghost in the moonlight. Wearing a thin, white dress, she had long black hair, an elegant figure, and a gorgeous face. She looked like a ghost in the darkness. Is this not her real body? Yi Futian was intrigued. He stepped forward and unleashed invisible energy on her. "I have long heard about your name and how you defeated Shin Hao from the Shin clan and built the perfect divine wheel. I came here particularly to catch a glimpse of your regal bearing," the woman said with a smile. "You are indeed a man of elegance and talent. This is quite surprising, as I thought you would be a brawny and domineering guy. Did you come from the clan of the god of Ghost?" Yi Futian asked. She couldn't move so quietly if it were her real body. She probably used a technique unique to the clan of the god of Ghost to project a blurry shadow of her. "I'm Lian Qingyi from the clan of the god of Ghost," said the woman. "Lian Qingyi," Yi Futian murmured. There was an outstanding cultivator from the clan of the god of Ghost in the god's relic, whose name was Lian Jiao. Maybe she was related to him. "You already knew the intention of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, didn't you?" Yi Futian asked her. "Yes, I do." Lian Qingyi nodded. "Can you tell me?" said Yi Futian. "I will tell you everything I know when you come to the clan of the god of Ghost tomorrow," said Lian Qingyi. Then her shadow glided away and disappeared silently. Hua Jiangshan came to Yi Futian after Lian Qingyi was gone, said, "Lian Qingyi is the goddess of the clan of the god of Ghost. She is an extraordinary cultivator in the middle-level Runhuang Plain, one of the best in the younger generation of the clan of the god of Ghost." Yi Futian nodded. He was curious why Lian Qingyi came to him. Was it really possible that she simply wanted to meet him? "I will go to the clan of the god of Ghost tomorrow to see if I can gather any useful information," said Yi Futian. "Okay." Hua Jiangshan nodded. The next day, Yi Futian led a group of people to the god of Ghost Palace, where the clan of the god of Ghost was located. Standing outside of the god of Ghost Palace, Yi Futian gazed into the distance. The magnificent castle far away with black and forbidding walls could almost reach the sky. Some other people moved closer to them at the moment. Yi Futian sensed something and turned around. A strange look flashed across his face when he saw the people coming. Those people's penetrating eyes darted toward Yi Futian like sharp blades with a golden gleam. They were cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. They also came to Ghost Capital City. The Golden Divine Nation also lost some disciples who were traveling or cultivating outside. It was obvious that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not the only group the clan of the God of Ghost invited. The tension in the room was incredibly palpable due to the enmity between the Academy and the Golden Divine Nation. One of the leaders of the delegation of the Golden Divine Nation was especially forceful and frightening. He was a divine general in the Golden Divine Nation and had met Yi Futian in the battle of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. A dashing young man in his 30s stood next to the divine general. He seemed shrewd and assertive. Gai Qixing, the seventh son of the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, stared at Yi Futian with a menacing look. Yi Futian could sense that Gai Qixing was in the middle-level Renhuang plane with a fourth-order divine wheel. He was not threatened by Gai Qixing at all. Gai Tsang, the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, personally visited the Heavenly Mandate Academy when it was established, but they later realized that there was nothing they could do to Yi Futian and had been keeping a low profile ever since the battle with the Shin clan. Nowadays, neither side would launch an attack recklessly despite mutual hostility. "Let's go." Yi Futian glanced at them, turned back, and walked toward the guide sent by the clan of the God of Ghost. The cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation also stepped forward. The clan of the God of Ghost already prepared a banquet in front of a palace. Yi Futian found out that the cultivators from the Sky Reaching School, Shangxiao Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, Heavenly Sword Hall, and other groups were all present. Some people showed an interesting look when the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Golden Divine Nation walked in. Many people here knew about their grudges. Yi Futian looked at the seat of the host. It was someone he met the night before, Lian Qingyi. Several cultivators from the clan of the God of Ghost sat behind her. Nevertheless, it was the real Lian Qingyi today instead of her shadow. "Please." A cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost showed Yi Futian and the others to their seats. Lian Qingyi shot a glance at Yi Futian, yet didn't say anything. A person asked, "Is everyone here?" The cultivators of the top forces in the 9 realms who came to Ghost Capital City were all here. "Yes," Lian Qingyi nodded and said, "I invited you here because I know why you came to the Hidden Land realm. Based on the information gathered by the clan of the God of Ghost, the rumors about the once powerful group in the Hidden Land realm are very likely to be true. Your speculations are correct." People's eyes narrowed in concentration. Was it really the mysterious force from years ago? A group that had disappeared for hundreds of years suddenly resurged? If so, what do they want to achieve by assassinating the cultivators of all forces in the 9 realms? A person from the Sky Reaching School asked Lian Qingyi. It was a question that puzzled everyone. "They want to make you come to the Hidden Land realm," said Lian Qingyi. Her answer astounded the crowd. The Hell intentionally lured them to the Hidden Land realm. Why? Several people asked simultaneously. If the Hell truly resurrected, shouldn't they develop and expand in secret? Why would they provoke the cultivators in the 9 realms and cause quite a stir? In fact, there has been a deep undercurrent in the Hidden Land realm. A rumor has been spreading for the past few years. Lian Qingyi looked at the crowd and said, "The Gate of the Hell might have emerged." Gate of the Hell. The cultivators' faces grew stern. People of the older generation had heard about the Gate of the Hell many years ago. If that's true, the Hell might make a comeback and fall upon the 9 realms again. Someone asked. Lian Qingyi nodded and replied, "To be honest, they're already back." Chapter 1727, Yellow Spring in Geo City. Based on folk tales, The gate of the hell was the holy land of the hell and guarded the path to the real hell. The hell might reappear in the 9 realms when the gate of the hell opened. Lian Qingyi, did you mean that the gate of the hell has appeared but not opened yet? And the hell caused all the troubles in the 9 realms in order to attract the cultivators here to open the gate of the hell for them? Asked the cultivator from the sky-reaching school. Other people also looked at Lian Qingyi. They all interpreted her words the same way. Yes. Lian Qingyi nodded and continued. There was news about the gate of the hell circulating in the Hidden Land realm many years ago. The remaining force of the hell suddenly launched a series of attacks in recent days and caused a commotion in the 9 realms. Without a doubt, they wanted to attract the attention of the 9 realms and lure you to the Hidden Land realm. Their goal, as you would expect, is to make the cultivators from the 9 realms to open the gate of the hell for them. Why do people from the hell assume that we would open the gate of the hell for them? Someone from the Golden Divine Nation with a hoarse voice asked. Many people glanced at him and remained expressionless. They thought it was a legit question. Why would they open the gate of the hell for the hell? However, the answer soon became clear to them. Under everyone's watch, the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation paused for a moment. He ruminated with his head slightly lowered and realized the reason in no time. The fabled gate of the hell might have relics left by the great emperor. How could the cultivators from the 9 realms restrain themselves from exploring if they really found the location of the gate of the hell? Even if they could control themselves, how could they stop the others from doing it? Although they knew the hell intended to take advantage of them, there must be some people in the 9 realms who would be used willingly and happily. Where did the gate of the hell emerge? Someone looked at Lian Qingyi and asked. Yellow Spring in Juyo City, Lian Qingyi answered with a smile. Everyone's face grew solemn. Juyo City was an uninviting place in the Hidden Land realm. A notorious city, it had the river of Yellow Spring in the center where anyone who hadn't reached the Renhuang Plain would certainly die without exception if stepped in. Even a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain would certainly encounter grave dangers inside. Many extraordinary people in the Hidden Land realm went to the Yellow Spring to cultivate. Countless cultivators had been devoured by the Yellow Spring in the past. Yet now the gate of the hell popped up in the Yellow Spring in Juyo City. Everybody of the older generation was familiar with Juyo City, one of the most famous places in the Hidden Land realm. Hua Zhangshan used voice transmission to explain it to Yi Futian, who didn't know much about the Hidden Land realm. Juyo City didn't belong to any group in the Hidden Land realm. It was an infamously chaotic place where no good man would step foot in. Nevertheless, Juyo City had raised a number of superb cultivators. Many forces in the Hidden Land realm would send young, promising disciples to Juyo City for a while. The cultivation practice in the Hidden Land realm was cruel and ruthless. They selected talents through brutal trial and elimination. Death was common and insignificant. Why didn't we hear about this before? Someone stared at Lian Qingyi and asked. They couldn't tell if what Lian Qingyi said was completely true. The top forces in the Hidden Land realm all wanted to explore the gate of the hell ever since it emerged again. Why would they leak the news and let you know? The rumors were circulating in a small circle in the Hidden Land realm as only a small group of people are powerful enough to learn about it. How could it reach you? Lian Qingyi cracked a smile. According to you, we would never know about this if the hell didn't lure us to the Hidden Land realm, someone said. Lian Qingyi gave a tacit admission. It probably can't stay hidden now after the tumult broke out. In recent days, many powerful cultivators are already heading to Juyo City as information flying out of there. Before long, Juyo City will draw the attention of the entire Hidden Land realm, said Lian Qingyi. The crowd was silent upon hearing Lian Qingyi's words. Based on what she said, the news about the gate of the hell would soon spread around. They should leave for Juyo City right away. You don't need to worry. As far as I know, even though the people in Juyo City knew about the gate of the hell, they haven't found the exact location yet. things won't move at such a rapid pace. It's a rare opportunity for you to gather here, and the clan of the god of ghost would like to perform the duties of a host. Lian Qingyi seemed to see through people's minds. She raised her glass and spoke to the crowd with a smile. People nodded. Although many guests were more senior than Lian Qingyi, they came to the clan of the god of ghost and were welcomed by its goddess. They were glad to respect the host's wishes. Renhuangyi, can I go to study and cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy if the chance arises in the future? Lian Qingyi raised her glass again. How modest you are. People in the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be lucky to learn from you if you are willing to visit us. Yi Futian replied politely. Lian Qingyi was in the middle-level Renhuang Plain. Cultivators in this level were already big fish in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even though they might not be prominent in supreme forces. Only a small group of people reached this level. They were at the very top, considering the vast population of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This small group of people had the strongest voice and the ultimate say in the entire world. After all, only a few could stand at the top of the pyramid. Lian Qingyi smiled and exchanged polite remarks with the leaders of other groups. The banquet was not exactly exciting, but at least Lian Qingyi was courteous enough. Some people excused themselves after a few rounds of toast. Lian Qingyi didn't stop them from leaving. She nodded slightly and said, Juyo City is quite famous in the Hidden Land realm. I won't need to guide the way, as I'm sure you can find it without trouble. Besides, I suppose you will meet other groups from the 9 realms in Juyo City. One by one, people stood up and asked to leave. Yi Futian and the others from the Heavenly Mandate Academy also left the banquet without bothering the host any longer. They had to go to Juyo City no matter what the hell planned to do. The disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were killed by people from the hell. It was not something that could be easily let go. However, the remaining members of the hell most likely went into hiding after its demise. It would be very difficult to uncover them if they didn't expose themselves first. People left the banquet one after the other. Soon, Lian Qingyi was the only one that remained at her seat. A blurry figure became visible behind her and slowly took shape. The man was tall and mysterious in a black robe. How did it go? The man asked. His voice was deep and hoarse. Yi Futian was the one who solved the mystery of God's relic years ago. Lian Joyo was one of the witnesses there. It's not a secret that Yi Futian attained the God's inheritance. He is undoubtedly powerful, yet surprisingly humble and easygoing. She gazed into the distance and murmured, It depends on luck whether he could open the gate of the hell or not. So far, she couldn't accurately gauge Yi Futian's ability from simple conversations and brief observation. You should lead a group and set off as well, said the black-robed man. He then became blurry again and vanished into thin air. Juyo City in the Hidden Land realm was also called a city of chaos, city of barbarity, and city of death. It was famous enough to be the best-known city in the entire Hidden Land realm. After all, the other capitals were controlled by the supreme forces in the Hidden Land realm. Yet Juyo City was not in the hands of any particular overlord. It was a labyrinth of forces and groups. These forces rose and fell at a fast pace. Resting on a high mountain, the castles in Juyo City almost seemed to be built in midair. The yellow spring split the city into 2 halves. Juyo City had been exceedingly busy these days. As the rumors spreading around the Hidden Land realm, countless cultivators headed to Juyo City. Even people from supreme forces in other realms arrived at Juyo City. For instance, it was alleged that cultivators of the Nantian Divine Kingdom and the Shen clan in the Central Emperor realm were already here. In addition, the ravishing princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom was also in Juyo City. Right now, a woman with breathtaking beauty was sitting in the Linquan Tavern high up in Juyo City. She could enjoy the magnificent view of the bottomless chasm from her seat on the cliff. Buildings were perched on several terraces of the cliff. Cultivators strolled around with ease while the yellow spring roared below. People in other taverns on the cliff all looked up to catch a glimpse of the woman sitting on the edge of the Linquan tavern. Her gorgeous face made many people's eyes blaze. Sinful thoughts flashed through some people's minds as they saw the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo of the Nantian divine kingdom appeared in this chaotic place. After all, there were many evil cultivators in Juyo City. "Princess, would you like me to?" an old man behind Nan Luoshan said in a low voice with a menacing look in his eyes. Even though he was standing still, nothing happened around could evade his detection. "It's not necessary," Nan Luoshan replied. She didn't come here to cause trouble, and it was impossible to escape from people's stares. "Princess Luoshan." At the moment, a man with a trim figure strode toward them from outside of the tavern. He hovered in the air and looked at Nan Luoshan, asked, "Is Princess Luoshan curious about the emergence of the Gate of the Hell as well?" The man speaking was Shen Hao from the Shen clan. The cultivators of the Shen clan arrived too. "I'm here to have a look." Nan Luoshan shot a casual glance at Shen Hao. Shen Hao nodded slightly and said, "As far as I know, the forces around the Hidden Land Realm and the Nine Realms are all here now. Juyo City is a complicated place where good people and bad people mix up together. Princess Luoshan, please be careful." "Thank you," Nan Luoshan responded monotonously. Shen Hao ended the conversation and walked toward the tavern as he sensed that Nan Luoshan had no intention of inviting him to join her. A man in his position couldn't possibly pester her shamelessly. Chapter 1728, Asking for Pointers. The cultivators of Nantian Divine Kingdom and the Shen clan appeared in the same inn. This caused a huge uproar in the surrounding districts in Juyo City. Many cultivators of Juyo City came over to catch a glimpse of these top figures from other realms. After seeing Nan Luoshan, many people were astonished by her peerless beauty that could cause nations and cities to fall. At least, they had not seen anyone with a face more beautiful than hers. Nan Luoshan's temperament was also extraordinary. However, not long after, in another place, another stunning beauty appeared. Word of her identity was very quickly spread around. She was the goddess of the Shadow Realms, Yui Wed Divine Palace, Changxi. Above the yellow spring, at the top of a peak, similarly in a large inn, a group of silhouettes arrived. They sat off to one side and enjoyed the scenery. Yi Futian stood at the edge of the inn. He gazed down at the yellow spring below, as well as the layered districts aligning the 10,000 Zhangtal cliff. The scenery gave off a different type of beauty. It was very majestic and felt grand. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there are countless distinguished figures. In this current generation, among the women, Nan Luoshan is without equal. "Goddess Chang, she might be the only person that can be compared with her," said someone not far from Yi Futian. Their gazes were staring off in the opposite direction. From where they were, they could faintly make out an absolutely stunning silhouette. Yi Futian noticed the discussion of the people around him. He turned to look in the opposite direction and also saw that across the yellow spring, and then opposite of the one he was in, a woman who was like a goddess was sitting there quietly. It was as though she was not of this world. It was somewhat of a coincidence, Yi Futian thought to himself. However, this area was the central district of the nine-state city. The view here was also the best, so encountering her here was not out of the ordinary. "I have heard that after goddess Xiao Muyu of the Xiao clan in the Central Emperor Realm was proclaimed a goddess after reaching the Runhuang Plain. She is now already not inferior to Nan Luoshan and Changxi," someone said. "I would want to have a look at her. She should be coming, right?" someone said with a laugh. Yi Futian listened quietly. He never imagined that after being proclaimed a goddess, Muyu's fame had even reached the Hidden Land Realm. Speaking of Xiao Muyu, there is another person who needs to be mentioned. Rumor has it that her achievements are all due to one person, another person said. The crowd paused for a moment. They had all heard about this. Currently, among the younger generation of the Nine Realms, aside from Yi Futian, no one else had greater levels of fame. It is not just Xiao Muyu. Currently, the many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy are all being cultivated by him. Is this person truly so incredible? Someone asked. Yi Futian's fame was too great. A person who had just reached the Renhuang plane should not have such levels of fame. He sounded too legendary. After all, this was the Hidden Land realm. News of him had all come from other realms. Hence, they felt somewhat distant towards this news, as though they were listening to tales of legends. Rumor has it that this person has a head of silver hair. When he appears, he is followed by divine signs. Even his appearance is handsome and will make women fall for him at first sight, another voice continued. Among Yi Futian's group, many people were looking at Yi Futian as they revealed faint smiles. Yi Futian stood there quietly, gazing into the distance. He thought to himself that most people in the world still had discerning eyes. At that moment, a group of silhouettes headed in this direction. The leader had a stunning appearance that made others want to succumb to her at first glance. She had an intelligent smile, and she looked ahead with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have walked out of a painting. Many people were astonished. However, the people in this inn discovered that this woman was actually heading towards them. They could not help but reveal strange looks. She was the goddess of Yueyue Divine Palace, Changxi. She walked over through the air. She wore a faint smile on her face that made their spirits leave their bodies. Who is she looking at? Many people were wondering. The gazes of the people around here all shifted towards the inn. Who was she looking for in there? The people in the inn also made sideways glances. They watched as she walked step by step towards the edge of the inn. She stood in midair and looked at the white-haired silhouette that stood there. She smiled and said, I never imagined that I would encounter Renhuang Yi here. All gazes landed on Yi Futian. With his white clothes and white hair, he looked handsome and cool. Changxi from Yueyue Divine Palace had personally come here to greet him, and she called him Renhuang Yi. Who this person was did not need to be elaborated upon. Yi Futian, he had also come here, and he was actually right here. He must have overheard the conversations that the people here were having. Goddess Changxi, I assume you have been well. Yi Futian greeted with a faint smile. Renhuang Yi, aren't you going to invite me for a drink? Chang, she said with a grin on her face. Each smile and grin of hers bore extraordinary charm. She was the goddess of Yueyue Divine Palace. Her temperament was that of an ice queen. However, before Yi Futian, she gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. It was as though her icy temperament had been melted away. Would goddess honor me with a drink? Yi Futian asked. It is my honor to be invited by Renhuang Yi, Changxi replied. Please, Yi Futian said as he extended his hand in an inviting gesture. She stepped forward and entered the inn, sitting down at Yi Futian's table. The two of them laughed and chatted, causing many people to have the same thought. These two people were sitting together like peerless lovers. Were they together? If so, this would make for a good fairy tale. In the opposite direction, Nan Luoshan, as well as Xin Hao, naturally also saw Yi Futian. The two of them were not sitting together, but their gazes were directed towards Yi Futian. Nan Luoshan was somewhat curious about Yi Futian. Back then, when she was in Tianqian Academy, she had met Yi Futian before. At that time, no one knew what Yi Futian was doing in Tianqian Academy. However, later on, everyone realized that Yi Futian had cultivated many flawless divine Renhuangs when he was there. Some examples were Do Zhao from Do tribe and Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan. As for when Yi Futian later headed to the Xin clan, Even her father and mother were quite shocked when they heard about it. Her father even claimed that Yi Futian was the most monstrous person to appear in the divine prefectures after they had been unified. Yi Futian would be able to change an era. From this, one could imagine how high a praise he was giving to Yi Futian. As for Shen Hao, one could imagine how he felt about Yi Futian. His gaze was extremely chilly. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, he sat there quietly and did not go up to meet Yi Futian. Right then, above the yellow spring, a silhouette suddenly appeared. This person was garbed in a black robe and had extraordinary temperament. However, he gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. He was cruel and overbearing. Might of Ren Huang emanated from his body. When they saw this person appear, the cultivators in Jio City recognized who he was. He is Du Yuan, disciple of Evil Emperor. Evil Emperor was a mighty figure at the top of Jio City. He was in existence at the upper-level Ren Huang Plain. This Du Yuan was one of the most outstanding of Evil Emperor's disciples. He was in existence that would most likely surpass Evil Emperor himself. He had proven his way and reached the Ren Huang Plain in less than 100 years. Currently, he already had a second-tier divine wheel. What was Evil Emperor's disciple Du Yuan doing here? He seemed to be facing the direction of the inn in which Yi Futian and Chang Shi were at. Yi Futian and Chang Shi were still casually chatting. They ignored the existence of the other party. In reality, with their identities, there weren't many people that they needed to worry about. Although Du Yuan was a Ren Huang, he was not worthy of their attention. I, Du Yuan from Jio City, have intentionally come to ask a few pointers from Ren Huang Yi, Du Yuan said. Many people revealed strange looks when they heard his words. What was Du Yuan's intention? Was this a challenge? However, Du Yuan's tone was very polite. It seemed that he truly was asking for pointers. Yi Futian's fame was the genuine article. Moreover, Yi Futian had led an army into the Xin clan and had defeated Shen Hao. Even if the members of the Hidden Land Realm had not witnessed it themselves, they were not so foolish as to doubt Yi Futian's credibility. Even goddess Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan was willing to be his disciple. Although Du Yuan was a cultivator with a second-tier divine wheel, it was impossible for him to be a match for Yi Futian. Everyone was aware of this point. Du Yuan certainly also knew about this. Hence, if it was a challenge, even though Du Yuan was a Ren Huang, he was unqualified to challenge Yi Futian. It was more likely that he had truly come to ask for pointers. As a disciple of the Evil Emperor, it was praiseworthy for Du Yuan to set aside his pride and ask for pointers from a Ren Huang that was the same generation as he was. After all, in Jio City, Du Yuan was also famous. Only now did Yi Futian and Chang Shi turn to look at Du Yuan. A powerful aura flowed out of Du Yuan's body. They could clearly sense that the other party had a second-tier divine wheel. What do you wish to know? Yi Futian asked calmly. Before this, he had looked up to people at the Ren Huang Plain. However, after he had proven his way and reached the Ren Huang Plain himself, his mentality naturally also changed accordingly. Now, even if he was against an upper-level Ren Huang, he would still be very calm. People at the Ren Huang Plain, like Du Yuan, already could not stir up his emotions. I have long heard of Ren Huang Ye's name. I wish to ask Ren Huang Yi for a few pointers through actual combat to see the difference between us, Du Yuan explained. Yi Futian was the possessor of a flawless divine wheel and was considered the most outstanding figure of their generation. To be able to battle against Yi Futian was an opportunity that was extremely hard to come across. Of course, Du Yuan would certainly lose, but that was not important. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the white-robed swordsman. He smiled and said, Wu Qin, after having proven your way, you have yet to have the chance to experience actual combat. How about you give it a try? It had not been long since Yi Wuqin had broken through to the next plane. He had always been in the academy and had yet to have the opportunity to experience his own abilities as a Ren Huang. He did not have actual combat experience. All right. Yi Wuchen nodded his head and stood up. Yi Futian glanced sideways at Duyuan and said, "My friend has just broken through the next plane. Why don't you spar with him?" All right. Duyuan nodded his head. He did not underestimate his opponent at all, just because Yi Futian had mentioned that his friend had just broken through to the next plane. Duyuan knew about the battle with the Shin clan. Yi Futian's group of first-tier divine wheel cultivators had swept away the lower-level Renhuangs of the Shin clan. They had utterly dominated their opponents. Since Yi Wuchen was a good friend of Yi Futian, he would certainly also be very powerful. Chapter 1729 exposed. Yi Wuchen stepped forward and flew up into the air above the yellow spring. He stood across from Duyuan. The yellow spring was very wide. However, if two Renhuang were to begin battling here, they would still affect the people on both shores of the yellow spring. Hence, a cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Academy beside Yi Futian walked out, and an extremely powerful might of Wei emanated from him. In an instant, an independent spatial battlefield was forged above the yellow spring. It directly sealed off the two shores of the yellow spring. "You all do not need to hold back," the elder said. The might of Wei on Yi Wuchen and Du Yuan's bodies were also released at this moment. A dark storm swept up in the sky above the yellow spring. Endless black winds blew in and instantly flooded the sky above the yellow spring. It was as though the sky had become a one-dimensional dark world. Rumble. An area of fire appeared in the dark space. The black flames were like the fires of death from hell. The flames of the Wei immediately consumed Yi Wuchen. An illusory dark silhouette seemed to appear in the flames of the Wei. It was like an evil deity that was trying to consume Yi Wuchen. However, at the same time, dazzling blades of light suddenly lit up around Yi Wuchen's body. Blades of extremely devastating divine swords appeared around his figure. With his figure as the center, they radiated outwards and resonated with the world around them. In an instant, countless divine swords shot across the sky. The flames of the Wei closest to Yi Wuchen's body were immediately extinguished. Buzz! The dazzling divine sword halos shot straight towards Duyuan and his evil deity illusion. It was instantly shattered into nothingness. Great path of destruction. Duyuan looked at Yi Wuchen. He naturally sensed that his opponent's swordsmanship was laced with the great path of destruction. Under the influence of this will of the great path, Duyuan's fires of death were constantly extinguished and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, divine swords were everywhere in the heavens above. Aura of the divine wheel of the great path swept out of Yi Wuchen's body. Divine signs appeared, and countless divine swords resonated with the divine wheel in his body. His divine will radiated brilliant light and destructive power. Duyuan sensed an extremely powerful pressure. In such a situation, he naturally did not dare to hold back. He instantly unleashed his power. A dark, illusory figure of an evil deity appeared. It seemed to be formed from coalesced fire of death. The space was flooded by dark flames and became a sea of dark flames. Illusions of evil deities roared as they charged towards Yi Wuchen. Duyuan's flames of the Wei contained the power of death and burning. As long as it invaded one's body, it could instantly consume the person and burn them to death. It was extremely overbearing. However, Duyuan felt that his opponent's swordsmanship and great path of destruction was suppressing his own might of Wei. His terrifying fire of death could not invade Yi Wuchen's body. It could not even get close to him. Was this the suppression of the great path and the divine wheel? Duyuan thought to himself. He had come to seek pointers from Yi Futian because he wanted to experience a flawless divine will. Right now, he was experiencing it firsthand. This friend of Yi Futian was also a possessor of a flawless divine wheel. Against such suppression of the great path, Duyuan did not stand a chance at all. Right now, The divine swords floating in mid-air radiated blinding divine light. The light kept pushing back Du Yuan's way. The divine swords hummed and emitted frightening destructive winds that ripped towards Du Yuan's body. With the suppression of the great path, you cannot harm me, Yi Wuchen concluded as he looked toward Du Yuan. He did not attack. Swordsmanship was extremely dangerous. If a sword was sent slashing out, it could not be drawn back. They were only sparring. He did not want to kill his opponent. Thank you very much. The fire of death in the space receded like a tide and disappeared very quickly. Everything returned to normal. In the end, Du Yuan chose not to attack. It was as Yi Wuchen said. Yi Wuchen's divine will caused his great path to be suppressed. Under the suppression of the great path, Du Yuan did not stand a chance at all. However, he had managed to experience the power of a flawless divine will this time. The sword will on Yi Wuchen's body also dissipated. The two of them had not even truly exchanged blows. Everything had ended before that happened. Thank you for the instruction, Du Yuan said as he bowed slightly at Yi Wuchen. His plane was actually higher than Yi Wuchen's plane. Du Yuan was a Ren Huang with a second-tier divine wheel. However, in terms of ability, he could not put up a fight against Yi Wuchen. This round of sparring was indeed him receiving instruction from Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen nodded his head slightly and then walked back to the inn. Yi Futian smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Yi Futian had wanted Yi Wuchen to experience a battle at the Renhuang Plain. However, he had overlooked the might of a flawless divine wheel. Although Yi Wuchen's opponent was famous in Jiuyou City, he could not be considered a member of a top force. For his second-tier divine wheel to go against Wuchen's flawless divine wheel, they were indeed not on the same level. This battle was not very meaningful for Yi Wuchen. He still had not experienced an actual battle. I apologize again for disturbing Renhuang Yi. Du Yuan saluted Yi Futian with his fists. His manners were impeccable. Before this, he had initially wanted to ask Yi Futian to give him some pointers. However, from the looks of it now, it was meaningless for him to do so. Even against Yi Wuchen, Du Yuan had been suppressed. If Yi Futian had been the one to enter the battlefield, what would the outcome of the match be like? You are too kind. Yi Futian nodded at Du Yuan. He did not mind that Du Yuan had come. After all, Du Yuan had carried himself with absolute respect. He was a Ren Huang that had come with sincerity. Du Yuan turned to leave. However, this caused an uproar on the two shores of the Yellow Spring. He was a disciple of the evil emperor. He actually was not even qualified for Yi Futian to lift a finger against him. Just a mere friend of Yi Futian's could immediately suppress Du Yuan. However, the sword will just now was indeed frighteningly powerful. It was another flawless divine wheel. When the cultivators of some top forces saw this scene, they had different thoughts about it. They were not so concerned about the actual battle. Yi Wuchen's flawless divine wheel was far more astonishing than this battle. How many flawless divine wheel possessors did the Heavenly Mandate Academy have now? Before this, they did not even know about Yi Wuchen. It was as though any person that Yi Futian simply brought out had a flawless level divine wheel. This hurt the members of the top forces a lot. By looking at Heavenly Mandate Academy, one would have the misconception that obtaining a flawless divine wheel was very easy, and its value was not very high. However, in the battle just now, it was made very clear. Even if their plane was low, a flawless divine wheel possessor could still crush their opponent. When the cultivators of the Shan clan saw this scene, one could imagine how they felt. Even Nan Luoshan's heart wavered. Nan Luoshan was a proud person. In the past, even a talented figure like her had to put in an enormous amount of effort in order to forge a flawless divine wheel. However, right now, wielders of flawless divine wheels appeared one after another around Yi Futian. This made her feel slightly uneasy. Up until now, Yi Futian had been witnessing everything quietly. In the inn, Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were chatting casually, the way the people who were on both sides of the Yellow Spring looked at Yi Futian changed subtly. Before this, they had only heard of his name. Now, they had seen him personally. Du Yuan, the disciple of evil emperor, was not even qualified to receive guidance from Yi Futian. A follower of Yi Futian was more than capable of putting up a fight. They felt as though Yi Futian was not of the same generation as them. His current status had long surpassed his level of cultivation. Rumor has it that in the 9 realms, many crowned Renhuang Yi as the top figure of the generation. You are standing head and shoulders above the rest of your generation. What does Renhuang Yi think of this title? Someone located in an inn at the opposite side of the Yellow Spring suddenly spoke up. The speaker was also a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain. As soon as he spoke, many people stared at him. He was a middle-level Renhuang from Jio City. Yi Futian paused momentarily while holding his glass in his hand. His gaze shifted and glanced in the direction where the speaker was. They were very far apart from each other. However, for high-level cultivators like Yi Futian, this distance amounted to nothing. In front of me sits Goddess Changxi. Across the river, there is Princess Luotian. Who was the one who said that I am the top figure of this generation? Yi Futian replied calmly, there are countless legendary figures in the 9 realms. I am but one out of the many of them. I am quite fortunate to have a few seniors willing to aid me in some matters. Hence, I have accumulated a little bit of fame. That's all. Renhuang Yi leads the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and your academy dominates the battles wherever you go. Your achievements cannot be summarized with the phrase, a little bit of fame. The speaker continued to praise Yi Futian. I do not deny that others are exceptional as well, but I reckon there is hardly anyone who is on par with Renhuang Yi. When Yi Futian heard the speaker complimenting him, his expression turned indifferent. He put down his glass and looked at golden-winged giant Peng, bird demon emperor. Yi Futian transmitted his voice to the latter, saying, Senior, can you please help me to capture him? All right. The golden-winged giant Peng, bird demon emperor, nodded his head. He took a step forward and immediately headed out of the inn. The crowd was stunned. No one managed to react. The Renhuang had extended his praise to Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was subduing the other party instead. What was the meaning of this? Buzz. Golden-winged giant Peng, bird demon emperor, directly disappeared from his spot. In another inn, the demon emperor who praised Yi Futian put down his glass. The next moment, his silhouette vanished too. He merged into the shadows as though he had never appeared before. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. One by one, silhouettes of Renhuangs stood up. Many of them were Renhuangs from the top forces of the 9 realms. Was the speaker a Renhuang from hell? Golden-winged giant Peng, bird demon emperor, appeared in the inn where the speaker was just now. He swept the surroundings with his will, but he couldn't locate the opponent. It was as though he had really vanished into thin air. Buzz. Golden divine light dazzled, and golden-winged giant Peng bird traversed the space, moving into the distance. There, a slight aura fluctuation could be detected. However, similarly, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yi Futian remained sitting with an indifferent expression. How did you know? Chang, she asked while looking at Yi Futian. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I didn't, Yi Futian responded. Chang, she revealed a puzzled look. But didn't we figure him out after we launched an attack? Yi Futian continued with a smile. He stood up and gazed into the distance, explaining, Hell lured us to come to the hidden land realm. Hence, surely there would be someone watching us from the shadows. Not only would they spy on us furtively, but they would also observe us openly. Just now, the speaker was a middle-level Renhuang. A strong cultivator at this level wouldn't possibly gossip in public. Moreover, Saying that kind of praise in public towards me would only offend more people. It would cause me to become an eyesore among the forces. His words sounded like praise, but actually they were ill-intended. So I tried him out. I did not expect that my guess would be correct. Yi Futian's tone was calm. A cultivator from hell had been exposed. If the cultivator only had a normal ability, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. He could only escape from the hands of golden-winged giant Peng, bird demon emperor, if he was proficient in concealment techniques. It would be significant if they could capture a middle-level Renhuang from hell. At the very least, they could obtain some information about hell from him. Chang, she smiled as she looked at Yi Futian. His method was brilliant,